right, we're live, baby. It's a Saturday. My name's Jason Rossi. This handsome son of a gun right here is BK. He's coming to you from an hour before me. We're time travelers today.
2 hours.
2 hours. Look at that. I've been up like all day. I don't even know what time it is anyways, but it's noon somewhere, and that means you can get wild with it. We're going to get crazy sim action here. We're going to have the Eagles. We got the Ravens. BK's building a lineup as we speak because it is a Saturday, and we all wish we could sleep in, but when you got little ones in the house, he's probably been up for like 10 hours. Missed it, didn't you? That was like me recently with Kaufman. I know you do contests with him too. I miss it like 90% of the time because I don't know when those NBA contests lock. But
and yesterday I had an idea where we were going to play two different lineups because it was getting kind of boring just doing one lineup. I was like, let's do two different contests where you have to play completely different lineups.
I like that.
You can't duplicate Jokic or LeBron or whoever. And so I got one of them in, but I didn't get both of them.
Hey, I got this great idea.
Yeah, it was my idea. He's like, you only put one in line. I go, oh, yeah. Well, I was busy doing a bunch of different stuff. And that wasn't even the lineup I liked. I had stupid JaVale McGee. He played 0 minutes. Anyway, so I didn't get to build a lineup. I was literally just clicking on it as we were talking. I would have paid up for Lamar Jackson, I think, though.
You know what's funny? I'm going to look at my life because I made this last night. I do have Lamar Jackson. So I went with Deshaun Jackson, the captain. Lamar is in the lineup as you see him taking the first snap to give. Look at this. Oh, he's going to take it.
I had Ingram in my lineup. I swear to God. I can show you.
Gets caught there. What a run.
See my fake lineup? Just missed it. You see Lamar Jackson right there? Or Mark Ingram?
See Mark Ingram. Yep. Everybody remember that when he gets no more carries for no more yards, BK called it. Ingram with the big rip and run there gets him down to the 14-yard line. We see you guys in there. It looks like 100 and some odd of you in the BK Rossi contest. Jaro saying, BK Rossi, what's up? How you doing, Jaro? Salvatore, we see you. Evans, Marcus, Silver, Chambers, American, Dwayne, Fred, me. Smash that like on the way in. Appreciate you guys joining us. BK, it's been a while, my man, since we have teamed up. First time of 2021. Everything good in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, a little quiet here in Broncos country, which is good after they hired a new GM. Things have calmed down a bit. What I was going to say, though, is you're right. Not only is it our first time working in a while, it's the first time since you've been cleanly shorn, and I'm kind of late to the party because when you first did it, you were you almost look like a teenager. But
yeah, it's very dramatic when you go from the overly bushy, disturbing. Like I think one time you were like halfway calling me out, like you got to look professional, and we were joking, of course. But I'm like now, and then I was like, oh man, I took it to heart, and I said, let me get that. Just like we just see a touchdown there. For a second, I was gonna say Todd Heap. What am I living in 2003?
Todd Heap.
I thought it was him, but who?
I know that's Boyle.
Oh, Nick Boyle. I forget for a second. Oh man, I missed the Todd Heap.
I almost thought about rostering Nick Boyle, but then I didn't know who he was.
Remember the name. Lamar tosses it in. By the way, Nick Boyle owned in this game. He's the tight end too. Thanks, B-Rye, for letting me know. He's owned at just 2.5. So what a dart throw to pay off in this first opening of the contest. Just so you know, Lamar Jackson, 90% owned, captain and 43%. Ingram, not owned by BK, but would have put his numbers almost at 45. He's at 44%.
And Lamar would have been my captain. Yeah.
So you would have spent up.
I couldn't believe the lineup that I made. I can read you because it's still on there. Even though
go ahead.
Yeah, so fake lineup. Lamar, Hollywood, Marquise.
Yep.
Dobbins, Ertz in the flex, Ingram, and Alshon Jeffrey. So every one of those players averages 7.5, Dobbins being the lowest. But Hollywood, Ingram for 2,400 still averages 8.4. I know that could have been based on before they kind of took him out. Of the lineup of the rotation, but yeah.
Yeah, still would have been a good play. We have my lineup very quickly. Like I said, Deshaun Jackson is in the captain. Mark Andrews. I put Jake Elliott because I'm on brand with kickers. Lamar Jackson, Sanders, and Snead as we have Carson Wentz looking to take off. Is he going to find a receiver? Throws it across his body, across the field. Has a man there. It is caught. Carson Wentz 18 yards to Alshon Jeffrey.
See? I knew what I was doing.
You know what's funny? This is giving me like deja vu. This happened to us before, and you literally would have had like the most ideal lineup ever. Yesterday, I actually won a contest for the first time, or in a long time at least.
Yeah, I think I finished second or third last week. That's the best I've done. I did win one. I feel like I won one that you and I did.
You did, and you had the fake win, but then you had a legit win. Here comes Carson Wentz.
Legitimate win.
Again, throwing it too. Looks like that is Alshon Jeffrey grabbing another one. It is getting them down to the 32-yard line. Ping pong offense here so far for both teams. See, guys, Ingram is so cheap today. Had to take him, says Fantasy Hawk.
Yeah, 2,400 if he's still getting carries, and he almost earned his 2,400 on that first carry. What do you rip off? 40 yards?
I think it was more than that. We'll see the numbers in a minute. What a spin move there.
Fancy.
Nice run.
Sanders is fancy.
He is. We actually, last time I had the Eagles in a game, Bart Scott came in after like 4 straight carries. I think producer Drew was here with
Scott,
us.
the linebacker?
Sorry. Boston Scott. I'm just living in 2006 right now. Bart Scott, Todd Heap. Who else can we throw back to in these games?
Yeah, every time I hear Todd Heap's name, it just makes me sad.
Same here, dude.
Yeah.
What happened?
One of the worst stories of all time. You can Google it. We're not even going to
we're not.
Let's move on.
We're going to keep it positive here. And there comes Carson Wentz. Looking like
slide
Michael Vick.
and not get the first down. Although that was 1st and 10, so he's all right.
Yeah, 2nd and 2 set up here. By the way, we do have a great crew with us. We have Brian on the 1s and 2s all the way through 7 for our technical producer. We have producer Drew. We have Frangelico. Our guy, Derek.
I haven't worked a day game in a while because of my schedule right now. I'm having to do a little daddy daycare a lot of days, so I'm only doing night games.
Gotta love it, the off season.
Well, we have a new nanny coming from Ireland. But
you mentioned this before. Yeah.
She is going to be there for a while because of the spikes in COVID cases and State Department issues. So it's not that she doesn't want to come, but
got her off nannies are Irish us.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, somewhat.
1st and goal. It's an easy one there. Miles Sanders into the end zone for the touchdown. Almost too easy, some might say. But yeah, last time I said, like, you got to be careful. Sometimes those other running backs will spell if there's a lot of carries on one drive. Didn't happen there. Sanders, 2nd highest owned in the contest at 62%. So far, if you've... Let's see, where did that put me? Flying for Angelico. And
I'm still in fake first place.
Derek. I'm in 126th. Great. Out of 137. That's got to move me up, though. The points haven't been adjusted. Oh, actually, you know what? Never mind. It's because I don't have it updated yet. Here we go. Oh, nope. Still, never mind. Still 126. Did nothing for me. All right. Hope you guys are enjoying your Saturday. We're at the eve of conference championship. As you said,
we should talk about those games at some point, maybe.
I've heard that there could be a big deal tomorrow.
Depends on your perspective.
I like this part of it, BK. We'll definitely go back and forth. We'll ping around here today. You have 2 games or 3 games today. What are you doing?
I think I have 2. I guess correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I've got this one and then right after.
You're correct.
Cough. Yeah.
Yep. So then I'm back with Moose for a double header later.
A little triple header action for you on the day.
Yeah, we were
debating. Anybody done the 4 like I did a couple months ago now?
We talked about it. I think you've done one. I don't know about the OGs.
Those guys probably did close
in the beginning. But myself and Glash, probably right before you started, or it might have been right on the verge when we were doing the first playoff run. We did the first tournament back in August. He did a Saturday. There was just 4 games on both days because of whatever round of playoffs. So he did the Saturday, I did the Sunday. And I think talking to Madison, you then did one a month ago, give or take?
Yeah, give or take. I think it was in November.
Okay.
Because I basically took October off when we had the baby. So I think it was right around Thanksgiving or a little before. It was either a little before or a little after.
Gotcha. So that was the last time before it happened. And obviously we're going to be, in DK Sim Fam, this is something to be excited about. As much as it's a bummer that we're wrapping up the football season, like reality, but Sundays are going to be back in play here. It's not going to be leaderboard live. It's going to be back to the Sims starting next Sunday. Obviously Super Bowl Sunday schedule will still be determined, but I'm assuming it'll be a lot of coverage of, I don't know, it seems like a big game to spend the time on. But yeah, next Sunday we'll be back with the full slate of 6. So next week, all 7 days, all 6 Sims.
And doing the quick math, up until Super Bowl Sunday, that's probably 13 straight days.
Yeah. And look at this. Bry Guy and Drew letting me know. Lots of great content coming Super Bowl weekend here.
Love great content.
A lot of stuff going on for the Super Bowl as well.
I had my man Reed Fowler on my podcast again yesterday. He joined me the last couple Fridays.
Love that.
Helping people try to win some money between DFS and, of course, out here we get to use the DraftKings Sportsbook. So.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I think Michigan in the fold. So all of our I don't know if they're called Michigonians or
Michiganders is what they're called. And
are they really?
Believe me, it's. I don't know why they wouldn't just be Michiganians.
Michiganers?
Michiganders. Swear to God, I got to think there's somebody in the chat that can either explain or agree how silly it is that Michiganders is what people from Michigan are called.
That honestly just made my whole day. Like, you learn something new every day. Michiganders? Are you
Michiganders? Don't ask me why. Anybody in the Sim fam in the chat? I don't have the Twitch chat up. I'll pull that up here. But if anybody can explain or has an idea why Michiganders is what folks from Michigan are called. It is unique.
It sure is. Michiganders. Okay. We have the Ravens marching again. Just in case you're just joining us, Bree K, Brandon Cristal, Jason Rossi, happy to have you with us. Baltimore, it was a touchdown from Lamar Jackson, who's owned by everybody, including fake lineups. He was passed to Nick Boyle, and then we had a Miles Sanders touchdown. So that's why you see the score of 7-7, 2 drives, 2 touchdowns, a 3rd and 1 here. Lamar, quick drop, gets it. Is that Boyle again, or is that Mark Andrews? Mark Andrews. No, that's Nick Boyle again.
We've got an NFC title game preview coming up next, by the way, because I just clicked down on my app to set my lineup so I don't run into the same disastrous situation that we just had.
Sure.
So you're not playing. Are you going to build a lineup? I mean, you're not calling the game. You're going to build
for the next game. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. When you do, I feel like BK. I don't play him every day. I'll pop into the stream sometimes.
Big sack, by the way.
Huge. You see that a lot.
So you'll pop in and just check in, but you're not playing.
I usually don't, but when a day like today, when I'm going to have so many, I already saw the contest. Of course, I'm going to put a lineup in. Why not?
Yeah. I did one game a couple of weeks ago on a Friday and was so proud of myself, and I actually signed up for the game right after that I wasn't doing.
Yeah, we're back on here.
I started reading my lineup to Coffer to Glash, and I'm like, they're like, that's the next game. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm looking.
Oh, dude, you know how many times I've done that? Like, especially early. Like, if you ever do anything on the early, or like if you do 2 games, like the first one, you're like, oh yeah, I have for that Tennessee Raiders game later. I have that's not this game, dude. And you're like, oh. By the way, Mark Ingram off to a hot start. He had the big run. He's got 80 yards already on the ground. Just 1 quarter. The touchdown again by Sanders. He got 26.
I'm going to go out and say Ingram doesn't get the bonus just for fun.
Ooh, honestly, it's going to be, he got 2 more carries than I was expecting even after. So we'll see. Sure. It's going to be tight, but I kind of agree with you. Jeffrey's got 2 for 43. Boyle's got the touchdown, 2 grabs, 1 touchdown for 11 yards. Snead's got a grab and 2 for Mark Andrews. So nothing from the tight ends, only Alshon Jeffrey making catches for the Eagles. Miles Sanders again with the score. Producer Brian B-Rye, our guy here, says some historical accounts suggest that Michiganders was created by combining the word Michigan and gander. Well, okay. Wow. Well, there we go. It says, which means a male goose. Okay. The first use of the word is often credited to former President Abraham Lincoln, heard of him, while he was in the U.S. House of Representatives. Lincoln used the word in 1848. Remember that time, BK? Remember the good old days?
I remember reading that speech. I didn't listen to it or watch it, but I remember reading it.
Yeah, I remember reading it on ink on legit like cotton. Speech was criticized by Senator Lewis Case. He sarcastically referred to Case as the first governor of Michigan Territory as the Great Michigander.
Okay.
There we go. A little history.
How about that? So it sounds like it was a bit of a slight from Old Honest Abe, and the folks in Michigan are like, screw you, Abe. We're going to run with it anyway.
That's
where we are.
And honestly, if you really think about half of like things like that, we've come up with names and even like the term New England, it's a lot of like sarcasm that has turned into like history now. Sure. And even some of these team names and things. But by the way,
going down this road, do we know why New York changed from New Amsterdam? Like, what was the problem with being called New Amsterdam? What was their issue? I realize it's more syllables, but a longer name. But why they would go out of their way to change it?
Because there's no such thing as a dog named after that, so they went with a York.
They're probably not.
York peppermint patties were actually discovered. Peppermint patty would
have made more sense.
Yeah, sorry. Quick pivot. We'll edit the other part in post.
Ertz is in my fake lineup.
There he is, getting a catch. First catch outside of Alshon Jeffrey for the Eagles. It is the historians BK, Brendan Crisall, and Jason Rossi here with you.
You said all that. We got down that road on Michiganders because is gambling legal in Michigan?
Yes.
Now?
So BK, yes, BK and DK. You can now do some betting out there. So Michigan, welcome aboard.
Use promo code BK when you sign up.
Love that. By the way, quick question in the chat. You can finish that. I'm sorry.
No, there's some good promotions where you can do it on the fight tonight for new users. I don't want to get into specifics because we're talking Madden here, but
I got you.
can find it. It's right on the front of the app.
Oh, look at this. We got the answer here. Dutch Governor Pete. I'm not even going to try on that word.
Stuyvesant.
Look at you.
There's a bunch of stuff named after him. Bed-Stuy's named after him. Stuyvesant High School.
Is that true?
Next to the World Trade Center. Yeah, Bedford Stuyvesant is named after him and whoever Bedford is. And Stuyvesant High School is the one next to the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Interesting. Well, it says that surrendered New Amsterdam, the capital of New Netherland. Oh, look at this. Pictures everywhere. Look at this. History.com. Brian is working his tail off over here on the Google.
He's like, the stats are way off, but we know all about...
he doesn't worry about the stats. We got to hold...
I'm kidding.
That's what Frangelico's doing, and Derek. Actually, I bet you those guys are Googling this too. But yeah, it looks like they had to resist from England, but was unpopular ruler, and his Dutch subjects refused to rally around him. Following his capture, New Amsterdam's name was changed to New York in honor of Duke of York peppermint patties.
There you go. Duke of York, who organized the mission. All right.
There it is.
I knew that there was a reason. I was just curious why, and now we know. The more you know.
It is. Exactly.
You see where Larry King passed away is the run of older icons.
Honestly, it's so
keep losing.
tough one. Like Larry King, a lot of people probably divisive at one point over the last quarter century.
I think you do something long enough, you kind of become beloved.
I agree, and that's obviously a big thing we can talk about when it comes to the sports world, right? Like if you play
but
long
also
enough,
Larry King, he was kind of like Howard Cosell.
There. Oh yeah. By the way,
look at
this. Goodwin getting into the action. Touchdown for the Eagles. Second touchdown here. That's first passing for Carson Wentz. Marquise Goodwin, the speedster, gets it in.
Remember when he won the 40-yard dash contest a couple of years ago? Now, Tyreek Hill wasn't in it.
I was going to say.
I picked him to win, and here's why. Marquise Goodwin was in the Olympics, right? And I want to say it was for long jump. But the point is, he has a big-time track background. So I knew in races, he was going to end up in the best shape because he had won the most big races through college and even, I think, part of some relay teams and stuff on the Olympic qualifying level. And he did.
Yeah,
He's not the fastest guy in the league. Tyreek Hill is, but Tyreek wasn't in it.
But I was just going to say, if you're in any form of Olympic running, or jumping,
or
anything to do with your legs,
track,
I would. It's a good pick on your part.
But he just hasn't panned out. He's a great guy, and there's some great stories out there about. He's got a sister with special needs, so whether it was in Buffalo or San Francisco, and then I guess this year he opted out though.
He opted out, and I believe that was part of the reason. Now, don't quote me on that.
No, that sounds right though. He's probably part of high risk.
Yeah, in that she lives in the house with him, or he frequents their.
He has and he has her house completely because she's wheelchair bound, so. He made it all ADA compliant for her. But there's some good. It was at ESPN 30 for 30 or one of those.
I think it was one of those E60s.
Yeah, it might have been E60. You're right. Not 30 for 30, E60.
One day.
Not doing it 30 for 30. Marquise Goodwin getting his sister and mom a house. We're talking about Larry King, though. But Larry King wasn't as polarizing. I think he was like Howard Cosell in that he was a bit of a caustic personality, and then he becomes beloved because – the Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity's of the world, and if there's some people on the left that would even fall into that category, and I think there are. I don't think there's anybody that's been around long enough that's the icons that those guys are broadcasting-wise. I'm not sure they become beloved, even if they do this into their 80s and 90s.
No,
the way, say, Larry King has. Because Larry King was just a part of people's lives, especially as cable was becoming bigger. But before you had 1 million channels, you did have CNN, and he'd always have these huge guests. And he's had some iconic interviews. We do it for 63 years.
Seriously, he's even done book tours, as you know, like he traveled the country. But I think what you just were getting at too is like after obviously I was younger, we were both younger. After the O.J. Simpson trial kind of blew up the whole like news 24/7 cycle, I feel like Larry King was or CNN rallying behind Larry King to like get those interviews, like those interesting stuff. I recently watched something about JonBenet Ramsey. Again, I know we've gone down little dark holes here, but like Larry King was a major part of that because he interviewed like members of like the police that were involved with that. And that was just way before the era of Twitter, podcast, even radio stations interviewing.
Well, and all those
that.
other, I mean, Fox News didn't exist. MSNBC
Nope,
didn't exist. Headline News might have been a channel, but no one. I mean,
wasn't
I think
the same.
It was 8. You know, there were 8 minutes. There wasn't the stuff plus all the online beyond just Twitter, but all just the various platforms. So yeah, Larry King was at the forefront for a long time, and then just in the right place at the right time. But I made this point last night. I was on our night show here in Denver talking Broncos, but we were talking about Hank Aaron at that point because Larry King hadn't. Yeah. He may have passed. We just hadn't heard about it. But this is going to keep happening, and I feel like I may have said this on here before.
We did. We talked about this.
There's more celebrities, and there's going to keep being more celebrities. In the 70s, there were 3 channels, so you didn't know everyone on every channel, and you didn't know every player on every team. You didn't watch all their college games or see them on high school All-American teams. You might have read it somewhere in a magazine once or seen it in the newspaper once a year when USA Today picked their players of the year, but that was it. I mean, we've known LeBron James since he was in 7th grade.
I know. It's really is. It's wacky when you think about it, just how different. Yeah, and like bring back that point, like celebrities of the 70s, it's a smaller bunch, like compared to today. Now people are YouTube
when
famous.
Cap Anson died, nobody remembers his career the way everyone that was old enough, or just sports historians like ourselves and plenty of people on here that saw Hank Aaron's 715th home run and the guys running on the field, and we've seen that a million times, right? That just didn't exist in the 70s or early 80s. So this is going to keep. It's a long way of me saying, right, we're going to keep getting sad because heroes of today and certainly yesterday are going to keep. We're going to keep losing them. You just hope that they have a good run, like Hank Aaron did, or like Larry King did.
Yeah, for Larry King, 2 things always come to mind too. He was in Ghostbusters, which is one of my favorite movies, and he was also very big thing. At least for me, I'm a wrestling guy, and this is huge, regardless if you are or not. After the Chris Benoit situation, I know we keep going down dark territory, but I promise you, it's sunshine and rainbows from here on out. But he had the famous interview with like all these wrestlers talking about like concussions, and that's where in concussion situation, what a pun! Oh, it's going into the end zone. But he had all these conversations with all these athletes about concussions, and when that became a bigger thing, head trauma with athletes, that was huge, and that was all on the Larry King Live, which was a night talk show, which you weren't having those conversations on Regis and Kelly at the time.
Right. Well, Regis and Kathy Lee.
Yeah, it would have been Kathy Lee at that time.
Yeah, and so I'm not trying to bring everybody down, but just get used to this. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Here's something.
Buckle in for some depression.
This is a crazy stat, and we're closing in on the anniversary of Kobe Bryant's passing.
Yeah.
And that was a weird day for everyone, but I was at the Pro Bowl working with Westwood One, and the news hit right as the Pro Bowl was starting. So you want to talk about taking the wind out of the sails, and it really did. And I still haven't had a chance because Lisa Salters did the first game of the year, but I haven't had a chance to ask her about. She did that game, and then I would see her. She kept doing the game. Like they could have had someone else. John Sutcliffe was there for ESPN Deportes. They probably could have had him do both or figure something out because she had her makeup person with her. She was crying at every time they weren't talking to her. She was just, in tears. And then, I was working with Amber Theo Harris, and we were just kind of piggybacking a lot of stuff they do. We weren't always on the same side, but she was talking to Drew Brees, and we were going to talk to Drew Brees. And so I was watching her talk to Drew Brees and asking, this is all off camera. And she's like, oh, have you guys met? He's like, yeah, I met him maybe once, twice. He's like, I wish I would have got to know him more. And he's like, what about you, to Lisa Salters? She's like, well, he was my guy. Like of all the guys in the NBA, he was my guy. And, she made it through like a true pro. And I almost think that she maybe did that. She kept working because she knew if she didn't, she'd be even more grief stricken. It's just interesting because when you see the sideline reporters that obviously they have makeup artists, male and female, and female, might have a little more to do just because it's the nature of that deal. But, sure. But normally you get them pregame, halftime, and that's it. The makeup artist had to stand by her the whole game, like on the field, because of
every
how sad
moment.
It was.
Yeah.
But that was a very long preamble. I know Jordan Lindenbaum's mad that I'm not talking about the.
Who cares?
Noticing I'm not talking about the same. It's 14-7. If something happens, we'll tell you. But and maybe it will. Look at Marcus Goodwin showing that speed.
Is that? Oh, he gets to the end zone, touchdown. You mentioned the speedster. There it is. Marquise Goodwin, second touchdown of the game. Again, not highly owned in the contest either, so he is really the reason there's such separation. Just 21% owned BK in this contest.
So we need to double check this fact, though. I was going to say that. So
Yeah.
Kobe passing away is, I want to say, in however many years of the NBA now, 65 years of the NBA, only 3 NBA MVPs have died. That's it. Some crazy number. I mean, you see Bill Russell and you see Kareem. And so just guessing, if Kobe was the third, Wilt, assuming Wilt won an MVP, and maybe did Pistol Pete, or am I missing somebody? Again, we can double check this.
I'm going to look it up as we go as well. But I did have, that is a legit number. I know it was at least 2-3 months ago during this situation. I remember that coming up in a conversation.
Yeah. And hopefully these people stick around forever, but at some point, time's undefeated.
The very first one, Bob Pettit, is alive. So the very first NBA MVP, Bob Pettit, still alive. Kuzi, alive. He passed away. Oh, did Kuzi still alive? I thought Kuzi passed.
When did Kuzi? Maybe he's one of the three.
No, you're right. He's still alive.
Come on.
I know, he's my guy too. Pettit, Chamberlain, Russell, Oscar Robinson. Kuzi's still alive. Everyone's making fun of me. I got it. My bad. Let's see.
Louis Daniel getting on me about never talking about the sim too. When stuff happens, we talk about it, like the big touchdown. Do we care about a 24-yard return?
As I like to say, I'll make this. I'll get this out of the way. We're both doing a couple games. If you want us to do strict play-by-play for this the whole way through, I don't think you do. I really do.
You're not going to smash the like. You're going to just change the channel. You're going to watch KU and Oklahoma.
And if you want, most importantly, if you want a certain topic or you have something on your mind, shoot a question at us. I know sometimes we might not listen to every single question, but shoot a question. You want to redirect it? Go ahead. Listen, it's a Saturday. We're all chilling out. 500. Appreciate each and every single one. You have so many options. Appreciate
customers, as Glash referred to the other night.
Is that what he calls them?
Yeah, it was an accident. No, I think it was an accident.
Oh, thank you, customers.
Steven Leibowitz in the YouTube chat points out, hey, smash that like for Cap Anson. Yeah, you didn't think you were going to hear about Cap Anson today, did you?
No, he sure didn't, as well as Hank Aaron. Smash a like for all these guys.
Well, you might have thought you were going to hear about Hank Aaron.
Well, I'm just saying, just to piggyback on it. By the way, Mark Ingram, still 3 carries, just 80 yards. BK, so far.
Feeling good about that prediction.
Touchdowns in this one. Again, if you're just catching up with us, he's BK. I'm Jason Rossi. Hope you guys are doing great at BK Denver Sports. Follow him along. He was mentioned at Reed T, the smartest man on planet Earth and very handsome Hawaiian man on the podcast. Go check it out. What is the name of the podcast again, BK?
The Broncos Daily Podcast. It's pretty straightforward.
Is it released, would you say, daily?
It some of the time. Admittedly, the weekends not
different.
After last year, I did it every day for the whole football season, 7 days a week. And you realize on the weekends, people are just playing catch up. Like I would track the listenership, so I've just kind of condensed it, made them a little longer later in the week. You go behind enemy lines and all that. And now it's in the off season, so I'm doing 3 or 4 days a week. I'm not doing all 5 because there's just nothing going on as we get closer to free agency and all that. Certainly, but I previewed the NFC title game along with Reed yesterday. I previewed the AFC title game on Thursday. I can't just talk Broncos because
how much can we got? Yeah, listen,
I can only break down the O-line so much, and I will do all of that. But when there's big stuff going on in the league, you got to talk about it
without a doubt. By the way,
the next 2 weeks will be a Super Bowl preview.
Cheers, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. We're rocking and rolling here. Touchdowns. Marquise Goodwin's got 2 from Wentz. He's the leading receiver in this one. You also have a Miles Sanders run, and for the Baltimore Ravens, so far a quiet day for Lamar overall. He's got the passing touchdown to Nick Boyle. So we're going to talk, obviously, the 2 championship games. I also want to ask you a quarterback futures question. We can get to that probably towards the end, but let's start tomorrow. Which game? I think they're put in the right order. Do you like the order of the games? You got Bucks and Packers. And then you have what did you say?
I'm laughing. Jordan Lindenbaum, I have bad insomnia. So when that happens, I play back a BK sim. It puts me right to sleep.
I wish that worked.
Happy to help.
Yeah.
We're full service here. If I can knock you out, great.
More than happy. Crank it up even louder. Get the whole family to sleep. All right. So I like that order of the games. Bucks. I feel like the Bucks and Green Bay are the better, like sexier quote unquote matchup. And I kind of like that we're getting it right away. I think like it's just going to leave you such like wanting more. What do you think? Would you rather Chiefs Bills first? What do you think with the stack there?
I made a Millie Maker lineup, and it has Aaron Rodgers in it. and it's got a couple of the Packers. I was surprised how many people you could fit in. Now, that was a big fumble.
And he's going to return it.
On.
The Baltimore Ravens strike first in the second half.
Patrick Queen, the rookie?
The speedster, Patrick Queen, yeah.
Yeah, Patrick Queen, looking like a king.
A lot of people, a draft king.
Was that good play-by-play?
I like that.
Everybody?
Everything was great. I also think Patrick Queen is somebody that's making a lot of organizations second guess. He played real well.
The Broncos really wanted him. I do know that. They were trying to trade up for him, and Baltimore wasn't moving. They were trying to get to him.
Could you imagine that? That defense with him. By the way, defense owned in just 15% of leagues.
So my picks before the playoffs started, and it wasn't that surprising, but I went with the chalk because I thought the Packers were playing well enough, and everything's going through Lambeau, even though it's not a real crowd like it normally would be in Arrowhead. But with Patrick banged up, we don't know how his toe is, how he'll play, and then obviously the Bills playing pretty well. I won't be surprised if the Bills win, and I certainly won't be surprised if Brady and the Bucs win. I'm picking both home teams, but I'm not convicted on it. I'm not like, oh, take it to the bank. Let's put up your mortgage. Yeah, don't do that. Because very realistically, you could have all three scenarios in terms. Right? Is that how many different scenarios you can have?
You can have 4 scenarios, right?
4 scenarios. Whatever the scenarios are, all could be realistic.
No, without a doubt, and that's the one exciting part about this. Like, I love the Browns story. Like, I did want to see the Browns win last week, but like, I don't know if we were really ready for a potential Browns Super Bowl, and if that would actually be exciting. Like, aside from the story of it, I mean the gameplay. But again, that's just my take on it. But I like that we're getting Bucs Packers right away. Producer Drew saying he wishes it was the second game. I understand that. I just think it's going to be a great action pack. It's a nice 3:00 Eastern, 1:00 Mountain. Noon. Are you kidding me? How awesome is that? Noon start in the West Coast. So you're going to get Rodgers, Brady. You're picking the Packers. I'm also picking the Packers. It's been a real difficult to be a Patriots fan watching this Tom Brady postseason, but I think that there's just enough that the Packers can do to stop them when they need to. And I think that offense is just clicking on all cylinders. And the Bucs, as well as they played defensively, let's just be honest, the Washington football team had a quarterback they weren't prepared for, so he snuck up on them a little bit. And whatever you want to consider Drew Brees had last week, which really wasn't much. Like, I hate to be like, it was almost like they haven't really had that challenge. I think Rodgers on the road, I know it's another road game, which is another historical thing if they win this one, pulling like a Giants back in 2007, which also makes me want to throw up in my mouth. But I think that the Packers have enough firepower, and people want to say it's a Devontae Adams and Aaron Jones, they move the ball. No, they're just the focal points. There's Tunyon, there's MVS, who usually has 1 or 2 drops and a 60-yard catch in there. Lazard, you've seen St. Brown make a play or two. So I really like what the Packers bring, and I think they can not expose, but I think combat that really hot defense for the Bucs.
It's funny you mentioned St. Brown, because I was talking about my lineup with my 14-year-old yesterday, and I was explaining who Equiminius St. Brown is, and how he and his brothers, their dad's last name is Brown, and changed their last name. It's a fascinating story.
It really is.
But I said that's the kind of guy you have to have, I think, because so many good players are available and can fit in all these different budgets because of the way DraftKings just has it set up.
Yep.
That you're going to need Equiminius St. Brown, and he'll obviously have to score a touchdown, but that's the kind of guy that will help you win $1 million this weekend. I think I'm going to do a second one because I really could use $1 million. I didn't win $1 billion last night. Some Michigander did, Jason. Seriously,
Ganders.
That's where the winning ticket was sold in Michigan.
I didn't win.
But the idea that you go against Mahomes, right? And Reed, when I had him on my podcast last week, said you have to put Mahomes in your lineup. He's like, you have to pay up, you have to put Mahomes in, and you have to put Kelsey in. And I think I looked at the $1 million lineup, and it definitely had Mahomes in it. Because even though he got hurt, he still was right. Didn't he have a rushing touchdown and another 1 or 2 throwing, and was cruising towards 300 yards. So he had, I think, the best day. And that's, probably what helped lead to $1 million winner. I'm guessing the week before it had to be Big Ben, right? Big Ben threw for 500 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, no one talks about that, by the way.
But so I don't want to have a situation where I'm relying on Rodgers, which is great, but don't give Mahomes a chance too, right? Mm-hmm. So it may cost me a couple extra bucks. I may because it's championship weekend, and like I said, I could see all 4 scenarios. I may do 4 lineups. I know it's going to cost me $80, but if I'm $1 million richer, it's worth it. Where you do all 4 quarterbacks.
Why not? Take a shot. You only got one. Listen, you're right. This is the time to do it. You got to manipulate those lineups. Going back to the St. Brown thought, like you were saying in those contests, like you got to find guys like him. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be, for the Buccaneers, like now with no Antonio Brown? Look at this. What a run. The second touchdown. Miles Sanders spinning his way to the end zone. Turn on the blender. Miles Sanders in 4-6.
Spin cycle. He's a spinning machine, man. It's like a top. It's like a dreidel.
This is the second time. Mazel tov, by the way.
Akeem Lavelli says, I won the $999 million lottery. Well, that's cool that you're hanging out with us after winning $1 billion.
That's pretty sick. You and Patrick Mahomes can talk about like your yachts and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I had some good plans too if I was going to win, but now I'll just keep doing these sims with you, bud.
All right. Well, in the meantime, till the next round. Yeah. I've always said this, and we won't get too deep. I don't want that's too much. I want because you're going to get famous though, and like maybe in the wrong way. I know. Listen, I'll take it, BK. And you know what? If I win, I'll give you like $50.
All right, I appreciate that.
No, you know what? I'll buy your house. You have to remember that it's on camera. So
where am I going to live?
No, I'm going to. Well,
okay.
Is your house paid off?
No. I thought you meant like you were going to buy it from me, and then I was going to have to go find a place.
No. I always like to make.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Drew, B-Rye, Frangelico, and Derek. You all get
you get a house, and you get a house.
You can get a house. That's it. But
so I looked this up last night because we were having this conversation with my brother-in-law. There's like 7 states where you don't have to declare that you were the lottery winner. Massachusetts is one of them?
No, it's not. You have to.
No, Colorado you do too.
Yeah, okay, so we're both.
Yeah, because I joked with my wife. I think it's like New Mexico. There's like 6 or 7 states where you can win and you can be anonymous, which would be preferred, right? I don't know how you kind of hide it if you take the cash option, $530 million after taxes, but you could do it, just live modestly, drive a Honda Accord. But I joked, I was like, you better turn your phone off the second that you get done with that press conference. I said, and then go to Cricket Wireless. And she goes, why wouldn't you just go to Verizon or AT&T with my wife? Because I don't want to wait in those lines. It always takes an hour there. Cricket Wireless, and I'm just throwing out
get in and out.
Give me a new phone, and I'm out.
Bye, everyone.
My life will be nothing but burner phones at that point.
Yeah.
I'll contact you. Don't get a hold of me. I'll get in touch with you, and we'll go do fun stuff.
You won't hear me. I will hear you.
Yeah, my outgoing message will be like, if you know how to get in touch with me, good luck.
If you're looking for me, I already contacted you. That's all you need to know. Goodbye. And that is true. Zach's saying in Massachusetts, you can hire a lawyer to cash for you to stay anonymous. I have heard that.
So Massachusetts, you can stay anonymous. So Alaska, Florida, Nevada, South Dakota, Texas, Washington, and Wyoming. Oh, that's state income tax. That's not what I wanted.
Well, either way, we didn't do it yet. I still believe if I'm going to win something, I want it to be in that like 12 to 20 million range because no one's talking about me. Nobody knows me. I'll be right back here at 4 o'clock. But don't get me wrong. I'll take the $900.
About that before with the $1 million. Everybody on here, $1 million is going to change everybody's life, but you're in for, what is that, 600, 650 after taxes.
Yep, take it.
So you can certainly pay off houses and get out of debt and do some things. And you could live comfortably, but most of us aren't quitting our jobs. I guess it depends on how old you are and how much money you already have.
True.
But
yeah,
$650,000 is probably you make
modest payday
and figure out what's next. But odds are you're not going to be able to live for the next 30 years on the $650,000. Maybe.
Probably find a way, but just like you said, real modest. You want to move into the real boonies.
Well, here, so Jordan Lindenbaum is telling me, don't waste your time with the Millie Maker. We're not telling anyone to waste their time or not waste their time.
No, do whatever you want.
Enter single or 3-entry tournaments, you'll win more and easier. I understand that. I'm not trying to win more and easier. I beat Kaufman all the time. That's great. I'm trying to win $1 million. I know the odds aren't great. I know there's people that put out 100 lineups or 70 lineups or whatever it may be, maybe more, and spend a lot more time on the analysis and all the different permutations, especially with a smaller slate. But there's only one contest where you can win $1 million. So
take a swing.
Yeah.
Steve Davis said you can change your name with Social Security Department and then claim the prize and then change it back. I changed my name to Jason Rossi.
Okay. I guess you could do that. Fantasy Hawk said you can stay anonymous in every state. I don't think that's true, Fantasy Hawk. I think there's some states where
I think he's going with the lawyer route. Maybe that lawyer route. But again, you do really want to hire a lawyer when you're dealing with 990.
Yes, you definitely do.
Well, you do
you
for
hire
certain
a lawyer
things.
and a couple of financial advisors.
Actually, yeah, you're going to have a whole squad. Who am I kidding? But
yes, I already
mean,
know who I'm hiring. Like, I know my friends that work on Wall Street. I'm like, hey, you're not working for that company anymore. You're my full-time financial guy.
Absolutely. Well, let's say this, just for fun. Everybody in this, like this doesn't, just $1 million. We'll just say that. What is the one thing you would do for sure?
That's a better question because
$1 million. I don't care how you win it.
Situation's a little different. 650. See, JJ Fat says 650. I could retire easily, and maybe you could, but I also don't know how old you are and what you're doing. I know that I've got all these darn kids, and 650 grand is maybe going to get us, through partway through elementary school.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, with kids.
Right. I know my mortgage is. My wife likes to ski,
Yeah, we got to live that life.
Yeah, but there's stuff going on.
Bry guy saying he said, I'd take a chunk out of my student loans, LOL.
Yeah. See, there you go.
Pay off student. Look at that. Yeah, Derek saying the same thing. Pay off student right away.
A chunk. I mean, 650 grand. How much?
Well, let's just say $1 million. We'll round it up just for argument's sake.
Okay. You call it a full
So we'll say you won 1.6, whatever.
Okay.
You get
I'm
$1
just
million.
trying to win the Millie Maker, which any of us could do, including me tomorrow.
Yeah. So what would you do? What would be the first thing, BK, you would do?
So if I won, I'm going to go with $1 million. If I win this tomorrow, because I'm going to probably put in 4 lineups with all 4 quarterbacks.
Yep.
And then one of the combinations would have been the winner.
Sure.
I am probably paying down a little bit more on this house, but we're looking up in the mountains and getting a ski house, and maybe not a full a ski condo of some sort.
Sure. That's
exactly what we're doing. And when we're not there, we'd likely, put it on VRBO or Airbnb and pay the mortgage that way in a normal year and people are going up there. We used Airbnb a couple weeks ago.
Hell yeah.
But it's not like it will be when everyone's vaccinated.
Sure.
Back to normal. And then those will pay for themselves. Problem is I have a wife that wants to ski, so she's going to want to be up there a lot. It'll be hard to make as much money as other people do that do it as an investment. That's the first thing I'm doing is, looking at ski properties.
I dig it. Fantasy Hawk says $1 million. I'm doing nothing. I'm not doing anything different. I'm chilling. Okay. Well, that sounds fun.
Just chill. People will still be on here. I know it sounds crazy, but
I know, but I'm thinking you're going to do something. Like when I have $1,000, just because, even in a pay, like I spend something. So I'm thinking if I had $1 million, obviously, like aside from like potentially home and all that, I think like I'd want to get like something super memorable that's like rare. I know this sounds random, but like some sort of like piece of art or something that like is memorable to me. I'm a wrestling fan.
Rookie card.
Honestly, but I'm being like something like a Princess Di Beanie Baby, but like just something random. So whenever anybody asks, it's the most ridiculously dumb answer. Like charity, of course, we all know that. And paying off your house, getting a car, great. But I mean, like I want some random artifact.
But that's not going to be the first thing you do. You said what's the first thing you do? The first thing you do is get on eBay to buy.
I was just gonna say, but that's
a Princess Di. Beanie Baby.
Honey, you go pick up the money. I'm going on eBay to get that $58,000 Beanie Baby.
I can't miss this auction. If I don't keep
10
on
hours,
this bid.
10 hours. By the way, Lamar Jackson is stinking out the joint. We get it. He stinks today. It happens. First time playing Fortnite. Thanks, Drew, for pointing this out. He's asking you, what's your favorite ski resort in Colorado?
So let me point this out. And my answer is going to be different than other people's because I don't ski very well. I'm from Texas, and I'm not one of those people that grew up in Texas coming skiing all the time. I was always playing sports. My family didn't ski. I mean, I had some cousins and aunts and uncles that would come ski, but they never invited me because I was always playing something. And so I snowboard pretty poorly. I've never actually skied. My wife, who's from upstate New York, ski raced in college.
Yeah.
She lives on the mountain. My 14-year-old's been skiing since he was 2. My 2-year-old skied for the first time last week.
Awesome. That's awesome.
I'm fine, chilling, drinking a beer, watching football, basketball, golf, whatever's on. I'm watching it. And I'm with all the little kids now. I'm like, got a 3-month-old. Like, I'll stay with the baby. Live it up. And we were up in Copper Mountain. You have to have reservations this year in almost every mountain because of COVID and them limiting the amount of people. So they all have different pluses and minuses. Breckenridge is my favorite actual ski town because it's got the downtown and the main street. Vail's got the coolest village. Beaver Creek has great skiing, I've been told. Breck is really windy. So like I would pick to live in Breck, but my wife wouldn't because it's too windy. So she wouldn't want to ski where it's always windy. Sure. And it's near Keystone. And then we went to Telluride this summer, so it wasn't ski season. It did snow though, which was weird. It was July. But it did snow. I guess it rained a lot. It was just cold. But Telluride seemed pretty damn awesome. When we were thinking about winning $1 billion last night at dinner, did look up some properties in Telluride.
Okay.
Be neighbors with Tom Cruise for $7 million. I don't know exactly where his house is, but it's a long-winded answer, and I listed 10 places.
Well,
Telluride might be the answer, though.
I dig it. Well, two things. M. Vance says, do they put the $1 million in your DK account, or do you contact you with the big win? It goes in your account.
Good question.
I've seen it. It goes in your account. Someone who won one of the contests in 2019 or 20 took a screenshot, and they showed it was in their account. So
yeah, you just better make sure you're talking to the IRS.
Yeah, get everything ready. This guy won the $1 million. It might have been the baseball world championship a couple months back.
I do know DraftKings has some cool stuff because I did the commercial read for it coming up next week for Super Bowl related contests. There's a bunch of just DraftKings.com. Nothing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just
crazy stuff.
Yeah, like they're giving away. I mean, I could pull it up like $100 million or something.
That's why, like we said, stay tuned here. There's so much stuff to come. Sims aren't going anywhere. Contests are going to be flying. Obviously, got the NBA, the NHL, and the UFC tonight. Plenty of stuff to go through. But just go back quickly to tomorrow. So we both think Packers. We kind of talked about that. So what, BK, the Bills win. I have to just paint the picture this way because I think we both think the Chiefs. How did the Bills
Ingram
beat
got
the
a carry. By the way, he lost yards. So he's at 82. How do the Bills win?
Yeah, like if it plays out that they win, how do they do it tomorrow?
So there's going to be a couple things. Patrick's toe-foot thing is going to be bothering him, and he's just not going to be the 100% dialed-in, super awesome Patrick Mahomes, which means it'll likely come with either underthrows, overthrows, a turnover here, a throw behind a receiver, gets tipped, pick six, turnover in the minus territory where it's an easy score. So I think that and the Bills defense has proven to be opportunistic, right? In recent weeks, they've scored a bunch of points. So I think that will contribute to it. And then Stephon Diggs will go nuts because we just found out Rashad Breeland did clear concussion protocol. But the Chiefs secondary is suspect other than Tyrann Mathieu. And Tyrann Mathieu will not be on Diggs hardly ever. He'll be on Kelsey a bunch. And they may be on Tyreek Hill some.
Yep. Sack real quick in the game there. So
he'll be on.
I got you.
He'll be on Knox and he'll be on Cole Beasley. Sorry.
No, you're good.
But I don't love, even with Breeland healthy, I don't love Kansas City's corners. And I do love the way Stephon Diggs is playing. And then I think you'll see Josh Allen use his feet. Mm-hmm. I won't be surprised if Josh Allen has 50 yards rushing tomorrow and probably a rushing score.
Yeah, and fourth down here real quick. Let's see. Lamar's been stinking out the joint, overthrows it a little bit, going for a sneed. It looked like Hollywood Brown. Incomplete. So 28-14, 4:10 left. Not a good day for the highly owned Lamar Jackson. No, I agree so far with everything you're saying because I think Stephon Diggs, by the way, either way, I think this game he's having a ridiculous game. I think he's having a historically memorable AFC title game, in my opinion.
So think about that if you're trying to win money, whether that's $1 million or otherwise. Mm-hmm. And then also I think I do think Devin Singletary is a nice play because of how average the Chiefs defense is. So Singletary could get 5, 6, 7 catches and could end up with 60-ish yards. I'm never going to predict anyone's going to go over 100 that isn't obvious, especially in the playoffs.
Sure.
But
yeah, I think what you said, I think it's just, the thing is the Chiefs have played very average in I don't want to put it, I'd say 70% of their games from 3.5 quarters. They'll have that monster part of somewhere in the game. As you saw, you saw up close and personal with games against Denver, the game against the Raiders, they played good for the beginning and then stormed back at the end. The Atlanta game towards the end of the season, even in these playoffs, they haven't played that oh my gosh, they're going to blow your doors.
Yeah, they're living on the edge, right? And this is the best team that they're playing. I understand they beat them in Buffalo earlier this year. I think that game was in Buffalo.
It was. It was that Monday night,
Monday afternoon.
5. Yeah. That was a great game.
Yeah, afternoon for me, night for you. But yeah, so at some point it's okay, you think you can turn that switch on, and with Patrick Mahomes, there's no reason you wouldn't think that, but I won't be surprised at all if the Bills win. Again, I'm not going to pick it.
Nope. Same.
I'm going to say the Chiefs. And then same with the other game. There's no world where you're surprised if Tom Brady connects with Evans and Godwin and that defense plays to its talent, because Shaq Barrett and JPP, I think, have been underwhelming rushing the passer this year. But they get Vita Vea back.
I was going to say Vea back in the lineup. You had Sue.
That'll free things up for Sue.
And Sue and Rod is like is rent free in Rodgers' head. Rodgers has that guy in his head all the time. He talked about it earlier this year with their game. They almost got in a fight, jokingly. I guess they said it was more funny than not. I don't believe them, either one of them. Obviously, we know the history with the two: the stepping on the hand, the back, the other players. So
they don't like each other, and that's fine. I love it. What a bad throw, but they look like real life Carson Wentz.
2020 Carson Wentz right there. I was just looking also weather for tomorrow, just for argument's sake for both games. Sunday in Kansas City.
Cold, right?
It's going to be, it looks like high 30s. So
warm.
No, it's not warm, but for what you would expect in this time of year, and Buffalo, so it's not going to affect too much. It could be raining because that game, actually, no, I'm still early. Let's see what time. So it could be, it's raining tomorrow morning. That game's technically 6 or 5 o'clock.
5:40 in Kansas City.
So then Green Bay. So that looks like it'll be somewhere in the 30s. And Green Bay weather, I know there's snow in the forecast. It's 20 degrees currently there. And tomorrow, snow and 30. Around, we don't know. I can't. Oh, yeah. It looks like it could be game time. There could be some snow in the forecast for the game. It could also pass by that point. I hope it's snow. I just want the visual.
Snow will be good. Tom Brady won't be bothered. Gronk won't, but some of those other guys might be a little bit if it's really snowing.
Yeah, and that's another thing I want to say, just to go why I think the Packers have an edge here. While I understand Tom Brady can rally an entire organization, as we've seen this year, what he can do. But a lot of these guys, offensive linemen, defensive linemen, a lot of these playmakers have not. What a catch there! Is this Willie Snead?
Picked off.
I did too. Going to the end zone, Willie Snead the fourth.
That could be a difference maker right there. Somebody's winning some money. Somebody's getting knocked down. My fake lineup did not have Willie Snead.
At least he's honest.
It had Lamar as my captain, though.
We'll see what that does for Angelico and Derek Hardis working SOBs on the stream. Captained in 1%, 2%, we'll round it up, and owned in 30, including mine. That is Willie Snead. So here is Justin Tucker booting in. No field goals. Bad day to have the kickers. But just to go quickly, as we will see the lineups change here in a moment, that I think, the Packers have lost these games, over the last 10 years? Like eight times?
Right.
They keep losing these playoff games. And this is the first time they've been home in an NFC championship game.
Which was wild. That was a wild stat. I didn't know that.
Yeah, since Favre. And it's Rodgers' first time. The thing is, they obviously can crap the bed in these games. A lot more under Mike McCarthy. Last year was the first time with LaFleur. They were quote unquote overachievers last year. We all talked about it. 13-3, soft defense stunk. Rodgers isn't playing at a different level. Going to be the MVP. I just see this game as an opportunity that, everything we say about the Packers, it's been the past few years. A lot of these players have been there and seen what failed, what didn't work. Where this Bucs team has no experience with this. A lot of these players, it's the first time being in the playoffs. So that's where I think a little bit of that part of it. I understand the coaching difference, but I really like what LaFleur's done. So I think they're going to get the job done tomorrow in Lambeau, regardless of weather and situations. But I think we're in for a great day of football, either way.
I really hope. And I don't think anyone wants to see a 10-9 game, snow or otherwise.
No.
We don't need to see scores in the 40s, but I think we want to see all four teams in the 20s at least. And if a couple teams break 30, great. And you want to see close games, right?
Yeah.
It kind of goes without saying, but this is the four best teams that a lot of people had predicted. I had the Saints before the season started, but quickly realized before Drew Brees got hurt, and then certainly after he came back, that he just didn't have it in the tank, and we saw that play out. All these guys, the two old guys can certainly make all the throws, and Colin Rogers old is a little insulting, but he's 36 or whatever. Older, but Brady can still make all the throws. I think Brady's biggest issue is just timing with his weapons.
And they've come together. Like Tom Brady, I still believe, and this is, you can call it still being a Brady honk somewhere, which I'm really not right now, but I still think Brady throws the best ball, and I think right behind him is Aaron Rodgers. Like these guys.
He does not. Aaron Rodgers throws the best ball.
I still Brady. I don't know. With some of the throws I've seen this year, maybe on a consistent basis. I'm not wrong. It's an opinion. Don't yell at me.
Well, right, but anybody that especially quarterback nerds,
I can't believe
will tell you that Aaron Rodgers is everyone's favorite quarterback. That they watch him the most with the ease and the way he throws the ball and the way it just lays in there. Or
Patrick Mahomes talks about it.
To put a dart right. Everyone loves Aaron Rodgers. I don't know if Tom Brady would concede that, but
I think Tom Brady would concede that personally, just knowing in interviewing and conversation.
So Brady will, but you won't. That's fine.
No, because it's modest. He's a modest guy until this year all of a sudden. But I think that he would say, "Oh, yeah, right." Like in press conference this week, he already said. I think he said Aaron Rodgers throws the best ball that I've ever seen in my 20 plus years, in college and in pro. So I get it. We're going to get some knees here to wrap this one up.
Our producer says Brady hadn't been able to throw deep balls his entire career. Don't listen to the fake news media, except for when he had Randy Moss just to run under it. That was.
I don't care about. Yeah, that's true. I'm not talking necessarily deep ball.
Here, real quick, Carter Robinson says, BK,
please.
what do you think about Gabriel Davis? Seems like he's been catching a lot of balls. Definitely won in the Millie Maker contest. Yeah, I was having that conversation yesterday with my buddy Timmy. He was working on his lineup too. That
Tyler Johnson,
be, sort of like Equiminius St. Brown. Yeah, you're gonna need Gabe Davis or someone like that, I think. And Josh Allen has looked his way because Diggs gets so much attention. Beasley gets attention. He's always one-on-one on the backside.
Yeah, I also think for me, what I was going to say earlier, we were going all over the place, was the play without Antonio Brown, Tyler Johnson. There's going to be a player 2 for him out there for the Bucs, so watch out for him as well. So that'll do it for us here, BK. This is a lot of fun, man. This is what happens when you don't talk to a guy for 2 months. If stream goes by fast, B-Rye smoking it, producer Drew, Frangelico, Derek. Everyone's a bunch of goats. We'll get you the final here in our tournament. We'll just say BK won, but
my team was good. My team was really good. I don't know. I didn't have Sanders. I didn't have Godwin. So if anybody had them, they would have beaten me.
Well, I'll tell you, somebody did, and we'll get to that in a second. By the way, he was right. Ingram ended with 6 carries, 82 yards after 80 in the first quarter. Did not get the bonus. No bonus for Sanders. He got 95, 2 scores. Lamar Jackson let everybody down in the receiving category. Ertz 8 for 72. Snead had 95 in a score. Where's Goodwin? I just want to check his numbers in a minute. Deshaun Jackson had 3 for 42. Bad play on my part. And the captain Sanders 4 for 18. 80 yards for Goodwin and 2 touchdowns. So it's a tough one. Nick Boyle had the 2 for 11 in a score.
I think Goodwin's because what was his percentage?
Goodwin was 21%.
Okay, I think he's my player of the game.
I think that's a good call there. So he will get the, I'm going to call it the Brandon Cristal player of the game. Why do we always give you a cough?
The crusty Cristal player of the game.
Extra crusty.
Crusty.
And this one, who's your, the Jason Rossi, why does he still have a kid award? Well, not still. His baby's taking a nap award.
What was Dobbins' numbers?
No,
again?
dude,
were Dobbins'
don't
numbers?
overthink it. Don't overthink it.
I think it's Dobbins, right?
He
barely called his name.
Yeah. His numbers were bad. Yeah, he was owned in, I can give you the exact number. I was thinking Lamar, but he did have that touchdown at the end. He still stunk. Dobbins was owned 24%, so really actually not that high. So you have Lamar was owned in 90 through 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, but everybody had him, so
true.
It
Carson Wentz, he played well. Sanders played well. Zach Ertz did fine.
Twice.
Deshaun Jackson, I could be.
That was your captain.
Yeah, it was. I'm most disappointed in him.
How many points did your captain have?
Oh boy, he had a whopping 10.8 in the captain. So that means he had about 5?
Something like that. Yeah. So it's I don't know, it's coin toss probably between Dobbins 21 yards. No, it's Dobbins.
All right, give it to Dobbins.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Either way, I'm upset. The winning lineup in our contest was Doggin, SS, Miles Sanders in the captain with 40 points. Lamar Jackson just 15. Still think he could be a 2. Goodwin with 22. Ertz with 15. Willie Snead 18.5. And Mark Ingram with 8.8. Congratulations. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. This was an absolute pleasure. This mug you see right over here, he's going to be back with Adam Kaufman for your 2 o'clock. I'm going to jump in that one. It is an NFC Championship Madden preview. Packers, Bucks. He's taking the Packers. Maybe Koff will talk him out of it. We'll see what happens there in the next one. BK,
I just can't wait to call the game. I'm going to make Koff call every play and read every comment in the chat, Jordan Lindenbaum. That's all we're doing, the whole sim. I got to go make my lineup. I'm going to spend an hour making my lineup.
He's going to massage the lineup for an hour, getting those millionaire contests. Go and what is your, is it BK is the code?
At BK Denver Sports.
But then your code if people are signing up for the first time.
Oh, yeah. You're signing up. Yeah. If you haven't, well, I'm sure everybody has, but it's,
I know.
Yeah, just know. BK. Just
go.
BK. Tell your friends. Just
at BK Denver Sports. Check out the Denver Broncos Daily Podcast. Did I say it right this time?
Yeah. Broncos Daily Podcast. Yep.
Check it out. Subscribe. Leave a 5-star review. I'm Jason Rossi at Jason D. Rossi. I got the Pop Culture Pile Driver. It's a podcast as well. More about random stuff. We reviewed The Office Season 5, if that's what you're into. Check
season
that out.
5. Was it 9 seasons?
It was 9 seasons. Yeah, I've never seen the show before.
So what happened in season 5?
you check out on the podcast.
Well, no,
I'll very quickly let you know that's when Michael Scott, Paper Company, Idris Elba comes in. A lot of the switching. It was a very odd season. Pam goes to New York. Then they find out she's pregnant at the end. Spoilers.
Right.
Yeah, check that out. We reviewed it, went into detail. It was a lot of fun, but that's it. That's what we got for you. I'll be back at 4:00 with Moose. This handsome, very friendly, smart son of a gun who knows a lot about Googling things and producers who dropped a lot of knowledge on us. It was history in the beginning. We'll be back with Kaufman in just about an hour. We'll catch you guys then. Stay hydrated, be well, stay positive. See you soon.
What's up, everybody? Welcome in. Good to have you with us here. Adam Kaufman, Brandon Cristal, and this is an NFC Championship game preview. Of course, big game tomorrow, lots to talk about, and it starts right here with the Bucs and the Packers. How are you, buddy?
I've been better. I'm just glancing down after watching my Jayhawks lose to OU. It's the first time since 87-88. Now, we did win the national championship that year. That KU is 4-4 in conference play. First time that we've lost 3 straight games since 2012-2013.
Well,
so other than that, doing great.
That I hope things improve for you.
We have high standards at the University
Tough
of
start
Kansas.
to a Saturday.
It's okay. It's going to only get better through the weekend because I am excited about not only the sim, but the actual championship games tomorrow as well.
Yeah, obviously lots to talk about concerning these two games. Of course, we know we've got a seemingly healthy Patrick Mahomes getting ready to face the Bills. And of course, this game, which frankly, I am more excited about because I just think from a historical standpoint, it's going to be a really cool experience seeing Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers duel in the playoffs. Not something we've had the opportunity to see before. And NFL's been hungry for this matchup for years. So, it's right around the corner. But in the interest, obviously, of this sim and lineups and whatnot, because they have locked, what have you got for this one?
So I did something I don't think I've ever done. And I think I was inspired by Marquise Goodwin's 2 touchdowns last game. I captained a player who's not playing this year because his numbers are good in the sim so far. And Devin Funchess is my captain.
Yeah.
Then I went with both QBs. Leonard Fournette, because he's been alternating games with touchdowns. I had to roster a kicker, so a suck up. And then the Bucs D did a little research. Last time they played the Packers in a sim, 2 picks, 2 sacks.
Ooh. Look at you looking back in the game log. Love to hear it.
And it's nice and sunny there. I'm not sure that'll be the weather tomorrow in Green Bay.
Yeah, it's supposed to be what, 20, 25 and snow potentially?
Some snow potentially. So we'll see how frozen the tundra actually is. Not an actual tundra for the record.
So as we are underway, the Packers ball first, of course, and we have producer Drew, Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s here with us, our technical director, as well as Frangelico and Derek, our great game ops crew. Again, BK, AK. So I originally, as I was building my lineup, also had Devin Funchess in the captain spot, but I maneuvered after building out, for the most part, the rest of the lineup, and I had a little extra, so I paid up in the captain spot for Aaron Jones. I have Aaron Rodgers. I do not have Tom Brady. I have Mike Evans, though, as well as Funchess, and then some value. I've got Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and I have, I know you're waiting for me, people, to say O.J. Howard, because typically O.J. Howard is a must. He is an autoplay for me when it comes to Buck Sims. But no O.J. today, which means he's probably going to score 4 touchdowns. I have LaShawn McCoy, though. LaShawn McCoy is another solid value play here for these Sims. We'll see how it goes.
Rodgers, what a bad throw.
Incomplete on third inches.
That was terrible. Did that get deflected?
Atypical.
He looked like Jared Goff
on there. Not good. Steven right there with you says, Funchess captain, baby. Me too.
There we go. Fantasy Hawk. Excited about Funchess too.
Yeah. Jamal here earlier, even before I gave my lineup. Cough, what's up? Need O.J. Howard to get some. I know. I hear you, man. I hear you. Look, I'm still going to pull for the guy because I'm loyal to a guy that I play, I guess, apparently 99.5% of the time. Fantasy Hawk says, I went McCoy and Howard Cough. I originally had that too, Fantasy Hawk, actually, and then I had enough cap space to go, and I don't remember who I paid up for ultimately and took Howard out. I guess maybe it was MVS.
That was a nice catch for Godwin. I was debating captaining Godwin because he scores more than Evans does if you go look at the game logs. But he's not on my roster. Brady is
ownership in the larger free rolls. We do have a run 3-yard pickup out of Uncle Leo, Lenny Fournette here with 3 yards right there, 2nd and 7. Aaron Rodgers is the most popular plays in 3/4 of lineups. Devontae Adams, who has been hot of late in Simland with a couple of Sims anyhow, has about 58% ownership. Aaron Jones at 54. Then Tom Brady, 47, 40 for Evans, Godwin, and Fournette, as well as MVS, all in the high 30s, low 30s for Funchess and Gronkowski, Miller, and McCoy, and Lewis. as well as Lazard, all in the 20s.
TB12 almost picked off.
I feel like we can say that every drive in these sims, no matter who's playing. At least every drive you get an almost picked.
Yeah, it's a problem, and it'll be a problem if it happens in real life tomorrow. I'm still going with the chalk. I was talking about it last game with Rossi. Those were my pre-playoff picks. I had the Chiefs all year long, but I won't be surprised and won't be sad if either outcome happens. I think it'd be cool to see Rodgers in the Super Bowl. I want to see Rodgers win a Super Bowl, but it would be a fun story if Brady gets there and the Bucs are hosting. We'll put that in quotes, but the first team ever to have a Super Bowl in their home stadium. And I think it'd be cool if the Bills are there. I do think, we talked about this the other day, I do think that, maybe I mentioned it to Glash, that Mahomes is going to win a lot of Super Bowls. But it doesn't have to be every year. It doesn't have to be right out of the gate.
Doesn't need to do it right now. He's got plenty of time.
I mean, that strategy we all thought for Marino, who didn't win after going in year 2. So I'm not just going to all of a sudden write it in. It just feels inevitable. And they may win it this year. And they'll have 2 right off the bat.
Well, and maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe I'm just not remembering those early Marino Dolphins teams, which, forgive me, I guess. But, Patrick Mahomes, let's say you think he is not as good as Dan Marino. And I bet a lot of people, and there's a recency bias element, would already put him ahead of Marino in terms of on-field talent. But let's say that you don't. He is surrounded by more than Marino ever was in Miami already. So I think that it feels like a safer proclamation to say that, hey, Kansas City's going to get back if it doesn't happen this time around.
But here's the thing. We know about the parity in the league. We're seeing in the playoffs all these good young quarterbacks in the AFC.
Sure.
Deshaun Watson in the AFC. Justin Herbert's in the AFC. So there's 6 that you really, really like, I think. I guess it depends on what you think of Lamar and Baker. Okay, so there's at least 4. But I had the guys from the morning show on 610 in Kansas City. They're the Chiefs station. So one of them, my buddy Josh, is a sideline reporter. And one of them brought up the point that this could be the best team he ever has, because it's at some point that big salary is going to kick in, and he's going to be counting $45 million against the cap or whatever it is. And I believe that's as early as next year. I haven't seen exactly how it's structured, but we know the cap's not going up as much as it should, and it may even go down a little. So you're not going to be able to, that's going to be a touchdown. No, bro.
Ooh, so close. Gronkowski to the 1.
I could use Fournette right here. Come on, Fournette. Don't let Rojo vulture or Shady.
McCoy, baby. Yeah, we're no Rojo in these sims. We won't see him, but maybe a little Shady.
But Tyreek and Kelsey are there now, and they're in their prime. Chris Jones is on that big deal. There is a chance that this is the best in terms of veteran, best team that he has. That's easy money. Jeez, Mike Evans.
Oh, yeah. Mike Evans, touchdown. Piece of cake. Tom Brady had all the time in the world, and the Bucs go ahead. No, you're right. You make a good point, obviously, about, the salary cap structure for that team, because, as you said, his contract is going to kick in real soon, and I'm not sure off the top of my head without actually looking it up what the salary structure is right now for Hill, for Kelsey, some of the elite talent around him.
Let's look at it.
But it's not, we can't pretend that like that unit is going to be together for the next 6-7 years.
Well, and those guys are going to get older. Patrick's 25.
Sure.
And it's just funny when you click on his contract. And Deshaun Watson's second at 156. Patrick, $450 million. But I didn't do teams. He's 25 or whatever. I think, right? He's 25. Kelsey's got to be close to 30, and Tyreek Hill's probably 28. Tyreek Hill is the fastest player in football, but won't be forever. Let's see. Here, active contracts. Let's see how this is structured. Oh, that's just this. They have a multi-year summary. That might be the way to go. They have a lot of money that they're paying to Frank Clark off the edge. Honey Badger's making a nice chunk of change.
How long are Kelsey and Hill, since they are the most important next to Mahomes on that offense, how long are those guys under contract?
Let's see. So we'll do Hill first, because he's making more than Kelsey by a couple. They also have Eric Fisher, their left tackle, is making $11 million. So remember, Hill signed that muted deal. Everyone thought he was going to be the highest paid receiver in football, and simultaneously all the stuff came out with his all the stuff with his girlfriend, baby mama.
Right.
And so they end up signing to a 3-year, $54 million deal, which means he's got 2 more years left till he's an unrestricted free agent. So this was the first year of that new deal at
Okay.
22
so he's got a couple
million.
more seasons.
Yeah, in dead money. So 16 million this year, 15, then 18. So 2 more years, and he is 26 years old and 328 days. So he will be 27 when next season starts, which means he's 29 at the end of the, or 29 when the new deal starts. Now Kelsey, who we know is a little older, not making as much money, but making 13.2, 4 years, 57 million.
Who's got the Bucks DST? Quick pick 6.
That would be this guy right here, because I mentioned that they picked off Aaron Rodgers twice and sacked him twice.
See,
So-
research matters, folks, and we say there's no correlation between Sims.
Well, I just think that Todd Bowles has Aaron Rodgers' number a little bit, at least virtually. So here, Travis Kelce signed, I don't know exactly when he signed the deal, 4 years, $57 million, but he is under contract for 4 more years. It really kicks in, the extension kicks in next year. But
So they've got a solid window.
they've already
right here.
given him all the guaranteed money, though, as part of the deal.
Yeah, but
through
you're not
this
gonna cut
year.
him.
So they're not going to cut him, but if they do, it costs them nothing any of the next 4 years. And there could be a restructure, but he's making 7.5 next year, then 13.2, 15, 17. He made 13.2 this year. So the way they kind of set it up was a lot of it went on this year and then take a step back. So I guess he will have Kelsey for a while. Kelsey will be 36 though at the end of this deal. Kelsey's 31 right now. I don't think I realized he was already that old. So Kelsey's already 31. I get that tight ends can still be big and get open, but he's not going to be able to use his speed. You know, Chris Jones just signed that new 4-year deal. It's at some point the chickens are going to come home to roost, so to speak, right? Eric Fisher, the left tackle. You just can't keep paying everybody. Mitchell Schwartz makes $10 million a year. So if Patrick, this is going in next year, somehow Patrick counts less than Frank Clark. 25 for Patrick, or 25 for Clark, 24 for Patrick, 21 for Jones, 19 for Matthew, 15.8 for Hill, 15 for Fisher, 13.5 for Kelsey is what they're counting against the cap. 10 for Anthony Hitchens, 10 for Mitchell Schwartz. That's a lot of guys. That's 10 guys making the bulk of your money.
Right.
And you just can't keep doing it. Let's see. Let's just jump to 22 because that's when Patrick's numbers go way up. Real quick. I know everybody cares about the Chiefs salary cap.
14-0 Tampa Bay late in the first quarter, by the way.
Patrick's number in 2022, 31.4. Frank Clark, 26.3. Chris Jones, 22.7. Tyreek Hill, 20.6. Hitchens, 12.7. There's no way Hitchens is going to be around for all of this. He's just not good enough. Anyway, so all of that, and you just can't keep it together. And then the health part, right? The idea that you stay healthy year in, year out. I get that Mahomes is always going to be the difference maker, so as long as he's healthy, they'll be in it. But think about the years that you didn't have a number one guy for Brady. He didn't always get to the Super Bowl.
Sure.
And some years he did. Gronk was out and he still got to the Super Bowl.
2nd and 3, $1:20 left opening quarter here as Aaron Jones has himself a couple of catches. 44-yard line for the Pack, trying to cut this deficit in half. Brother Phil says Mahomes is Marino's arm on top of Elway's legs, throw in Montana's brain, and a sprinkle of Romo's improvisation. He is just a stupid good collection of skills.
Yeah, and it's funny that you mentioned Romo there because Romo on Bill Simmons' podcast about a month ago was talking about quarterbacks checking boxes. Said he checks the most boxes, right? He can use his legs well enough to extend plays and really pick up yards when they're there, but certainly on 3rd and 3, pick up the 4. Also create the space he needs. He can keep going backwards and make every throw like Elway and Marino could from 14 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He is learning to read defenses. You remember seeing him on that show with LeBron James, the barbershop show, where he's like, yeah, I'm just now starting to figure out how to read defenses. He's doing all this just kind of on instinct. He's going to only get better and better and better. And then he is statistically the best quarterback of all time, right? Didn't we talk about that the other day? That now that he's qualified with 1,500 passes, he's the highest rated quarterback. He's got a 5-to-1 touchdown ratio.
Sure.
Fastest to 100 touchdowns. He is number 1 on all of these lists, and the only ones that he's not number 1 on the list will be the accumulative stats that'll happen at the end of his career, right? He can't have 80,000 yards right now because he's played 3 years.
Well, look, I mean, early on in this season, halfway through the season, whatever it was, I mean, you had articles coming out about how, and what year is he? Year 3
He's
at this
year
point?
3 as a starter, year 4 in the
you had,
league.
right. You had people saying that Patrick Mahomes, if heaven forbid he suffered a career-ending injury tomorrow, he's a Hall of Famer already. And
right. And I don't know if that's 100% true.
Obviously, like to me, he wouldn't be, but
no, the Hall of Fame would not vote him in
sentiment.
right now. Let's say he said, I'm going to go play baseball tomorrow. I own part of the Royals, but I'm going to go play. It's like, I'm just done with football, right? He decides he's done. He would not be in the Hall of Fame.
Your version is a little less doom and gloom than mine.
Yes, he would be in the Hall of very good, very great, but not in the Hall of Fame. There is an element of longevity. He didn't have to play 15 years to get there. He could play 9 or 10. But like Andrew Luck was on his way to a Hall of Fame career. He will not be there now. Right. Cam Newton has played, was this year 10? Cam Newton has played 10 years.
Yeah,
before this year, you would have thought he was on the way to a Hall of Fame career. That is no longer the case.
Well, I don't know about before this year. Maybe before like 3 years ago.
Okay, maybe. Right. He's winning the MVP. There's a difference between Hall of Fame and Hall of Very Good. Very great, even. There just is. And I know that those words, you can make the case that great and good even sound better than fame. But because the Hall of Fame is the ultimate, we have to call it something.
Alex says, LaShawn McCoy, where are you? Lewis says, hey, Koff, is there a sim going on here? Occasionally, Lewis.
I'm in 5th place, by the way.
You are. Matter of fact, as we check in on our Mad Matinee, the NFC Championship Game Preview Free Roll, out of 156 entries, Lord Silverman is sitting in front by about a quarter of a point. BK 5th, a dozen points off the lead. I am 86th, which is not great, Bob, but we'll see how it goes.
That Bucks D.
Yeah, huge. 18 points to date. Brady in the captain spot for the leading lineup for Lord
Stuffed
Silverman.
your captain. Stuffed him.
Aaron. Stopped on
two Aarons. It's confusing.
Yeah, a couple of them. Where
do you think Aaron Jones lands next year? Because he will not be a Packer.
I'm still waiting to see if Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Packer, but that's a conversation we can get to.
If Aaron Rodgers, as dumb as the Deshaun Watson trade talk is, I mean, it's fun for us out here in Denver. The idea that Aaron Rodgers won't be a Packer is just crazy to me.
Yeah, no, me too. But
and I think to them, I don't think they're trying to trade him. I think they drafted
Jordan Love. Beautiful
mystery,
his future.
I think they drafted Jordan Love to draft Jordan Love. El Bongo says I think Andy Reid is a Hall of Famer. He is. When you go to that many NFC title games, yeah, he definitely is.
It was debatable before the Super Bowl, but he's got the ring now.
He's got a ring because Cowher only has one ring, and he's in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Andy Reid will be in the Hall of Fame. Innovative play caller, big coaching tree. Yeah, he'll be there. A lot of wins.
Here's a good one from Luke Murphy, and some people have been weighing in on this in the chat. Rank the 4 QBs left right now, not all time and their place in history. Right now, as they take the field on Sunday. Josh Allen, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers. Are
we factoring in? I have Fournette too, by the way. Are we factoring in Patrick's injury? Or are we just saying, hey, if Patrick's healthy and I get to pick any of these 4 for tomorrow's game to get me to the Super Bowl and then try to win me a Super Bowl, so I have him for the next 2 weeks. All right, if you're going to tell me that Patrick's toe is close to normal, he's a normal Patrick Mahomes, that changes how I vote.
Yeah, I think we're ranking them right now. As you're like you said, you have an opportunity to roster any of them, and you're ranking them in order 1 through 4.
Gosh, I'm so torn because Rodgers has been my favorite quarterback for so long, and Mahomes is kind of moving him off that spot. But then Rodgers goes and throws 48 touchdowns this year. It's definitely Brady last right now, even though I won't be surprised if he wins not 1 but 2 games. No one's going to be surprised. So in reverse order, I'm going Brady, Allen. Maybe I am taking Rodgers the way he's playing right now over Mahomes. But I don't feel good about it.
I would go...
You're taking Brady 1.
No, I would go...
Picked off.
Rodgers, Mahomes, Allen, Brady. That would be my order.
So, same order.
Bry Guy here. Yeah. Bry Guy, though, on the 1 through 7s, is going Mahomes, Brady, Rodgers, Allen. That is his order.
Brady second?
Well, I think he's put. I'm guessing he can explain himself, but I'm guessing he's putting a lot of credence in Brady's, the way he is historically represented at this stage of the playoffs, and just has confidence that he'll still be that guy.
Yeah, Robbie Noble says Rodgers, Allen, Mahomes, Brady. And look, by tomorrow at 7:45 Eastern, we could be saying, I guess it's 4:40 here, 9:45 Eastern, we could be saying that Allen outplayed Mahomes. And it may be because of Patrick's toe and everything else. It may just be because Allen outplays him tomorrow. He's going to have Diggs. He's going to have Beasley. He's going to have Dawson Knox. He's got Singletary out of the backfield, Gabriel Davis. He'll be able to run. I think he's going to pick up 50 yards plus on the ground. It will not surprise me at all if Allen is the best of all 4 quarterbacks tomorrow. Shouldn't surprise any of us. He's right on the cusp of being the MVP this year.
Kicking Club says, I'd go Falco. He only played 1 year in a replacement year, but he did awesome.
Falco's high up there, sure.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't take Shane? So Bright Guy says, taking that bum of a Bucks franchise to the NFC Championship game, you got to put him number 2. Here's where I disagree, Bright Guy, about only that logic. I mean, you could put him 2 for other reasons if you want, but here's why we'll quibble with just that. Bum of a franchise historically, sure. You're going to tell me this is a bum of a team? I mean, look at that loaded
the roster's
offense.
very similar to what it was last year, and Jameis couldn't do a darn thing with him.
Well, Jameis turned the ball over 42 times.
Sure, but he also threw 40 touchdowns.
I don't think so. Was it 40?
Yeah, didn't he go 40-40? That was the thing.
I think it was
30-30. He went 30-30.
I think he went 30-30. And he turned the ball, but he was picked off 30 times. He fumbled the ball and turned it over that way, a dozen times. I mean, there's a big difference between 1, passing for 30 touchdowns and passing for 40. And 2, if you have a quarterback who comes in and doesn't turn the ball over 42 times, it suddenly doesn't look like such a bum offense when you have Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, obviously, Fournette had his moments and Gronk had his moments, but you have all those other weapons just in general. I don't know. I mean, Drew says, and he is obviously fighting back against my logic, which is fine. This is the forum for it. It's what we're doing. Says, so if Alex Smith was the Bucs QB last year, they're going to the NFC title game? No, of course not. I mean, he means this past year, I think, because he's done. But Alex Smith was not as good as Tom Brady. Yeah, I'm not dismissing how good Brady is. I'm just saying a part of what has made him so good is what he's had around him. Like, if you put Brady back on the Pats this season, as so many of us hoped had happened, he wouldn't have looked like this. I mean, he would have been better than Cam Newton, but he wouldn't have looked like this.
Another sack for my Bucks D, by the way. Ricky Bobby ranks him Uncle Rico, Rodgers, Mahomes, Allen, then Brady.
Fair. I mean, he could throw the football over them there mountains, so I get it. Look at that. Oh, man. Apparently you just got to roster Devontae Adams all of a sudden. Guy went from a no-show wide receiver 1 for so long in Madden 21, and now he's on the map. 56-yard score Devontae. Captained in 19% of your lineups in the larger free roll. And Brad Guy wants to know where the hell Paul Crewe is in that order.
I know. I was going to mention Paul Crewe.
Totally fair.
Paul Crewe's career cut short by his reckless behavior. He's like the Aldon Smith of quarterbacks. We talked about this the other day. I really just want good games. And Rossi and I talked about it too. I want games in the 20s, all 4 teams scoring in the 20s.
Same.
There's more scoring, great. But at least games in the 20s. If the weather's a part of it, cool.
And I'm not saying, by the way, that's easy to rank those guys 1 through 4. Like, these are 4 of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. But you got to rank them somehow. And I would put Brady last right this second among those 4. He's not as quick. He's not as agile. He's not as talented. He's smarter than the rest. He's more experienced than the rest. You just kind of have to debate where that slots him. He probably has the second best offense around him next to the Chiefs, as good as that Packers offense is. That part matters, for sure. Carter says, I do think Aaron Rodgers will be a Packer next year, but I don't think he will re-sign a new deal with the Packers. I think after the contract, he'll leave and go elsewhere. Yeah, well,
he's got 4 more years.
I was going to say, like, the guaranteed money is up, but he is under contract with Green Bay the next 4 seasons, technically. So they got either he's playing or they got to cut him at some point. Brady hits Gronk for a first down.
Trade him.
Or trade him.
I would trade him. You're going to get more back than just cutting it.
But how many teams are
going to pay Aaron
Rodgers?
Rodgers? This is what you owe him, okay? Guaranteed money. Next year they are on the hook for a bunch of money. But you're right. I guess I'm trying to see where the guarantee. He has 98.7 in total guarantees, so there's still guaranteed money coming in.
Yeah, like he's got a big contract ahead of him, even though it's not guaranteed.
And so next year he's making 22. The year after that, 25.5. This is cash you're gonna have to pay him because the bonus came from the Packers. You don't have to pay any more of the bonus. That was done. It's 57.5. But 22 million next year, 25.5, 25.5. You want to know who would pay that? Every team that doesn't have one of those young guys, and even some of them would have to consider it. If the Browns could trade for Aaron Rodgers, even though they like Baker, they would do it. There's a lot of teams that are trading for Aaron Rodgers.
Well, I mean, I've thrown out here recently on these sims. I can't remember if I said it to you or somebody else. Well, I mean, that would be a dream come true for me, and I bet Rodgers
couldn't even wear number 12
too. But that's not what I was going to say anyway. Much as I would love to see it, I don't think it's likely. What I was going to say is, I could certainly, if you want to lump the Patriots into this conversation, I could certainly see the Patriots, as I've said for months, going back to like October, getting Jimmy Garoppolo back. And if we're talking about the Niners moving on from Garoppolo, as Shanahan has said, it's because we're upgrading. How about Aaron Rodgers, hometown team, the team that passed over him in the draft, winding up with the Niners? That I could absolutely see that happening.
Yeah, and it's the same offense, maybe even a little bit better because Kyle, some people think, is a better play caller than Matt LaFleur, and it's his offense, kind of. It's his version of Gary Kubiak's version of his dad's version of Bill Walsh's offense.
There you go.
And that's what everybody else is running. That's what LaFleur's running. That's what McVay's tweaked his a little, but they're all running Kyle's offense, basically. So I think it'd be fun to see him with the Niners. I'd take him here in Denver. Not that I'm not enjoying getting to know Drew Lock and covering him, but
heck yeah, you would.
Shady,
how about that?
Look at Shady helping you out.
First of the day, Shady McCoy. Nothing shady about that play at all.
First of the day, like he's expecting play. multiple shady TDs.
Oh, yeah, you're damn right. He's actually in a quarter of lineups in the larger free roll, so a lot of people recognizing that value from Mr. McCoy. I'm still probably barely top 100 in our smaller free roll, but we'll see after everything is updated. Again, manual scoring. We got our guys Derek and Frangelico catching up in the chat. Let's see what else is going on here. All you guys in the DraftKings conference room. While we're at it, smash that like. Haven't mentioned that yet. North of 500 people watching just on the YouTube. Hit that like button and hit the subscribe button. It is greatly appreciated. Can we make one big push here in the opening half to 150 likes? I think it's reasonable. Hit that like. What do we have?
Did you get a haircut there, Carl?
People, I did. It was needed.
Yeah, I was supposed to get one Thursday. My wife went skiing instead, so I'm getting one Monday. And then it'll be fresh. For
meaning that left you on
Monday
child
night.
duty is what you're saying.
Yes, I was watching all of it. I have
Luke says, go ahead.
No. What's Luke say?
I was going to say, Luke says, I got a question for BK because you're doing the Millie Maker. Feel free to chime in too, Koff, but I'm confused on what to do with Adams, Diggs, and Hill. I played Diggs and Adams, but what would you do? Well, I'd watch this long touchdown, potentially.
Almost.
Yeah,
Lazard. Potentially.
Had one man to beat. Alan Lazard, far sideline. So what would you do, sir?
So I was talking about this before, that because I had Reed on my podcast for the second straight week, and last week he was adamant you have to play Rodgers no matter what. Or I'm sorry, Mahomes, and he did. He was right. The winning lineup, the $1 million lineup, did have Mahomes in it. I think
even though he only played 3 quarters.
I think the value on Rodgers is there, but I may, as I was saying, may put in 4 lineups with all 4 quarterbacks. I still will probably be wrong, but that way I have all my bases covered, even if it costs me $80. $80 to win $1 million seems worth it. Plus, I could probably win money in those other ones. I could win all top 4 in all 4 spots, but
sure.
Seems unlikely. I
dare to dream, though, man.
So I think I ended up as this one lineup. I have Adams and Kelsey and Godwin is kind of the way it shook out for me. But if you've got Adams and Hill, you got to go even further down. Who's that?
A big boy
MVS.
pass to MVS out of Aaron Rodgers. Leaping through.
Armando Salguero is throwing out this, and I don't know where he's getting it from on Bleacher Report. I'm seeing this from Bleacher Report, that Deshaun Watson's top 2 choices are the Jets and the Dolphins. I don't know if Deshaun Watson had said that, but Armando Salguero saying it. I don't know what the appeal is for the Jets unless Deshaun just loves New York. I mean, he's a Georgia kid. Miami seems pretty straightforward, but the Jets have been a dysfunctional franchise.
Do you think he's going to move in general, or is he going to be on that team when the season starts?
I just can't see a team that's that dumb. It's one thing for Josh McDaniels to trade Jay Cutler.
Texans
it's another
have done
thing.
Some remarkably dumb things, at least in the Bill O'Brien era.
Right, and Bill O'Brien's not there, so you have to think that Nick Caserio and whomever the new coach is, and now Jack Easterby being more in charge, and Cal McNair. It's just like, it seems incomprehensible. With Caserio trade, Watson get back his draft picks.
Right, because obviously O'Brien ditched them all, so we get ourselves a touchdown here. Is it Funchess? Yes, sir. Funchess of Funchess.
I'll take it.
This is the kind of game we're looking for tomorrow, by the way. Already about to be 24-14 opening half. Let's go.
I dropped to 102. Oh, now to 91. Okay.
It's going to help me climb. I just moved to 27. Here we go. That Rodgers Funchess stack. Raiders for life. 202 sitting in first by about a quarter of a point. On top of Get That Cheddar.
I got to be way higher than this. 36. Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Well, okay,
so saying, to finish
Caserio, would he make that trade to get those draft picks back?
He has like no picks the next 3 years, right? At least 5 picks.
Yeah, and so I get it. It just, whenever the trade doesn't make sense to me from the value of losing a player, I always talk about when Mike Trout was kind of rumored to be on the trading block a few years ago, and that Anaheim just thought they couldn't put enough around him. They weren't going to, he just wasn't going to stay. He was going to go to New York, whatever. Just trade him now and get 7 or 8 top prospects back from, and you're not going to get a team's top 8 guys, but you'll get a franchise's top 3 prospects for Trout. But you're hoping that one of those 3 or one of the 6 or 7 that you trade for maybe turn into someone near Mike Trout. And while I get that Deshaun Watson hasn't really won anything, he has continued to show you that if he just had a little more help, he's going to do his part to keep you in games, right? So I think that you need players, but you can get creative. You can trade other people and you can trade back in the draft a bunch each year and just keep getting more mid-round picks and trade up here and there. You can trade your 5th, 6th, and 7th for an extra 3rd, right? There's things you can, or 4th. There's things you can do that aren't getting rid of your top flight quarterback to hope that maybe down the road you're getting a top flight quarterback.
Right. But maybe you're getting a whole bunch of other pieces around him that,
okay.
I mean, obviously, like if you're making a trade with Miami, then you can understand the Tua return if you believe
you're getting
that,
Tua back, right?
If you're high on Tua, who's a top 5 pick. Now,
and who knows if they are.
Right. And I'm not Nick Caserio, but I can't understand making that trade with the Jets to get Sam Darnold back. I would be higher on Tua than Darnold to this.
I don't know. There's plenty of people that are higher on Darnold than Tua. What's Tua shown you? What's Tua shown you? He's shown you that he doesn't take chances. Hasn't
shown you much either, but
Darnold, you've seen him go in games they didn't need to win, play really well against LA, right? And you've seen him over the years make some big time throws. There were plenty of people that had him number 1 on their board just 3 years ago, ahead of Baker, ahead of Lamar, ahead of Allen, ahead of
a lot changes in 3 years.
I get it.
Haskins was a 1st round pick,
but part of what's changed is a dysfunctional organization with a dysfunctional head coach dynamic in the building where nobody liked Adam and vice versa for the most part. And right, he had the final year of the Todd Bowles era as a rookie.
Right.
I can't remember who was calling his plays then, but he's a rookie. And so what makes the Darnold trade more appealing if I'm Houston is, one, okay, I've got Darnold for a couple years, and they're going to have to probably pick up his 5th year option, and that'll cost him $20 million next year. but you can afford it. It's less than what you're paying Deshaun. But you would get the number 2 pick, very likely, and they have 4 number 1s in the next 2 years. I'm not saying they're going to give you all those, but if they give you their 2 number 1s and one of those Seattle picks, all of a sudden you're way back into this conversation about adding pieces around what I think is a real starter in Darnold. I think a lot of personnel people and coaches would agree. The Miami pick, there's a reason that Miami made a run towards the playoffs, and it wasn't because of Tua, it was because of Fitzpatrick. He played well at the start of the year. He came in and helped them win some games. To me, Tua's ceiling is a little bit closer to Alex Smith's, unfortunately, unless he decides to let it rip. He's so scared to turn the ball over that he's just not making any plays. Right? His completion percentage is high, but how many touchdowns did he throw?
I sort of feel like some of that is on Brian Flores. Like Flores got a lot of credit. Maybe I'm wrong about this, and you tell me, but Flores got a lot of credit this year, a lot of credit for how he managed that quarterback situation between Tua and his development and Fitzpatrick, the veteran. And as an outsider, which obviously I am, I thought it was a mess. I didn't think it was handled well at all. I mean, both guys were benched or sat multiple times over the course of the year. It was just, Fitzpatrick has been around long enough to, understand how it all works, to have confidence in himself, his abilities. Like Tua as a rookie, especially coming off, the offseason injury and then early season injuries, that just felt like to me a blow to his confidence almost week after week when he was going through that process, to where maybe he was just afraid to be unhinged, to be unleashed under Flores, because if I do and I turn the ball over a couple of times, I'm done.
That could be part of it, and I don't know enough about the dynamics. I guess we could hit up our pal Bees and ask him.
Yeah, we could.
But
we'll FaceTime him, get him on the line.
He completed 64.1% of his passes. You'll take that from any quarterback any year of their career. 1,800 yards, 11 TDs, 5 INTs. So you double that, and I know he's not going to have played 18 games, but it'll be a little less than that. So 3,200 yards, 20 TDs, 9 picks. That's Alex Smith most years. Alex Smith didn't help you win Super Bowls. He got the Chiefs to the playoffs a bunch. He got Washington in part to the playoffs this year. But look at the 4 quarterbacks. Look at 7 of the quarterbacks playing last weekend. I get Breeze wasn't who he was supposed to be. And the 4 quarterbacks tomorrow. Unless Tua can show you that he's one of those guys that will carry the team, that can go make the plays, then I don't need him. I don't want him.
Right.
And he's 6 foot. He's not as fast as people think. He runs fine, but he doesn't run great. I wasn't that big on him coming out, and that hasn't changed. So Darnold is a little more appealing depending on who they hire as a coach and what the offense looks like. But also because of those pieces you can get with the Jets.
Versus maybe Tua can make a Josh Allen type jump in year 3.
Well, he's got to get to year 2 first.
Well, he also needs to get a Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, he needs a Stephon Diggs. He doesn't have that. They don't have great weapons there. Also, he's already going to have a second play caller for the second straight year. They moved on from Chan Gailey. Who'd they hire as the OC? I saw where they just hired a quarterback's coach today, Charlie Fry, former quarterback in his own right. So Charlie Fry's a quarterback's coach, but who'd they hire as the OC?
I don't remember. If there's one thing I'm not great at keeping tabs of, it's coordinator movement.
Oh, well, here it says this is from the Dolphins Wire in USA Today. Takes a surprising search. But did they hire someone?
Ball out to the 28. Rodgers up over 200 passing, so the bonus absolutely in play for him. Funchess, his third grab, has 19. Mocking Jay says, if the Jets take Watson, they'll have the same results as they did last year. I don't see how you could possibly say that. I mean, unless you're just you think the Jets are just doomed to stink year after year. But there is a clear upgrade at that position between Darnold and Watson, to where I just don't see how Watson wouldn't make you at least a couple, 3-4 games better.
Yeah, the other side of it, though, is if they make that move, now the Jets have a little bit more because of that Adams trade, depending on what they keep. But their roster stinks.
Yeah.
So there's a half dozen guys that every team in the league wants, and beyond that, they just have a bunch of guys, and guys that they didn't even know. There was a DB when they played the Broncos on that Thursday night game in Week 6 that literally had shown up on Monday, and his name wasn't anywhere. Like, they had to go find, they had to reach out to somebody because they were calling. I was listening to the Broncos broadcast. They had to get a hold of one of the Broncos PR person, who then had to go find one of the Jets PR people to find out who the kid was. It was like that all year long. They gave their Walter Payton Man of the Year to Pierre Desir. He wasn't even on the team at the end of the year. So Watson is an upgrade from Darnold. And maybe because you're trading Darnold, you don't have to give up as much, but you're giving up this year's number 1 and next year's number 1, and probably this year's number 2, which is early in the second round, obviously.
3rd and 6, halfway through the third from the 25. It is the Bucs 24, the Packers 14. Tampa trying to add on here, and Brady could have been picked there. Instead, it's a Godwin completion out toward midfield. We got a flag. See which way it goes here, as currently in this moment we have get that cheddar in front. It's a face mask. That's not going to help. Sorry, Kevin King. Move that ball up. Peace of mind, and this has been, this is a talking point for years and years now, and not one that we'll ever have an answer to, but that's the fun in sports talk, which effectively these sims are, these dream stream get-togethers that we do here. Peace of mind says, I wonder what Brady would have become had he not landed on the Patriots. It sure is a mystery. Look, he went pick 199. So not only did every team pass on Tom Brady, every team passed on Tom Brady like 5 times.
5.5.
And so obviously he winds up in a great situation for an elite head coach, who at that time was not an elite head coach. He grew into one in large part because of Tom Brady. But give Bill Belichick the credit for having, the guts, the stones, the wherewithal, the foresight, the whatever you want to label it, to obviously sit Drew Bledsoe for Tom Brady after Bledsoe was healthy enough to return, and to stick with him. He saw something in Brady, just it's cliche, but he's a winner. He's got that moxie. He's got that thing that Bledsoe obviously didn't have. And, Brady goes on to do what he's done. I think that if Brady lands somewhere else, even as a 6th round pick, he still is a starter in the league. He still climbs that, the depth chart of whatever team he winds up with, and he still starts. Maybe even wins championship, maybe 2. Probably not. I don't think he wins multiple elsewhere coming from nothing, because again, much of what he became is attributed to Belichick to a certain point, and then a lot of what Belichick became is attributed to Brady to a certain point. They did it together.
I have suck up.
Yeah, sorry, this kick. Take away the up, and that's what that kick was. So I don't know. You tell me. As I probably have a certain, not even probably, I definitely have a certain level of bias having followed Brady throughout his career here. So as, an outsider, what's your perspective on the what if Brady went somewhere else, that, unanswerable question that it is?
I think you can do that with lots of players across all sports, right?
Yeah.
Circumstance matters. Maybe baseball's a little different, because as long as you're in a lineup, you're going to have a chance 4 times a game.
Well,
to
a baseball
get up and hit the
player
ball.
like Mike Trout can't make the Angels great.
But Mike Trout can hit 300 and hit 40 home runs everywhere he plays. Correct.
Exactly.
And I guess in basketball too, you can go.
I guess my point is in baseball, which maybe is where you were going. Like, you can't, it is as a buddy of ours, Chris Gasper, once said, baseball is it's an individual sport masquerading as a team sport. Yeah. One player cannot make a team great overall over a 162 game season. The playoffs, sure, but not over a regular season.
But even in basketball, right? LeBron can keep changing teams, and I understand the pieces around him change as well, and he makes them better. Had he not gotten hurt 2 years ago, that Lakers team was in 1st or 2nd place when he went down.
Yeah.
Right? You can make players around you better, and we've seen it with lots of players, especially in the modern NBA, where they change teams. But football, especially that position, you are so reliant. It is as dependent a position as there is. I understand receivers dependent. Quarterbacks make everyone better. They can, the good ones. But who your coaches are beyond just your head coach, who the play callers are, who you're throwing the ball to, what your O-line looks like. It's so hard to guess. And because Brady didn't he did it at age 43 too, but he didn't go somewhere that was on the cusp
prime.
in terms of talent, right? Like, oh, if this kid hits, and like he didn't go to the Jets this year. Had he have gone to the Jets and gotten them to the playoffs, that's a better indicator of really how great he or someone else is, Mahomes, or if Watson were to go to the Jets next year and get them to 9-10 wins. But there's still so many things that play into it. I do think, we started this sim earlier talking about Mahomes and the help around him. That is going to change. It changed for Peyton Manning. Yes, he had Harrison and Wayne a lot of those years, but then he had Austin Collie and he had Pierre Garçon, and you go down the list. When he comes to Denver, he did have some good young players, Demaryius Thomas, Eric Decker. They throw in Wes Welker, Julius Thomas. But like Julius Thomas, he leaves Peyton and he stinks again. Even though he got all that money in Jacksonville, he wasn't very good there, wasn't very good in Miami. And so I think that really good quarterbacks are hard to come by. And if they get their chance, they'll end up making it count. And that's what, Brady obviously is the extreme example. But had he have ended up in Dallas, would he have at some point before, say, Tony Romo got there, like followed in the same path as Romo? He's a couple years older than Romo. Ends up being the starter. Does he end up being the Cowboys quarterback for a decade like Romo? Probably so, because some guys just have it. And Brady clearly is, like I said, the extreme example of that. 6 rings, though.
Let's not forget, too, by the way, that, those first few championships were led by the defense for New England. Brady's stats those first few years in the league were, efficient. But there's a reason people said he was more of a game manager back then than he was, the aura that is Tom Brady, like the 2007 season and so many others where he went statistically bananas. He wasn't that guy early in his career, and he didn't have to be that guy. He didn't have the weapons around him to be that guy. And, he still won 3 rings.
Let's see. So I scrolled down and somehow got to use playoff stats. Here we go. So let's take record out of it. Year 1, do we want to start with year 1? Not his rookie year, but where he finally started playing in 01?
I don't think we need to go 1 through 21. But
No, but I'm just looking to see where the numbers jump.
Yeah,
63.9, 2,800 yards, and he started 14 games. 2,800 yards, 18 TDs, 12 picks. You're not right, huh? Those are Alex Smith numbers. Right? The next year, 3,700 yards, 28 TDs, 14 picks. The following year, 60, he's only completing 63, 62, 60. So he's over 60 every year, but he's not like 67, 68%.
Right.
3,700 yards, 28 and 14. Then the next year, 36, 20, 23 and 12. 36, 92, 28 and 14. 4,100, 26 and 14. It wasn't, like you said, until 07 is when he made that huge jump, because the year before that, he was 24 and 12.
Right.
50 and 8. But then he came back after 07.
Wes Welker and all those guys around.
Yeah, in 08 he comes back, has 0 touchdowns, which is terrible.
Nice. Not a one.
Yeah,
it was unreal.
One single touchdown. He only had 3 first downs.
My God, the whole season.
3 first downs. But then 28, and then that's when 36, 39, 34, 25, 33, 36.
And what was special about those years? He had Moss at the beginning. Then he had Gronk and Hernandez and Welker, and the list goes on. Obviously,
his weapons got a lot better,
and so on and so forth.
Yeah, when you're throwing to Troy Brown and Deion Branch, like no one's picking those guys. Yeah, no one's picking those guys to start their teams with. They're not on most people's teams,
right?
If you're making your all-star teams or whatever, your all-time football rosters. Yeah, you give better players around him. But then he got to a point where he was making bad players or okay players good.
Better. Yeah.
Better. Julian Edelman, I think, is a good example.
Mm-hmm.
If Julian Edelman plays his whole career in Tampa, it's probably a 6-year career.
Right.
If that.
As opposed to a guy that some people argue is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. And look, he had to make the catches. He had to make the plays. The catch against Atlanta, he caught that ball.
Ridiculous.
It wasn't because Brady did anything other than make a tough pass. Yeah, that game is hard to play.
Here to quarter number 4. What's that?
The game's hard to play to try to figure out, okay, if he went somewhere else.
Oh, it's impossible. It's you need a crystal ball. It's an impossible game to play. It's just one that, talking heads like to play. And I get it. It's fun. but you can't answer it. 24-17, Tampa in front. We are into the fourth here. BK, AK, Derek, Frangelico, Drew, Bry Guy. Drew says that was fun. He might be being sarcastic, but I don't think he is. I think he's into it. Lewis Daniels says, you're not keeping very good tabs on the sim today, Koff. Lewis, I mean, we're not sitting around here talking about my love for Psych or Cobra Kai or Mythic Quest or whatever random Marvel movie I'm watching either. We're sitting around talking football the whole time.
My team should be better than 78. That's why I'm not paying attention, because my team stinks.
Congo Cab says, Koff, I'm holding onto a thread on your contest. Yeah. Raider for life. Congo Cab, he's in front by a point right now. I'm 48th.
Any chance he has the Packers D? Because there's got a sack. Lewis, big sack for Clark. Kenny Clark.
A different Lewis. He's got Mercedes Lewis in the captain spot, along with Rogers, Brady, Adams, Evans, and McCoy.
Throw the ball, Tom. Terrible.
He did.
Stinks.
245, though. Bonus in play for him. Let's see. So Brady at 245, Rogers at 243. We'll see if one of them or both can get there.
How much is left in Psych for you so you can move on to some other stuff?
Give me that one more time, sorry.
How much Psych do you have left?
Oh, I got a ways to go. I'm halfway through season 2, but I only started it like a week and a half ago.
I know. So I just want you to watch Veep or Comedians in Cars so we can talk about it.
I'm moving at a pretty solid clip. I'll dive into Comedians with Cars or Comedians in Cars with Seinfeld there before I get into Veep probably.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When's your birthday? Your actual birthday, not the one that we'll celebrate
actual
today?
Birthday, not the one I celebrate every day here in Simland. The actual birthday is Thursday.
Okay. Oh, good. So by next weekend, we can play NBA Jam.
I would get excited.
So I'm going to tell you something that is almost blasphemous to say out loud.
Okay.
But I was just sitting around, goofing around on the NBA Jam game that has the first NBA Jam Tournament edition, which was the next year, and then a couple of years later was NBA Hang Time. So I start messing with NBA Hang Time where you can create a character. And they've got some that look like aliens and wolves and some that look like all the designers. So I made one that looked like a wolf, and I named him Teen Wolf. So, and you play a couple games and you get points to like make their attributes better. And I made him 7'6". That was actually how I used the attributes, which was kind of stupid. But I've now played 6 games. I've actually played like 8, but I can't complete them because of the little kids. So I've completed 5 or 6 games. I played a few last night. And in general,
how long does it take to play a game?
12 minutes, but when you have little kids,
I get
quarter
it.
to quarter to quarter, 15 minutes.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
Rogers up to 287, by the way. MVS of the bonus.
But the blasphemy may be coming into the fact that Hang Time is actually a better game to play than the other two.
Stop that. Really?
The gameplay is better. The alley-oop function because the computer player, your teammate, goes to the basket, and so you'll be in the middle of taking a jumper, you'll be in traffic, and they'll just cut and fly above the rim, or even when you're going up for a layup or a dunk, they'll come, and it increases the chances that the bucket's scored by throwing it to the guy doing somersaults through the air. Huh. You end up with like 25 to 30 assists a game if you play the game right.
Yeah.
And in general, the gameplay is just a little bit crisper because it was a few years later. So they were able to, is that Funchess again, my captain?
Oh, and we're all tied up, at least we will be, after the Mason Crosby extra point. Devin Funchess, yes, sir. Should have stuck with my guns. Good for you, putting him in the captain spot.
Maybe we'll start playing opt-out guys all the time.
Booth review.
He's in. 1-2, I can see it clear as day.
What?
Left, right. Can I scroll down? Yeah, so I will happily jump online and play you in any of the games. I just think once you create a character and you start playing it, you might agree with me that delay game. What?
We've gone black. Don't worry, we're back.
So May not be the most popular take, but NBA hang time.
I would have assumed tournament edition by far, so I'm excited.
Yeah.
Silver
I
Chambers,
definitely,
by the way, says, heck yeah, Koff, couple good-looking fellas talking football on a Saturday afternoon. Count me in. Count it, baby. That must have helped you out. Where are you on the leaderboard?
I am up
Mr.
to 47.
More in front. Oh, I'm 17th.
How are you 17th? My captain's got me 30 points.
I know. I'd be doing that much better if I had actually captained him, too, because I'd have another...
I got a touchdown from the Bucks D and 2 from Funchess, and I'm in 47th.
I'd be top 10 if I had captained him. Fantasy Hawks sitting in 10th.
I'm just saying, what are those odds? I've captained Funchess, 2 touchdowns. Bucks D, they score, and I'm in 47th place.
Well, what's the rest of your lineup look like?
Bunch of
I know you got
crappy
both
players.
QBs.
Rogers terrible. Brady sucks.
No, Rogers is 26. Brady's got 17.
Suck up.
Fournette hasn't done anything for you.
Yeah. Fournette and suck up are really. I should have played Shady, obviously.
Those are your holes.
I could have played Shady and MVS and would be in better shape.
All evened up halfway through the fourth. This is the kind of game, not unlike in real life, that deserves extra time.
When Fournette scores the go-ahead here, that'll help me, and then or suck up a game winner will help me. But yeah, I'm not.
DX, OJ Howard, where are you? Yeah, it's been quiet on the OJ show. DJ needs the Packers to get a pick six or a strip sack for a return TD. Gronk again.
Gronk would have been a good play today.
6 catches for Gronk now?
Yeah.
Small Ben not happy, and that was before the play. Says Godwin, bleep off
what?
Gronk. Sorry, man.
Pete Thamel has a story. Your old Syracuse pal.
Mm-hmm.
Former Michigan State Spartan that played for Izzo is worth $11 billion.
Huh.
He started selling mortgages in his 20s, and now he's worth $11 billion.
You're pretty good at real estate, I guess. Or mortgage lending.
It was a company his dad started in 1986. Matt Ishbia. I don't think he was a household name for Coach Izzo. Throw it to Fournette. Look at him just chopping his legs right there.
Brady pass to the left. Enough for the first. Cam Brate. Let's see. Yep. Got there.
You saw Fournette just sitting there chopping his legs in pass pro, looking for somebody to block. Producer says loan shark.
Mortgages are us, says Bride Guy.
70% in a company that's valued at $11.25 billion. Who needs a lottery?
Not that guy. Brady drops back just behind the logo and an incomplete pass.
So Carter's asking, what should you do for a lineup in the Millie Maker? Since you only have those 2 games.
Not an easy classic contest to make tomorrow with so much talent.
No, I think you need to, as much as this may pain you, but if you're going to have a shot at $1 billion, at least make more than one lineup. I may make all 4 lineups that have all 4 quarterbacks, because there's an easy scenario where all 4 have the best day.
Yeah.
And you don't want to not win $1 million because your lineup was really good and you played Rodgers and Josh Allen had 12 more points. 7 more points, whatever.
Just a function of what you're willing to invest personally, obviously, and compete with the thousands of others that'll be part of it.
Hundreds of thousands. Well, it's probably thousands of people that have made that.
Right. Brother Phil says, Kaufman, what are we going to do about glass churning? Let me see if I can pronounce this correctly. By Fangchul and wanting to be a Tampa Bay and New England fan at the same time. You seem to be reacting normally, and I'm concerned about him. He just can't let it go.
You are not reacting normally. You're cheering actively against Tom Brady, so that's different.
I'm not. I'm cheering actively for Aaron Rodgers. There is a difference.
Okay, but the result of cheering for Aaron Rodgers will be Tom Brady losing.
Yeah.
And then all of your Patriot fan neighbors will be mad at you and sad because they're.
I just think you see.
Tommy.
Here's what Tommy. Here's what it is. I mean, do I Love Tom Brady for all that he did in New England? Absolutely. Do I appreciate all that he did for the Patriots and, 6 championships and 9 Super Bowl appearances? No question. Beyond even that in ways that I can't even properly articulate. However, he's gone now. And
he left. He told you to screw off. He said, screw you, New England.
More than the player, and this is true of any team that I root for, I root for the laundry. I root for the laundry above all else.
And you love the Packers, always have.
No, but I love the
Don
Patriots.
Mikowski days.
I love the Patriots, and so yeah, I'm not, I'm not rooting for their ex to go and ride off into the sunset the second he's gone. I have no problem with Tom Brady winning a Super Bowl next year, should he be fortunate enough to get there and do it.
Why
I
next
don't want to
year?
see it in year one. I don't want to see it in year one. I need a little bit of separation.
Well, it's not how it works.
I need a little bit of time to get my life back on track.
I hear you. Yeah. Nothing worse than seeing your ex break up with you and immediately get engaged.
To someone better than you.
Yes, to someone better than you. While you
not even just engaged, but better than you.
While you are toiling in loneliness, wandering through the wilderness looking for anybody. How about that snow all over Green Bay there?
Drew says exactly. She needs to have at least 1 or 2 relationships in between. This is what I'm saying. Like you don't want.
Is that Dane Cook movie?
Oh yeah, was that Good Luck Chuck, Better Luck Chuck, something like that?
Good Luck Chuck.
Yeah.
They break up with him and get married. Find the man of their dreams. That was one with Jessica Alba, right? Where she's a zoologist.
Right.
It's with penguins.
Steven says, if you call a few more of these Sims, you can afford the Brady home for sale here. There are only so many.
He hasn't sold that house yet? What's he waiting for?
I need to own, right? What he's waiting for is
that's $30 million.
Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculously overpriced from what I understand.
Won't you be neighbors with Bob Kraft?
Not even. I don't think that they're not.
I thought they lived near each other.
No, probably a good 30-40 minutes.
Really?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
So. Well, maybe I'm wrong about this. I don't know. Drew might.
I thought I read a story where
correct me.
Brady went around the corner to Kraft's house to meet with Kraft and Belichick.
Oh, Drew thinks he's in the neighborhood. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought they were a few towns apart.
How do I know more about Boston geography than you do?
Well, it's not a matter of knowing more about Boston geography. It's where certain guys live.
Have they finished the big dig yet?
Yeah, it took a decade or so, but we're there.
Okay, good.
There's always going to be construction going on in Boston.
I flew into Boston last year when I went to Cape Cod last summer. 2 summers ago.
Jared says, Tom Brady broke up with me. It's like wishing the best for your ex. This is what I'm saying. You can't do it.
He said, I hate the Patriots. I hate their fans more. And screw you. I'm picking a better fan base, less jaded, that don't take me for granted. I'm going to go win a Super Bowl with Tampa.
Truthfully, and this is me as the Packers here at the close of this thing, a walk-off game-winning field goal, Mason Crosby, way to go. Rodgers celebrating as you should. That's the kind of ending we need tomorrow too. Exactly this kind of game. We need exactly this game to play out tomorrow.
Love to see Mason
in real life,
Crosby.
and I'll be thrilled. If this is where I will turn into a little bit of a hypocrite as Rodgers goes for 352 passing, 3 touchdowns, a pick, and Brady 273 and a couple of touchdowns. I think Brady leaving is much more on Bill Belichick than it is Tom Brady. I think Bill absolutely could have kept Tom Brady around if he wanted to, and he didn't. And Brady moved on.
And look how well that went this year. How many games they win? 4? 5?
No, they won more than that, but you're right. It didn't go well.
I hope that they suck for a lot of years.
If you're going to make fun of the big dig, we could talk about Denver's airport.
I hope they lose for a lot of years because it reminds me of when Jerry Reinsdorf, at Jerry Krause's idea, but decided to blow up the Bulls.
The Bulls, yeah. When they were still in the height of their dynasty.
Yeah. I get that Pippen was going to be a free agent and Rodman was at the end of his rope. You still had Michael Jordan in his prime or close to it, dominating. Yep. Mm-hmm. You could have found some pieces around him. And so Brady, who is in the championship game tomorrow, you have nobody to blame but yourself, Bill Belichick and Bob Kraft.
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to. Not that you've heard a word from the Crafts on this subject, but I would love to know how Robert and Jonathan Kraft are viewing this postseason and just this whole Brady run right
That's
now.
what stinks about. We could have been a week away. There's a million things that stink about this pandemic. But if we were in a normal Super Bowl year, the Crafts could not have avoided being asked about it to some degree by somebody somewhere. May have been a TMZ camera catching them walking out of a steakhouse, but they would have been in Tampa at the stuff with the commissioner and the owner stuff and at the Super Bowl, likely using their free box that every owner gets. Mm-hmm. And now you're not going to have that. Who knows when Bob Kraft talks again? It's not like the team puts him available on Zoom.
No.
The opposite of the Chargers, who let Brandon Staley talk for 97 minutes in his introductory presser.
Or Dan Campbell, who went for 19 minutes before he even took
just
a question.
On his own. Like any questions, they're like, no, we're good. We get it.
PC Principal went wild talking about biting kneecaps for 19 minutes.
I know.
It's unbelievable.
It would have been funny if there was no follow-ups. Like, no, we see who you are. We'll see you in August.
Yeah, no, so anything?
Draft
I think we're good. I think we're good here, actually. Yep. Mr. Golf and More with a projected win by about 5 points, pending any stat adjustments. I'm sitting 18.
Pretty good.
This thing looks like it's going to wrap up.
Pretty good. Where did I finish up?
Derek in Game Ops is 92nd. Let's see.
57.
We got here. Frangelico 111. You're 57, you said?
Hines 57.
What about Bry Guy and Drew? You guys in here?
Am I working with you this week? I got a bunch of games this week. I got 6 games. Well, counting.
We'll look
Saturday,
ahead.
I guess. Let's see.
Bry Guy, did you not jump in here? Lazy bum.
I missed the last sim.
I came in first in my shadow contest.
I missed the last sim, but my fake lineup would have been really close. I showed it to Rossi because it just locked like seconds before. He agreed.
Yeah.
Although I didn't have Godwin or Sanders, and they both scored twice.
All right. Hit that like, by the way, folks. Get to 150. You're just a few away. I haven't harassed you on the likes today, but I should have, just to make this a little more respectable looking. So here is the deal. Well, actually, we didn't do the awards. Who's your Krusty Koff player of the game here in this one?
Devin Funches.
Okay, I think that is more than reasonable. How about your Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award? Where's that going?
Maybe my guy Fournette. It's pretty terrible.
Let's see.
Right.
OJ Howard got a goose egg.
Was Aaron Jones
punt play?
Who had more points, Aaron Jones or Fournette?
Fournette was 6 points. Jones marginally had more, but of course he was much more expensive and
okay. Let's give it to
highly
Jones.
Owned. Yeah, Aaron Jones. That works.
You earned it, Aaron. Cannot do that tomorrow.
Sorry, buddy. Yeah, Aaron Jones went for 10 points for 50% owned, $9,800.
So looking way ahead, Monday and Wednesday, I've got you in the 8 Eastern slot and then Glash to close out the night.
Nice.
And then next Saturday, you and I double header in the morning to kick things off. Titans at Bears, Giants at Niners.
Love it.
That is how you begin your Saturday. So a week from today, get ready for us, folks. More of this.
Here's what you have the rest of the day here today. Yeah, and plus we'll be reflecting upon obviously what goes on this coming weekend.
You know what we didn't get into real quick before you go through the rest of the day, because I forgot that I texted my brother-in-law. He just texted me back. All the Bernie Sanders memes. Does anyone have a favorite? We should have done that.
They're unbelievable. All of them are.
They keep getting better too.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've seen a bad one.
No, there's that. The ghost one, which is more than a meme. The ghost one with Demi Moore is pretty high up there. Did you see that? Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that one. I saw a really great one.
Did you see the UFC one?
I don't think I saw the UFC one.
Here,
did you see the Friday one with
no, is he sitting there with Craig and
they covered up Ice Cube and he's sitting on the bench with Chris Tucker, but did so at they photoshopped him in a certain way that he's slanted. And
here, so in honor of UFC 257.
Oh, nice. Yeah. What's that? A suplex?
Yeah.
I don't know.
An arm bar. Or
whatever. Arm bar. Looks good, though. Yeah, that's a fitting one. There are a lot of really
the Bob
good
Knight one where the chair's being thrown and he's in the chair that Bob Knight's throwing. We could do this. We could do this for days. Maybe we'll do it on Monday because there'll still be more coming out and better.
Yeah, I love them. It's my favorite thing. My favorite thing of the last couple of days.
All right, what's coming up?
Here's what we got. Rossi's coming on back after a little break. Rossi and Moose for the next two. Jason Rossi and Jeff Ulrich. Titans Cardinals for the early bird special in about 50 minutes. And then at 6 Eastern, the happy hour sim, Lions and Raiders. And then it will be a Brendan Glasheen, Matt LaMarca combo, Phonics and Saxman for Colts, Chiefs in prime time, and Madden After Dark, Texans, Patriots. So fun day ahead. A lot of laughs ahead, I'm sure. A lot of great guys. And, unfortunately, you leave us in the dust, but I know that you are all in good hands. So we want to thank Derek and Frangelico, Game Ops crew, producer Drew, Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s, all of you for BK, who will be back, as he said, with me Monday, Glash as well, that evening. Enjoy your football weekend. I will return tomorrow for a little leaderboard live action for that second game of the day. I'll be with Kenny Ducey. And that's what we've got going on. So have a great Saturday, folks. Nice little Saturday. Maybe go to Bed Bath & Beyond if you have enough time. We'll see you later.
Oh, welcome back, DK Sim fam. I'm Jason Rossi. With me is over on the Twitter machine. You can find him at the Fantasy Grind. He's got the biggest brain, the brightest future, and one of the coolest nicknames in the history of the DK Sim fam, which really isn't that much of a lineage, but we got to give him awards where we can. He's my favorite Canadian. It is Jeff Ulrich. Moose, how goes it?
Goes well, my friend. I'm just finalizing my lineup. I know the chat will be, happy to hear that I'm on it. I actually hit submit today, so I'm in the free roll. I know I've done that in the past where I've created the lineup and then not hit submit. So, don't fear, people. I'm prepared today. It's a lazy Saturday, but I'm on the ball, so I'm excited, man. It's this is a nice little warm up Saturday to tomorrow when we get like the main course with the actual football. So yeah,
it's our appetizer, if you will, of a Saturday, full 6. We have myself and Moose for the next 2. We got a great crew with us. But when you're looking at this, when we got Tennessee and the Cardinals, 2 teams that no questions of quarterbacks, I would say, as we head in. But in the sim, it can be a little tough to find the guy. Obviously, Derrick Henry, Kyler Murray, Drake kind of seem to be the favorites. Are you going there with your captain spot? Where are you getting all 3 in your lineup? Very expensive to do so, Moose. Where are you looking here?
You know what? In honor of working with Jason Rossi for this first sim, at least, I'm on with the double kicker stack here.
Oh!
So I decided, there's not many high-end wide receivers, so I stuck Henry in there. I got Ryan Tannehill. I put Kyler on my captain, and then I double kicked it. And I think I put Fitzgerald in there as well as my last guy. So lineup's a lock, so we can talk all about it. But
you didn't want to put Keyshawn or Kershawn, whatever that Keyshawn Johnson guy that scored once, so his average is high, even though he never plays.
Those are the type of players I usually play, but again, I'm prepared today. Okay, I came prepared. Okay. I didn't let the scoring averages psych me out and pick the wrong player. I knew Larry Fitzgerald was up there. He's still the wide receiver 2 or something. So, and look, like DeAndre Hopkins in this game, what a disaster. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins probably mad if he knew these sims were a thing, and I know he doesn't. Then he'd be mad about how poor sim DeAndre Hopkins is doing. I mean, he's averaging under 10 points per season. He's like a 98 player. It's ridiculous. It
is, but I will say it was I can't remember what, these things all could become a blur. Recently, over the last 2 days, he had 2 touchdowns in a game.
Right.
And his best game, I think, he's scored recently. So you know what? I said, screw it. I'm going to ride that hot hand. Maybe something crazy is going on in the world. I didn't throw him in the captain spot. I was thinking about it most, but I ended up going captaining A.J. Brown just for the price, because this is a pricey lineup if you go up. So maybe snag a score there. Derrick Henry in there. DeAndre Hopkins, as I mentioned. Kyler Murray. Schwimmy. Threw him in there because $1,000. We'll see what happens. And Ryan Tannehill.
All right.
So I don't know. I don't feel like coming into this, don't feel 100% great about it. But yesterday I had David Montgomery in my captain. He scored 2 late touchdowns, went for a bonus, and I finished in first place. And I was in 100 going into the 4th. So things can happen.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was nuts. It was a nuts game. And this one's starting off nice, slow pace, 2 incompletions.
It is. I have been cursing these games. I took a week off, and then I came back, and I've done 4 games over the last couple days. And they've all been terrible. I really feel like I've cursed it at this point. Actually, I think it's more like 6 games over the last week. But I told people yesterday too, it's all going to change today, because whenever you and I do a sim, crazy stuff happens. So we're going to set some records.
We can joke, oh man, trying to take off with Kyler Murray, ain't going nowhere fast. So 3 up, 3 down, punt away. Here come the Tennessee. We'll see them in a minute. But you were right. There have been just some wacky games. Obviously, the historical one was the night before, or the week before American Thanksgiving. We had the Lamar Jackson going for almost 400 rushing yards, setting the points record. We've had just wacky defensive games. It's always a little something. So you have us for the next 2. So this is a great time to potentially, something weird is going to happen. We just don't know what it's going to be. So
that's right.
Sit down.
2 block punts in a game or something. I can't. We had something. It was bizarre.
Since we do have 2 games together, obviously we'll definitely be talking about tomorrow's game, the slate, maybe some of the dart throws when it comes to maybe the millionaire contest. But DK Sim fam, throw the questions. Throw the wackier, the better. I know we have our guy. Andrew's our producer. Brian's on the 1s and 2s and 7s and 8s and 1500s. Frangelico and Derek are in here as well from our ops team. Appreciate all those guys, but just throw some questions. Throw random stuff. We're together for 2. These guys are wrapping up their day, their first half, so let's have some fun.
Ooh, is that your guy?
Looks like it's either him or Jonnu Smith. It's always tough.
It's Jonas Smith.
Yeah, well, of course. Oh no, it was Davis.
Corey Davis. We are both wrong.
You know what? That's a good time for me to move over to this. Luke Murphy saying, "What's your favorite kind of ice cream?" I'll let you go first, Moose. What's your favorite kind of ice cream?
Like, I just like all ice cream. I mean, there's no bad flavor of ice cream. Like even like raisin. Ice cream.
You sure? What's the name of that? It's like.
I don't know. There's like a name for it, isn't it?
Yeah, there's like I think it's like a New England thing too. I know one of these guys.
Is it? I thought it was like an English thing, but
rum raisin.
Rum raisin, yes. Okay, rum raisin is definitely the worst kind of flavor, but I'd still eat it. Like that's just how I feel about ice cream. I mean, I never like eat ice cream. Like, wow, that was disappointing. Even rum raisin, like I'm okay, but my favorite is probably something like Rocky Road. Peanut butter crunch. I don't know. Like there's so many different flavors like that where they're all just so good and like insanely tasty that, give me something like that, like, double chocolate. I don't know. Something like that. So.
Okay.
Rocky Road. We'll just throw Rocky Road out there. We'll just say that's Jeff's favorite. But realistically, I'm about all that stuff.
The Canadian Rocky Road, you guys got to try it. You have to go north of the border just for that. For me, it's so specific just because, like, as a kid, like, I think Friendly's is gone, by the way. I think that's like a debunked now franchise. But they had the best Reese's Pieces sundae. So I don't like fudge, so sans fudge, but I like the peanut butter, whipped cream, vanilla ice cream. If you could throw cookie dough, go for it. But Reese's Pieces on there, there's a nice big long pass. Corey Davis must like Reese's Pieces as well. Reese's Peanut Butter Cup at Friendly's, baby, says Brian. Line of pickup window, Weymouth. Oh, so I guess some of them are still active. Maybe just not near me. But yeah, I am all about like, I'm just disgusting. Like if I'm going to have ice cream and I'm just going to go there, Moose, and get the sugar, just give me all the sugar. Like I'm not just settling for, like, I'll just take a little vanilla scoop. Like, no, we're going all the way. Like the next month worth of calories or month worth of sugar. Give me it all.
Yeah, that's the way I feel about it too. Like that's what I'm saying. Like all those flavors, Reese's Pieces, they just shove them all in my mouth. I mean, they're all fantastic. So
there's no such thing as a bad Pieces.
I will say this: if I'm just going to the store and just buying like generic, I always try to go for mint chocolate. Mint chocolate is fabulous in my opinion. So mint chocolate chip or whatever it's
I'm with
called.
you. Yeah, mint chocolate chip.
Yeah.
And you know what I like about it? It's not chunky. The chips are very thin in that mint.
Right. It makes you feel. It's almost like you feel like you're eating diet ice cream, so it kind of makes you feel better too. So
mint always does that. It always makes you feel like, yeah, that's not fattening.
Right. It's like the people who smoke menthol cigarettes. This isn't fattening.
Picking Club saying, figured your Moose, yours would be Moose Tracks ice cream.
Moose Tracks. I mean, I've had it. It's good. It's there's again, you throw it in there. I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's just.
Is that my guy? There he is! Woo!
Look at this guy. Just.
Give me the start. Give me the start. Look at that.
Rossi. It's just gotta show me up, man. It's never ending.
Listen, 5 minutes into a game, I'm already showing you up. It's all downhill for the next 2 games from here. Touchdown for A.J. Brown. Sticks with the score. He has owned in 39% of the contest. Captained in 4.9. One of those brainiacs being I.
That's a good call. I really like A.J. Brown as a player. He's a
did you see that? Did you see the Instagram? Did you see that whole video that he posted earlier this week?
Oh, was it about him like being hurt and stuff?
Yeah, but did you actually watch it by chance?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I will say I never would do this, and you don't have to, and nobody has to if you haven't seen it. I tweeted it. I replied because he sounds like an average 12-year-old at the doctor's. He's sitting there looking at his Instagram live. He has his video, and she's like, "Who's coming to pick him?" I was like, "My dad." He's like, "Okay," and then he's just looking at the screen. He goes, "What's that? What's that?" He's like, "Must be a needle or something that they're about to about to do to him." And he's like, "Uh-oh." And his eyes open up like he's very scared of something. But this is all recorded live. It's about like 1:20 minutes. Then he finally says, he's like, "What's up, y'all? Like, I was told that week, 4, I had to get both knees scoped, but I played on it. Pro Bowl." It's an incredible video. So if you want, you could probably find it anywhere, but I could be found at Jason D. Rossi. It's about 3 days ago. I probably tweeted it. It is one of the more priceless things because you forget sometimes that these athletes, he's young. He's his 3rd year.
He's true. Yeah.
He's a child. He's legit a child. A man child.
Sure. I mean, it's funny though. Yeah. I mean, it's like having operations. That stuff is we make it sound so regular, like for football players, but like that's so scary, man. Like, getting cut like that, like for operations, it's crazy. So that's probably how I'd react too.
Yeah, I just don't know if you would be on Instagram Live, but that's just...
No. I mean, and if I would, no one would watch or care. So.
Oh, you never know. That's what goes viral these days. That kid in the back seat, whatever his name was there, that coming out of the dentist, they probably thought I think he said they filmed that for the wife who wasn't there, and then, or vice versa, the significant other who wasn't there, and that became one of the most famous videos of all time. That could be you. That could be you next. Is the Cardinals are on the march here. They went 3 and out their first drive, a 3rd and 3 from the 33-yard line. It's a lot of threes. Pass is caught by Fitzgerald. Getting Moose's lineup cooking.
My guy. Yeah, let's get it going here. Let's fire it up because I did not roster AJ Brown, so like a putz. Yeah, Kyler, pretty good QB in these sims. So I'm not. I just don't see the Cardinals very often. I think I saw them like once in the old sim. Like they were always on the early shows, and I never did any early shows. So it's probably the third time I've ever seen the Cardinals play in these sims, which is crazy because I've done 10,189 sims now. So.
Okay. Hold on. I got to update my numbers. Yeah, I must have had a different one. I'll tell you. I really got to talk to producer Drew. He gave me the wrong numbers. I can't believe this guy. Kaufman, I think, is up to 26,000 somehow. 26 million. Guy's out of control. Hopkins in this one owned less than AJ Brown. 38% had the catch there. There's Max with 8 X's.
How do you make a decision as a parent? Like, let's go to 2 X's, honey. Let's do it.
Honestly, I think about that more than you think with names. Like, having children, you have children, like, well, a child. Like, yeah. You could, like, spoiler, my son's name is my name, Jason. Like, I could have went, like, Jasson, Jayysson.
Yeah.
Like, I could have done some weird stuff.
Yeah.
Chose not to, but I don't mind it. But I do think about that. Like, yeah, here he is again, Max Williams with 2 X's. It's like, okay. And is his name Maxwell? Like, is that the other? Let me look this up. You know what? We have Google for a reason. Because I'd be interested if his name is actually Maxwell. Does he have both?
It could be like a nickname or something, right? Like shortened or Maximilian or something.
No, it says that his birth name is Max Maxx William.
So they just went for it. That's fair. Yeah. I don't even know.
No, end of first here. Moose, Rossi with you. Hope you guys are having a good day. We have 7-0. It was an A.J. Brown touchdown from Ryan Tannehill in the red zone. Talking about all sorts of stuff. We're going to have some fun today. I know it's rare. I know DK Simfan, we're very serious. We usually just go strict play-by-play, keep it way buttoned up. But today,
never go off the rails, ever.
Me and this guy are together for 2. So we'll talk some football, throw your questions. And again, if you're only going to be here for a bit, drop your questions for Moose for tomorrow. Want to make that Millie? Is that what the kids are calling it? Let them know. Derrick Henry, 5 carries, 26
big contest on DraftKings tomorrow, guys. A $4 million guaranteed Millie maker. Some sweet, bigger buy-ins. Last chance for a multi-slate game until the Super Bowl. So,
it's kind of depressing.
I mean, it is. The degenerate in me who loves to play in these contests is very upset. But like the worker side of me is like, wow, I get to sleep properly for a week because I'm mixing in football, hockey, and golf, and it's like I'm just being torn everywhere. Like everybody just wants a piece of me, Jason. I just can't handle when you're that popular. But in all seriousness, I'm kind of looking forward to it. But
well, speaking very quickly, we're not going to go crazy. Big trade in hockey today. Like
yeah.
And I know maybe not the most popular, but I'm going to be honest, like as a Bruins fan and knowing what they need, that, they were in on, but like they didn't go like whatever that was asked for, probably more younger assets. But I was just shocked that they weren't more in on it. And, Columbus making the deal. Hey, I don't know. I sometimes I feel like hockey's the hardest when it comes to trades because I feel like it's always like a superstar player going for guys you're kind of like, huh?
Yeah.
But
and the cap in hockey is a big deal. Like it's not as easy to get around other sports. Because as an Edmonton Oilers fan, I felt the same way. Mainly more about Patrick Laine. Like, this is what the Oilers need. They need a scoring winger to play alongside the best player in hockey. Like, just get him. Do what needs to be done. Like, what are we waiting for here? So, Anyways, yeah, I think the Blue Jackets really had their, once Laine, he was the best player available kind of thing. So it's like it didn't even matter what everyone else was offering. So it's an interesting trade, though. I mean, I don't know what the heck happened to Patrick Laine. He was like an automatic, like 30-plus goal scorer for a couple of years, and then yeah, he definitely needs a change of scenery.
Maybe that was he fell off a cliff. No, but I always think that too. With hockey, a nice little change of scenery, get him in a better line. We'll see what happens there. Yes, failed 4th down conversion there for the Cardinals, so that's why the ball got turned over here to Tennessee Titans as they get loss of 1 there. Derrick Henry. See if he's kind of looking like playoff Henry there, not kind of going off. So 25 yards so far in this one. So Blake saying the formula demanded a field goal on that drive.
Yeah, I would have appreciated a field goal, but of course I rostered the kickers for the first time in my life, so there'll be no kicks today.
It will be 7-0. It'll be 7-0.
We have called a 7-0 Arizona game. I didn't call it, but it was 0-0 going into overtime, and then they scored a defensive touchdown. It's widely known as the worst Madden sim game ever. So
hope we can make like one of those YouTube documentaries on almost an interception there. Like you obviously like now called Secret Base, formerly SB Nation, used to make they make these like YouTube videos like the worst of situations. Like we should call them up. We should be like, can you guys make I don't know if we still have the film on that, but actually that is interesting. Like Brian, Drew, do we keep like old games? Like is there like storage of all these old games?
Isn't it all on YouTube still?
I don't think they all
maybe they take them down after a while. I have no idea. I don't know how the YouTube works, to be honest. I'm not a YouTuber. I probably should be, but I'm not.
They should be on. Brian's saying they should be on YouTube. Both of them are typing vigorously.
Yeah, DK definitely has them because they record everything.
You record all games, says my guy Derek and Knobs. Appreciate that.
They're in the archives, folks.
So yeah, I'm gonna send that over to those guys and gals at Secret Base now.
Archive. There's lots of crazy stuff in the DraftKings archives, man. Like if they ever bring out the stuff from like 5 or 6 years ago, I did. Good God.
Actually, now I gotta find. Now I'm gonna personally ask some of the behind the scenes. I'm gonna just go to see.
Oh, I mean, if you ever get to the office or something, yeah. I mean, like I asked, talk to Jay Pachetti. I was like the initial, like it was like for a while it was just me doing like videos, like it was like, hey Jeff, could you talk about this for like a couple minutes? And then it was just like it was like me and a couple other dudes, and nothing official, no stream or anything. So there's plenty of stuff of me stuffed in the. Oh, is that?
Oh, is that? Oh, at the 1. I don't know. That was very close, almost getting the safety.
Real close.
Let's see. Maybe the knee was down that first. Hey, either way, don't get credit for it. So the Titans making a huge stop again. They got stopped him on 4th. This has been all Tennessee so far. Oh, he blocks the punt! And it's a wait, did they get it? There it is!
What did we say, folks? What did we say?
You don't put us together unless you want something wacky. I have never seen a block punt. I know it's happened, but I personally have not seen one.
Six games, nothing even close to crazy happens, and there you go. Block
wild.
Touchdown.
Wow. Better than
me and Rossi together. Crazy stuff happens. You better hope we never call an actual game here. It'll be like 54 to 50 or something. So
some weird Division II college game or something, and just smash that like, by the way. Appreciate you all being here. Let's get up to 200. This game's wild, so just hit it. Don't be shy.
Arizona's gonna get the ball right back too, so it's good for Kyler. JJF asked what Packers weapons beside Devontae Adams, Aaron Jones should be rostered for daily. Sorry, I saw a question, didn't want to forget it.
No, good.
Because I actually wanted to answer it because I really like Allen Lazard this week. You got to think Tampa's going to be doing everything they can to shut down Devontae Adams, but they'll really only have one good corner, and Carlton Davis. I don't even know if he's going to be able to shut down Devontae Adams, but I think Lazard's going to have a big game. I think you're going to see Allen Lazard come to life here. So he's been pretty consistent since he came back from injury too. So that's my answer to that question. I like Allen Lazard for your Millie Maker lineups this week.
So funny. So I was with BK earlier, and we were talking a little bit about this. Like, it's going to be those dart throws, right? Now, obviously, Lazard's not necessarily a dart throw, but he is somebody maybe a little off the beaten path. I'm toying in my own head with guys like MVS because this seems like the prototypical 3-catch, 120 yards and a touchdown and like two, but then also two huge drops and major plays. There's Fitzgerald again getting to the 44-yard line. And then I'm also kind of toying with Equanimeous St. Brown. Like,
oh yeah, I like Equanimeous St. Brown. He's underrated too. He's got the profile. If you look at that dude's profile, like his athletic profile, he's probably the most athletic wide receiver they have behind Devontae Adams. Like
100% agree.
So he's getting consistent playing time too. Yeah, I don't mind that as a real dart throw for sure.
And if you watched, obviously, which I know you didn't, we're in the playoffs, people are watching now. Last week, Rodgers went to him. He didn't. They weren't all completions. He had the nice catch down the middle near the end zone, but he's looking at him in moments where Aaron Rodgers by now. If you watch him, he's not taking chances on players. Like the reason MVS gets those second chances after dropping a wide open pass because he does trust him. He knows where he's going to be. Where St. Brown finally, after the injuries and the setbacks, I think this is a preview, maybe to look ahead to next year, seeing with salary caps and where players land. I think St. Brown, if back with this Packers team, could be a player, like could be somebody that you look at late in your drafts because him and Rodgers are starting to connect somewhere there. So I'm telling you, like, not that you guys want to listen to me. I've never won $1 million or won any of those big contests, but he's definitely in one of mine that I've played. Him and Tyler Johnson are my two, like, dart throwy. I can pay up for other players, the chalk, and hope one of these guys can, pop a score for me.
Yeah. Tyler Johnson's a good call too, because Brown's out. I think most people are going to go to Miller. So I'm going to see some ownership projections tonight or tomorrow morning and then decide between him and Miller. But Tyler Johnson's looked really good to me when he's been on the field. Very similar to Brown. Next year, Tyler Johnson could be a guy you really want to think about because he's still in the Bruce Arians offense. If Antonio Brown doesn't come back, Tyler Johnson could just suck up the third position role. Yeah, I agree on Brown 100%. He was a guy I hoped would take a step this year, but he's just been injured so much.
Yeah.
The last 4 or 5 games, he's really come up. So absolutely, for a dart throw in this game, yep.
Yeah, I'm not saying like Jordan Lindenbaum. St. Brown sucks. He's out there like 5% of the time. Completely agree, Jordan, aside from the sucks part. Yeah, he isn't out there a lot. But if you watch the game last week, when out there, Rodgers, unless it was a quick screen or something really fast, you saw him look towards him. Again, had the nice catch down the middle. All it takes, and you need that one separator in your lineup tomorrow because, again, we're picking out of 4 teams. You're going to have to find those guys. You're going to have to play the third tight end for the Bills or somebody to separate yourself.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about like a Millie Baker dart throw here for like 1%. I mean, at the same, like, again, you're making a cash lineup. Please don't put him in. That's not where we're, the kind of thing we're talking about, like for 50-50 play or anything like that. But for, if you're making just a couple on the big millie, I mean, you got to separate yourself somehow, man. I mean, he's had targets in 3 straight games now. He's caught passes, and the passes he's been catching are downfield too. So like there is a chance for a touchdown because he's been getting a red zone look. So.
And just to go back to your Lazard point, like obviously the famous GIF now that's out there of Aaron Rodgers taking the look, about to get to line, looks up, has a smirk because he's like, oh, that safety's out of position. Watch this, and throws the touchdown pass to Lazard last week. Like that's the one thing he knows. Kind of like Devontae Adams is special. Like there's no doubt about that. But I think there's something with Alan Lazard that Rodgers favors with like matchups against, especially like kind of undersized safeties that. He likes to take advantage of. So yeah, I like it. I think he's just in for a really good day. Like I know we said it, and I think everyone hoping for good games tomorrow, but I think it's like shaping up for 2 really, really good knockout and like battles on the field tomorrow.
My feeling, this is just my prediction too. This is my feeling right now. I think the Packers are going to win at least semi-convincingly, possibly very convincingly, and I think the Buffalo-Kansas City game is going to be like an all-time classic, kind of like really close game that comes down to the final drive. So that's my feeling on it right now. Definitely taking the Packers. My early call has been take the Bills, but good God, like I definitely don't. I can't take the money line. If you can get Bills +3, I would still take +3.5 Bills, but I don't know. The spot might be too big, and this is Kansas City's 3rd time in the conference championship. Like experience matters so much in these games. So that Bills Chiefs game I think is gonna be insanely close.
Yeah, like I said, I think both could very well be that way. That was, by the way, Adam Humphries. What a grab that was there. One hand was going to be stopped to the first, but the tackle pushed him forward. It's going the same area. Catch again. Don't know quite who that was, but
that was AJ Brown.
Oh, AJ, nice. A lot of people, yeah. The small Ben saying Buffalo KC gonna be fun, especially if the reports. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes was cleared to play. The rumor, I think it was Jake Glazer said he was choked out last week because it was that very odd way he fell and got the neck kind of turned. They said concussion. A lot of people saying there wasn't a concussion. He was actually literally like just the way his neck. I don't know enough about the anatomy to say what exactly happened, but Jake Glazer knows his UFC.
He was literally choked.
That's what he was like. He choked out. I'm like
I had this friend when I was growing up. He whenever he was in a bad mood, he used to be like, "God, I'm harsh choked." And just like, so we'd always say that, just as like, "Man, I'm harsh choked." Like, just to be like, just to let people know, like, you're not in a good mood. So maybe he was just harsh choked. I don't know, but either way, who cares? It's good.
Put it on Wikipedia, and it could be real. Tannehill wide open. Derrick Henry out of the backfield. This is where he could do some damage. Gets about 15 yards on the grab, kind of salvaging a kind of slow first half for the King. 43 seconds and counting here. 14-zip if you're just joining us. It's Moose, it's Rossi. We got B-Rye, our technical producer, advisor, just smart man. What's the nickname? Brockpot. We got producer Drew, Frangelico, and Derek, our guys in ops. Smash the like. Appreciate you all being here. Here comes Tannehill trying to pull a Michael Vick. Not going to happen. Or Mariota. Better analogy.
Zachariah Love says, "Great story."
Thanks, Zachariah.
Totally not sarcastic either.
Actually, you never know. You might actually know Zachariah, and he actually might be like, "Dude, that's the best story I've ever heard."
Yeah.
I remember that day.
Pretty good at reading the YouTube sarcasm, so.
Honestly, I take everything as a compliment. So when they say something that's like potentially sarcastic,
that's actually how you should approach social media, because if you reply to someone sarcastic, like it's not sarcastic, then they actually get like enraged. Like you can really get under people's nerves if you do that. So it's actually a really good way to approach social media. Just assume everything is real. And
just like, dude, good story. Be like, thank you so much. Honestly, it reminds me when I was 10, and that's a real nostalgic time for me. That's a field goal there by Steven Goskowski. So hashtag stack them kickers is halfway there. Now they kick it. Oh, look, see? Runner Travis, great story. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Scott. I'm really trying to up my storytelling abilities. This is really building confidence in me. I'll keep throwing them out in the future.
Love that. BS kick, need Janu, damn it, says Pebble.
My kids saw some more moose the other day. I mean, I know the chat wants to hear about that.
Oh, more moose sighting.
Yeah,
mooses. Meese. You saw more meese.
There was more meese. Yes, there was a double meese sighting. I saw it with my parents out for a walk. So it was
close.
Exciting week here.
Yeah. How close did they get to it?
They weren't super close this time because they were kind of on a trail, and like the meese were in an opening, like kind of further down from them. But we've been up close to them. So
are they? They're not the like. I don't know anything. I know like Bullwinkle, but like when it comes, like, are they a vicious type of animal? Like, are they like that's what I thought. I thought they were lazy.
They are, yeah, insanely. Like even if they're with they're a cub. Like I don't even think the other thing is they don't view humans as a threat. I don't think for the most part. Like, unless you're trying to shoot at it, then it would probably be a different story. But like if you're just coming up, they're like these things are like a quarter of my size. Like, they might run away from you, but that's about it. So at least that's been my experience. I don't actually done any, moose research.
I was going to say, you didn't go teasing it or anything. We're going to get one last shot here to the end zone, potentially. Kyle Murray ran for the last play. 40 yards. Does he even have the arm to throw it 60? Lets it go. Looks good for about 50. Bounces around. Incomplete. I'll do it for the first half action. 17-0. It's all Titans, all Meese in this one. Again, it was a touchdown from Tannehill to A.J. Brown, and we had a defensive block of a punt, scoop and score, and then we had a Steven Goskowski field goal. 111 yards for Tannehill with the touchdown, just 74 yards for Kyler Murray. Through the air.
Joker pointing out that I used cub instead of calf for the Moose babies, which is true. It's a true fact. Should be calf instead of cub.
Listen, actually, you know what? I heard that it just got changed. You're fine. You're good. By the way, hate the Drake today. Only 10 yards. I haven't even really mentioned his name. We're talking about Derrick Henry not getting off to a great start. But in the receiving category, Corey Davis with the most yards with 45 on 3 grabs. Fitzgerald, your guy, he's got 3 grabs for 21. Aside from that, it was a 1-catch, 10-yard score for A.J. Brown. Everybody else, a couple of 1 grab here, 1 grab there. I'm sorry, A.J. Brown's got 2 grabs now, but he did have 1 for a touchdown. So he's got 21 yards. Nothing super exciting so far, but the second half, things can change in an instant.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
This game reminding me of how bad a sim team Arizona is. So,
I was mentioning this, Moose, to, I think it was Koff. And it's very interesting. Like I was watching, Ross Tucker. You familiar with Ross Tucker, I imagine? You know the name? Just say yes.
Yes.
So he put out a tweet, and he believes that there are 17 teams that quarterback position is somewhat in flux, or there's a question to what they may do in the offseason. 17 teams. He believes in the, we'll call it free agency era, that is the most. Both of these teams not on that list. But it is interesting to think about that, like in the NFL today with just like quarterbacks, very quick turnarounds. Oh, by the way, Producer Drew, I did not know this. Check out the Ross Tucker podcast, by the way. It's presented by DraftKings. Didn't know that part. But he's on SiriusXM. He's a former offensive lineman. He's one that has been behind there's a big Richard Seymour push, by the way, for him to get to the Hall of Fame, and Ross Tucker's behind it, Tom Brady as well. But the point is, 17 teams, the most in the free agency era of the NFL, or the current day era. Like, and I just think that's wild when you think about this. Is there that many teams that are that much questioning their quarterback position? Like that can't be a good sign. Or do you look at that as like a good thing? Like, do we want that kind of flux in the NFL?
Yeah, I think it's a combo of like a couple things, right? I mean, I think that the quarterback class is pretty deep too. So like part of the reason why it's in flux is teams have options, right? Like there's, it's not necessarily set that like a guy now who's coming off a bad year is just necessarily coming back. Like, you got a guy like Jameis Winston who, like other times, like there's no way Jameis Winston would have just sat for a year, where he's out there now, right? I mean, he's an option. You got a team with like the Eagles with 2 legitimate guys who could start potentially next year. So I think it's just more of a like result of just the QB market being a little bit deeper than it has been. There's a nice run by Derrick Henry.
Yeah, he's in the zone, by the way, as you see.
Being deeper than it is in normal years, and we got like another pretty good class here with at least especially at the top. So a QB class from the I don't know, college, right? So
yeah,
I think it's all just kind of a result of that, and teams just aren't willing to like settle necessarily. Like if an experiment didn't work out or just doesn't look like they can improve somehow, they're probably going to look into it now. So San Francisco's a good example. I mean, sure, Jimmy G went to the Super Bowl the year prior, but can you do better than Jimmy G if you look around right now? Yeah, probably. So
and financially, like don't forget that cap's coming down, so you're going to have to make financial moves like we've never seen as well. And I think you're right. I think also like this, we're going to see I think this is going to be the most unprecedented quarterback offseason I think there's going to be way too many quarterbacks going in the first round this year because that 5th-year option. I think some teams that you're probably not expecting to take one, potentially if things slip or if they want to trade up. Like in my head, I don't know why, and maybe I'm crazy. I see the Steelers, unless Ben Roethlisberger makes the announcement, then it becomes a little more obvious. I could see them trading up and like going to get one of those projects, because if you have them for 5 years, because I don't think they think Mason Rudolph's the answer personally, and he played nice in that game, but by the way, let's see Derrick Henry coming across. Oh, sacked. Tannehill, no time there. Derrick Henry still has his X factor lit. I mean, he's not going to get taken down on that first place, but that bulldozer. He's got crazy stiff arms. We saw Buda Baker get bounced off, but like they're just that team I kind of have circled in my own mind, because as a Patriots fan, as people would know by now, like I have no faith that they're either going to get somebody that's worth drafting in the 15th spot, or that like any of these players, like people talk about Mac Jones, I don't think he's even getting out of the top 10 at this point. I just think the way, especially with the next few weeks, and they're not going to see these players throw, or all those things that convince you not to draft a quarterback that we've seen in years past, like, he's slow on his 40. Like, it's going to be all interview process. And I feel like, dude, look at the top 10 in the draft. Like, I think I played this game recently. There's like 7 teams that could take a quarterback in the top 10. That's insane.
Yep, and when there's that much demand, it just puts more pressure on supply, which just means there's going to be overpayment for some of these guys, which maybe it won't be. It's not necessarily a bad thing either, because it's like quarterback is that important. As long as you're not mortgaging too much of the future. I mean, getting one of these guys is probably a good idea, but I'm with you. Like there's teams like the Steelers out there who could legitimately be making moves. A couple other teams like that too. I think you'll see more movement just with like young quarterbacks too. Like Jordan Love could be on the move this year.
Yeah, good point.
Someone could make the Packers an insane offer to get him. I mean, it's guys like that, right? So, yeah, man. Like again, the NFL offseason is becoming. It's just the last couple of years. It's becoming way more interesting, and this year's going to be right up there. I mean, I don't know if we're going to have like the Brady thing, but you're going to have veterans like Stafford and Ryan too, who are potentially just going to be on the market all summer. So
that's the thing. It is interesting. Yeah, I think the Brady, it's like that's an unprecedented situation. That's like as if, Rodgers decides to one out, like that kind of like momentous swing, which I doubt is going to happen. But
yeah, I don't think so either.
But you make a good point. Like obviously there's these guys coming out. The reason you drafted, we're watching Arizona here. 2 years in a row, Arizona took a quarterback in the top 10. One, it's crazy to think, but like you have like with the whole Josh Rosen deal, they just were like, no, this isn't working. Dwayne Haskins is a free agent right now. They just said, no, this isn't working. And there's multiple reasons why. But even if all the, let's say, outside of football things didn't happen, he's still more than likely to be a free agent right now.
Yeah.
Oh, he did go to, is that official? I didn't know he signed, but Dwayne Haskins to the Steelers. I know he was talking with them. Producer Drew saying he's going there. But either way.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that happened
the other day. I know they were talking. I didn't see the deal.
I'm not really a big believer in Dwayne Haskins anyways, but that could influence the Steelers, just not investing in a QB this year, maybe just saying, Haskins, we'll see what we got with Haskins for a year and take it from there. That's probably what they'll do. But at the same time, you're right. I mean, there's young QBs out there like that. There's older guys who'd be on the move. So there's going to be a lot of movement.
Yeah. And it's just something that, I don't think we're going to be, maybe that's a new custom thing we're going to see. Like, it's weird to think about it, but like I said, but going back to like Josh Rosen was taken, coaches changed, GMs changed. Like, yeah, we don't like that. Let's just cut bait. Let's just do this now. Because there's two ways looking at it, right? If it hits, like let's say a Justin Herbert right now, you still have him for another 4 years. You don't have to overpay him unless he turns into Patrick Mahomes, which that's a good case, for you. Think about it. Patrick Mahomes, if they didn't want to go that route with the deal, right now he'd be going into this offseason still being a first round cheap play with a 5th-year option. Like that's why I think this year more than ever, a lot of these teams are seeing how to build. Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, these are guys that are getting their teams deep into the playoffs on rookie contracts. Now, I know Mahomes got the deal after the Super Bowl, but like he got the Super Bowl. So then you pay and you don't worry about it. That's why I just feel like you're going to see potentially a little bit more of that. Like maybe it's in Atlanta Falcons. Maybe they do just move on from, Ryan, if someone will pick up the contract, if there's maybe a San Francisco or somebody like that, and they draft a quarterback. And people would think, oh, well, that's like crazy or whatever. But I think that's what these teams are now going to try to build. Get your defense, get your receivers, then plug in the quarterback and have as much time as you can with them being cheap.
Yeah, and just to go back to your Josh Rosen point, like the Cardinals got a 2nd and a 5th for him. Like,
true.
We're cutting bait. That again, it makes so much sense because it's like the cost lot, like the lost value thing. I mean, yeah, you can keep trying to hang on to the guy, but the guy's value is just going to keep going down and down. You're going to waste more time. It's like it's whenever you can reverse decisions on a bad decision, like the quicker you do it, the less value you lose. So NFL, they're trying to become at least smarter with that in regards to players. Especially like first-round QBs, because it's cheap. It's cheap to get rid of them quick. You can get more return if you get rid of them quick. And there's always another guy around the corner. And the college guys are coming out quick. We saw the Rams go to the Super Bowl with a rookie. We saw
that's a good point.
And things like, well, not a rookie, but on a rookie contract.
The rookie contract. That's the last few years. It's been you mentioned Goff, Mahomes this year. If Josh Allen gets there, even still getting to the championship game on these rookie contracts, go back. Russell Wilson, we saw do it. Multiple NFC championship games. It's, there's a lot of flexibility if you play. Like, I think they actually were the ones, if you want to see where this trend started, it was Russell Wilson. It was Pete Carroll taking the chance.
Absolutely.
because they signed Matt Flynn to that gajillion-dollar deal, and they couldn't that out.
They still had the boat anchor contract because they're the Seahawks, and they're ridiculous. But you're right. Like that is kind of where I think teams probably perked up and like, whoa, like this guy just came out and like basically, and like the Cowboys had success with Dak, for a while, same thing. So it is definitely the trend. I think that's what the Packers were thinking when they drafted Jordan Love.
Agreed.
But at the same time, like,
not a good look when you go to the NFC Championship game. And
it's like it's not going to happen. Like they're just, unless Aaron Rodgers, like you says, make this some kind of shock decision.
Yeah.
The Packers, it would be mutiny. I think we talked about this yesterday. It would be mutiny. Like if the Packers win the Super Bowl, or even if they don't win the Super Bowl and Aaron Rodgers wins the MVP, and then you just don't bring him back. Like, how do you explain that to your fan base? It's like, oh yeah, well, you can get this guy in a cheaper contract. It's like
it's an impossible.
The best player in football. Like,
if he wins the MVP, let's just go there and say they win the Super Bowl just for this argument, and then he walks away, but not from the game, from the team. Yeah, that's. Or maybe I just motivate him and draft another quarterback next year in the first round. We're through 3 here. 20-zip Tennessee over the Cardinals. Tannehill's got the touchdown pass to A.J. Brown. He's got 150, 79 for Kyler Murray. Drake, these guys are duds today for the Arizona team. But you never know. Fourth quarter still to come. High ownership. 99 yards for Derrick Henry. Still has his X factor lit. So barring anything insane, which does happen when me and Moose get together. We already saw the block punt for a touchdown.
Yep.
But we shall see. Receiving yards, nothing too insane here. Again, Corey Davis with the most yards, 4 catches, 5 yards, 2 grabs still for A.J. Brown. He's got the touchdown, 21 yards. But yeah, we're going all over the place here when it comes to quarterbacks. Producer Drew brings up a good point. He says, what are the odds that Jordan Love Rodgers becomes a Brady Garoppolo? Now, for those that don't know the exact story, is basically ownership says one thing, coach says another. Obviously, the ownership of the Green Bay Packers is the people that live there. So a little different, but maybe there is something there. Maybe do they trade Jordan Love because Rodgers is like, hey, I'm ready to keep this thing going for another few years. It's going to be fast. There's so many things that are going to happen in this offseason. I think, as we mentioned, the quarterback in flux position. I think that, like, you're right. Jordan Love could be a guy that people were looking at last year that maybe it isn't a blow him away offer. Like you said, maybe it's something that like a second and a fifth, like, which isn't bad, but I don't think that's like, oh my God, like for a first round pick at the end of the day, a year later, not bad.
Yeah. If you're the Packers and you do that, you're just trying to get something for him. Right. So, but the Packers are in a weird spot. Like it could come down to a team who just doesn't have a high draft pick deciding to make a move on Jordan Love though. Right. I mean, and I don't think the Packers necessarily have to trade him this year either, nor do I think it necessarily will happen. But if the right offer comes by, you never know. So, anyways, if you're the Packers, you just gotta commit to Aaron Rodgers for the next 3 years. I just don't know how you couldn't do that at this point. I don't know why they didn't do that last year either. But
well, that's the thing.
It's talking in the chat about the Steelers. The Steelers wide receiver situation. Yeah, I agree there, Ben. They did kind of underuse Claypool, but I think it was more of a rookie thing.
Who knows what all... I feel like I'm a big Notre Dame guy, so I love Chase Claypool, but I also wonder if there was a little bit of, like, getting ahead of yourself on the field, too. Like, he started thinking he was a little untouchable. That 11... look at those first 11 weeks. Just look at it. He was used high volume. Yeah, maybe it was underused, but then again, Ben was throwing the ball a gajillion times, so something. That whole team's a mess. To be honest.
I think he got more of the Tomlin kind of rookie veteran treatment there, but I fully expect Juju to probably be gone from that situation. That's how I think it's going to play out, and it'll be Deontay Johnson and Claypool, which is just an awesome duo to have. But they really got to get a Ben succession plan in place there because they got too many. They have such good weapons there. Like I would like to see Matt Stafford go there and just light it up with Claypool, similar to what he did. Like Claypool is basically the closest thing we have to Megatron, Calvin Johnson. Let's get Stafford there. I mean, that would be amazing to see him work with another receiver like that. I think we got
very high
Henry
praise.
As a bonus. Yeah. Oh yeah, Henry's way over the bonus. I'm out of touch here. The game.
You're good. 5:30 left here in the game. 20-0. A couple comments here. This is kind of funny. Levy G says, if my girlfriend left me for Rossi, I wouldn't be mad. He'd treat her to a nice dinner, flowers, take her mom shopping, and still try to invite me to a nice dinner with them. He's the Canadian, you know. They're the nice ones. I don't think I would bring you to dinner, but maybe the rest. Happily married man, but, you know, you can enjoy her for now. Just be careful.
Well, we'll talk about Sim Jason. We'll pretend it's Sim Jason.
Oh, Sim Jason.
Anything can happen in Sim land, so, you know.
Oh, we're going to do Dude Talk? You know, oh, by the way, there's a new segment on here that may pop up here, and it's called Dude Talk.
Dude Talk, okay.
They just talk dude stuff, like football, crushing meat, and you know, chopping wood and smacking meat. So that happens because me and Coffee yesterday were talking about something. We were talking about like chick flicks or what physique would you want? Like that's realistic. Like we were saying how The Rock is just like the most unrealistic body. Like I wouldn't like he's just as wide as like a very, very out of shape person. He probably needs like 2 plane tickets or, you know, first class because he's The Rock. But we were joking. We were going all around and saying like, what physique would you want? And then people on the chat were like, enough of this chick talk, enough of this chick chat. And I was like, all right, dude talk. I'm just going to later just take some protein powder, just throw it down. No lubrication, just dry protein.
What are you having for dinner tonight? Are you having 2 pieces, like a piece of chicken and steak, or just steak? I mean,
steak. I'm gonna lightly salt because I don't want too much sodium in my diet, but and I'm gonna have just the right amount. A cup of rice. Gotta keep the carbs in there because you know it's the only way to stay sustained. Broccoli, boiled, boring. All dude talk. Drew says sounds like a sim with Emerson. Oh.
Yeah.
The Dunder Don't Tell You says, we're telling your wife. You can tell her. I'll bring, oh, she's not here right now. She's out, but.
Much like my wife, I'm sure she'd just laugh.
All right, she'd be like, what do you even do? You know what happens sometimes? I was screaming or I was doing a Kenny impersonation or something, and I went upstairs because in my, you know, gigantic estate here, I went upstairs and my wife looked at me and goes, what do you do down there? Like, what's going on? I honestly don't know at this point.
Yeah. I mean, my wife doesn't even ask. Like, I mean, I've literally been shouting in here with Glash, like late at night, like just shouting buzzwords.
Oh, the words.
Buzzwords, pretending I'm like revving a vehicle. Not even like what was like, what's going on in there? Like, why are you making so much noise? Just like, okay, you're done. Just, it's amazing. It's, I love her for it. Like, it's just like do whatever you want in there. Like, I don't care. You just, you know, it's amazing.
Just do your thing. Make sure the check's clear and we're good.
Oh, see, she doesn't even care if the check's clear. That's the other part of it.
You might have the greatest wife ever. Doesn't care literally about anything, probably just the kids, your health, and
I mean, she let me like live in Vegas for a month, you know, before our kids were born. So I mean, like, you know, obviously
can't go wrong with that.
Like, you know, anyways.
Dude talk, living in Vegas.
Vegas, yeah, guys. There we go. Dude talk.
Yeah, dude, I left my wife for a month.
Can't wait to get back to Vegas.
Yeah, Vegas can't wait for us either. All right, here's the pass. Max.
All right.
Actually, no. Is that him? No, that's Drake. I apologize. So let's see. Can the Cardinals put something together, get a score here late? Kyler Murray and Drake highly owned in the contest. We're going to get to the 2-minute warning here, Moose, at the 41-yard line. The number is 41 on the back of Drake's jersey. Is it a sign? I doubt it. Fantasy Hawk says, Jeff, you married a winner. And so did she. I added that.
No, she won she lost the lottery, but yeah.
Yeah, we got this awesome lottery winnings over here, but if you don't win, here's this guy, Jeff, over there. We're glad to meet. Oh, look at this. DeAndre Hopkins. You saw that X Factor light up a little bit there. Making the grab, see what he can do. Can he score here in this final 2 minutes?
Can we avoid the goose egg?
Yeah, the goose egg is not good.
At least been a fast sim, man. Like, holy cow. Yeah, actually, it's 1 minute ago.
That's because we got our guy Brian. He's the greatest human being on the planet. That goes, you know, we pretend we didn't say that out loud. So he heard it, we all heard it, and we all know it's true. So yeah, $1:32 left. here on a Saturday. By the way, again, smash a like. Appreciate you guys being here. Like, you have so many options. 514 of you on the old YouTube and growing. We got around 100 of you over on Twitch. Millions of you watching throughout planet Earth and the universe. On Game Center, wherever you are. Appreciate you so much taking time out of your day or making us a part of your day. It means the world. So thank you. Kyler Murray.
Inviting us into your homes.
Yes. Or wherever you may be. I think he was past the line. Of course, throws a dart touchdown to your guy Fitzgerald. That would really help you, but looks like that one's going to be coming back. Yep. Thanks, Kyler.
Yeah, awesome. Good work.
Appreciate that, pal. Right now, I'm sitting in 51st place.
Illegal forward pass, eh? No.
I could use a Kyler Murray to DeAndre Hopkins. That would help me. But we'll see. I'm not even going to look at the comments after that one. Here's another pass to the end zone.
Oh, yes.
Got
it.
It is.
Kirk.
Wow, Christian Kirk. Someone was saying Captain Kirk in there. So I think that's, very quiet day, obviously, for the entire offense. But Kirk gets it in there. He is owned in 32%, captained in just under 3.
We are getting a booth review, though.
Uh-oh.
I can't do it, Captain. I don't have the review.
It's going to stand.
Terrible. Sorry, guys.
Don't ever apologize. Listen, if you're going to do it, you just do it. I do it all the time. There's never apologies. We appreciate you doing it.
What do you think's going to happen here? Are they overturning?
No, it's absolutely not. They never get overturned. It's a touchdown.
You're right. They only overturn fumbles.
Yeah, it's look at that. Okay, going for 2.
Go for 2.
This is what we need. Drake in the backfield along with Edmonds. Hopkins at the top of the screen. Going to on the side. Looks like Kirk again.
Sure is, I think. Yep.
It is. So Kirk, a quick 8, including the catches. So that's a 10-point swing right there. Forget about the yardage as well. Nice play there. So Christian Kirk probably taking people out of the basement on that play. Let's see how that shakes up the contest. Shout out to Derek and Frangelico. The score is flying on the updates. Wait till everything kind of surge. The surge is dominating our contest. He's got Henry in the captain, Murray, Drake, Fitzgerald, Titans D, which had over 25 points a few moments ago. Gostkowski has 11. So what a lineup. It's going to take a lot to. Oh wait, no, somebody else just came flying there. Is that you, Frangelico? Is that your name? I can't tell. It's just I would guess that this is you. I don't want to say it just in case it isn't. Yup, he says. Yup. So he is 0.15 away from the lead.
Wow.
So that's Derrick Henry. Will that help him or not? Can't tell. He has the Titans D. What a call, putting the Titans D in the captain spot for Angelico. They got 20. So that actually kind of hurt, but he also had Christian Kirk. So
hey, he was playing the Moose and Rossi bump. I mean, he knew that like the block kicks, pick sixes were all on the table. So
Gostkowski could throw a touchdown. So he just moved into Fur. Oh no, things are moving around very quickly. A lot of stuff happening. I'm not even going to look anymore. Derrick Henry, another run here. Timeout. Small Ben 7 saying Gonzalez goose egg. Says love it. No, yeah, not a day to stack the kickers, unfortunately, for Moose.
Lindenbaum's in 3rd place, according to Fantasy Hawk.
Yeah, there he is. Yeah, 3rd. Yeah, Frangelico just fell off a cliff. The proverbial Tom Brady cliff that we're still waiting on. Saw Drew Brees hit it, but here comes Derrick Henry going nowhere. It's going to be a last time out here for the Cardinals.
Yeah, the Saints, another team, man. Could very well be in the market for QBs.
It's going to be
Could very well have 3 QBs on the roster next year. Who knows?
Maybe they'll just go Taysom Hill, no QBs, not throw passes.
I almost feel like that's what they should do, but
Just become a really well. They're gonna have to cut so much. I think that team, if they're even somewhat competitive next year, I'm gonna be so like this. I get every reason to change this opinion.
But that's the thing. If they use Taysom Hill, they get rid of Mike Thomas, Breeze is out of there. They cut the salary and they just become a run-first team. They become the Baltimore Ravens because their defense is still good enough to do that, right? Like that's why I kind of think that's what they should do. Like, okay, sure, you're not like the run and gun Saints, but the Ravens throw like 17 times a game and just pound Lamar Jackson and J.K. Dobbins. You can do the same thing with Kamara and Taysom Hill. So just become the Ravens version of the NFC, and you maybe won't be the best team in the NFL, but you make the playoffs. So
it's actually not a bad call, especially if you can sign. Like I know they have Latavius Murray, obviously a lot of tread on those tires, but maybe you sign somebody.
It works. Like that formula works. Maybe it's not as high end as the Chiefs' offense or what the Bills are doing, but realistically, there's only so many QBs who can work in that offense and be really effective. And, like 3 of them are in the championship games right now. Maybe and Russell Wilson is on a team who just doesn't want to do that. So, those are like 4 guys who can do it. I don't know how many more options there are. So if you don't have one of those guys, why not run an offense like that? Like, I don't know. I think more teams just should take that view rather than trying and fit like a square peg into a round hole, like trying to run a fast pass first offense with like Carson Wentz, who throws 58% completion rate and throws a ton of picks. Like it just hurts you more to try and be like that than trying to be the Ravens, where what just happened.
Honestly, it was a good call. I'm gonna say they stopping the clock. 4 seconds left. I agree with the take though. I think that's the right they may go. 23-8. Final play of the game. He dropped it.
He's got those small hands. Maybe I don't know. Look. It's not even a top 10 craziest play we've seen in Madden there.
No, look at this. Just unleashes like on the back of a lineman. It is overthrown. Ball game, Moose. 23-8. That is an interesting score, by the way. Yeah, woof is right. Like Buzz's girlfriend. That'll do it here. I'm going to go ahead and say this is not going to be an easy pick for you. Let's just get right into it so we can take our little break because we're coming back sooner rather than later. So your Crusty Moose. My kid saw a moose the other day, player of the game.
It's really not. I mean, I'm just trying to like sort through here. I'll give it to Christian Kirk because Henry outscored him, but like Christian Kirk only averages 8.3 points per game. Can I make a suggestion? Kirk coming up with 15.8 points. That's almost double his total. Christian Kirk, the Krusty Kaufman, Moose, fantastic player of the game.
All right. What about we talked about kids, but they're not ours currently because we're doing a sim and yada, yada, yada. Not my kid award.
I am going to go to...
They're on the screen.
Zane Gonzalez, who got me 0 points.
Personal. It's personal, Zane.
It's personal.
Drake may have been one of the highest owned, but
get out of here.
That's it. Zane Gonzalez.
Kenyon Drake, sure. Kenyon Drake, but for me, it's Zane Gonzalez.
Just go with Zane Gonzalez. Doesn't matter. It's a made-up award anyways. I'm going to just run. I haven't done a chat VP in a while.
Calling this whole thing made up, Jason?
The awards are made up. Remember, the game is... what is the term? The game, it's not fake.
The game is fake.
Okay, we do say I don't like the F word.
But the fantasy is real.
Oh, the fantasy is real. I've never heard that. I heard like the drama is real, but I like the fantasy is real. It is real.
That's why we're all here for these sims. I mean, yeah, they're fake games, but the fantasy results, the impact in our lives, me winning the free roll would have just, boosted my confidence. So.
And listen, we'll take it out to this. Robbie Noble says, Brockpot, Bry Guy on the 1s, 2s, 3s, and 7s, and the fabulous ops team. Thanks, folks. Don't forget about our guy, producer Drew. We had a GOAT squad today. We are so thankful to them. They worked their butts off the entire afternoon on a Saturday. Don't forget, get used to it, folks. Sims on a Saturday all day, every day, Sundays next week. Got a lot of Super Bowl coverage, but we can talk more about that because me and Moose are coming back at you in an hour. We have a contest in the DK friends and family one. If you aren't going to be joining us, make sure you follow this guy at the Fantasy Grind. Jeff Ulrich. Jeff, are you on? Are you on tomorrow as well? Are you doing?
Yeah, we're doing for tomorrow. We're doing a sweat pregame before the conference championship starts. The Packers game before the early one, and then I'll be on Leaderboard Live with Emerson. So make sure you throw us on the side screen. You can watch Emerson and I jabber on about all the fantasy stuff. And then you can watch Aaron
Rodgers look like this.
Destroy Tom Brady.
Yeah, it's gonna look like Emerson. Like his camera's a lot different, so he's kind of like down here. I feel like he's always like, "All right, Jeff, why don't you explain to us?" Yeah, that was be better. Yeah, why don't you explain to us a little bit about that play? Anyways, for Brian, Drew, Frangelico, Derek, you guys all crushed it. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We'll be back in about an hour. Go check out that contest. Have yourself an awesome hour. If you're on the East Coast, make a delicious dinner and come deliver some to me. If you're in Moose time, enjoy your afternoon because I'm jealous because I'm East Coast bias. All right, we'll catch you guys in just a little bit. Bye-bye. Guy talk. Oh, look at this. There they are. Hey, look at you. I can't see you, but you can see me, which makes me a little uneasy. But this guy right here makes me feel a hell of a lot better about myself. It's Jeff Ulrich. Moose, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Doing fantabulous. Back for the second leg of the doubleheader here.
Yeah.
The Detroit Lions, the Raiders. I don't know.
I
don't have anything good to say about these teams. They're pretty much terrible sim teams, but maybe we'll get a good game.
No, I think we're going to get a great game, I'll be honest. Or we're going to get something crazy. I do. I'm going to go on a limb. DK Simpim. You can look at the beady red eyes that I have. I'm going to say, look at that eye. Look at that. Ooh, looking into your soul. I'm going to say it's going to be a good sim. But Raiders, Lions, we'll talk about your lineup in a minute. We still have a little time. But two teams that I thought were surefire playoff teams this year. The Raiders really, I almost inexcusably crapped the bed there towards the end of the season. That I'm looking that back.
Defense really fell apart.
Yeah,
Raiders defense. That was some all-time terribleness with the way they ended. You're right, though. They did look like a playoff team for a bit.
They were.
And the Lions we talked about. I don't even want to bring it up.
No.
We talked about them preseason. We were both dead wrong. Matt Patricia's terrible.
Back with the Patriots, by the way. Thanks, Matt. Come on back, Bill.
Rossi and I are going to break into the DK archives and destroy that tape one day.
But we also are smart people, and we can admit when we're wrong. Not to name names, I can't. All right, let's look at it. Lineups are going to be locking soon. When you come, actually, I wouldn't even put him in that. I don't even know if he has takes. Does Kaufman have takes?
That's true. Actually, Kaufman's takes are like Aaron Rodgers is good at football. So I mean,
I joke. The one guy I always pick on about it is Glash. I call Glash the fence sitter. Is he on tonight? I forget who. I think he might be. But you'll be like, Glash, who's winning the NFC Championship tomorrow? I'll tell you, it's gonna be a good game. Packers are good. The Bucks are good. 1st and 10 here for the play. I'm like, wait, you didn't tell me. No. Anyways, in this contest, Moose, where do you look? Where are you constructing your lineup? Because you have to pay up if you want some of the big name players. Did you do that? Where'd you kind of poke around for this one?
Yeah, I mean, we got a couple teams with not dominant running backs. So I put Tyrell Williams up there. I think you could have made a case for Galladay as well. But, the Raiders, Derek Carr, I don't know what to say. He's better than Matt Stafford in this game, but he definitely produces a little bit better. I feel like that Tyrell Williams, Derek Carr combo, just a little bit higher end. Every time I see the Lions, they're just terrible. So I just did not want to put a line up there. Galladay and him are pretty similar though, like him and Tyrell Williams. So I did include Galladay and Hawkinson. This is probably the sim I should have put the kickers in, but I didn't. So, anyways, I went pure. I went just pure. It's all passing in my lineup, and it's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be like 200 yards passing total in this game. But anyways, that's what I did.
Get that negative energy out of here. It's Saturday. We're having a good time. I don't need that. I think there's gonna be 200 yards passing in the first quarter. All right, watch out. These defenses stink. You have to remember that.
It's true.
Especially in their ratings wise and rankings. Just so you know, for me, I went ahead with, the game's loading up. Love that. We got Daniel, we got Madison, we got Jared, we have Pat, we got a great crew. Again, always we do, but specifically tonight. I went with Darren Waller, threw him in the captain spot. You know why, Moose? I never play this dude, and he always burns me. It's because he's expensive. I said, this is it. Going with him, got Derek Carr in there. Jalen Rashad as well. I went there. I got Carlson for my kicker because you got to be on brand. Danny Amendola and Matthew Stafford.
Waller's. I mean, he was really good in the other sim.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he does have some pretty good upside games. 12 touchdowns too for Darren Waller. So we'll see. He's got a great nickname. Emerson and I nicknamed him the Murder Hornet because he was so good in the other sim. But
was that during the time of the Murder Hornets?
It was
unleashed?
Like when they like somebody found a Murder Hornet and it was like, ah! And then you haven't heard one single news story since. So
honestly, that is really funny. Obviously 2020 is gonna be a lot of things we'll be telling, someone put it to me in this way. When your kids when your children have reports and they ask you, hey, what were you doing in 2020? And you're gonna be like, which part? I was sitting at home, I was doing Sims, what do you mean? But it is interesting, the Myrna Hornet thing is gonna not even be remembered, I don't think. When for that week, it was when everything on the news is bad, don't leave your house, everything's horrible. And by the way, there's now hornets outside of your house waiting for you to leave to sting you and they will kill you. You're like, what? My anxiety is already through the roof. What are we doing?
Well, they look so scary too because they're monstrous, right? But
Are they though? Are they real? Were they real things?
Or were they real? I mean, apparently they're real, because where did they come from? Like Japan, right?
I don't know.
Somewhere,
Where did they fly over?
Somewhere
They take a charter like together and say, let's go get America, the North America.
Like all those empty seats, maybe they just gang together and bought one. I mean,
in the shape of a person. Oh my!
With the like trench coat on, you know,
looking like the Invisible Man or something.
Oh, my name's M.R.A. Human.
Anyways, that could have been. That could be how they got here. It's just a damn cough, man. Says Rossi, you never fade the Murder Hornet. Well, I know today is the first time I can tell you.
The hardcore guys, they know about the Murder Hornet. Darren Waller in this. I mean, they were here. It was an early on thing, but
I got Brainiac Daniel telling me that they came over from China. He says, I think, so he can be wrong. He says snuck over in a shipping container over the Pacific. This sounds like some weird James Bond like movie plot where it's like, the shipping containers, they contain the Murder Hornet. We must stop them from reaching the United States border.
Yeah, there's some evil genius, just, you know, his whole plot, you know, to get the world, put these Murder Hornets in.
Yeah, we must shut down the economy. Yeah. One hornet at a time. And Dan goes by, snuck over, got trapped inside.
That is totally a James Bond thing, because like every James Bond villain has some kind of weapon like that, where it's just so ridiculous. Like, I'm going to use the power of the sun
to melt this one building off the coast of London that will destroy, literally make no impact, but we have a plot line to get through. Iconic theme. Here's Matthew Stafford on 3rd and 5. Love these jerseys. Look at that throw, incomplete. Not off to my hot start for that 200 yards in the first quarter, but it also happened in the last game too, but we won't talk about that. By the way, ownership in this one. This is when you know you're in for an interesting sim, for at least the rankings in this game. Derek Carr is the highest owned player, 61.2. Second highest owned, Matthew Stafford at 60. And those are not two stud quarterbacks. We're not dealing with Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson. Usually when it's the two, usually you don't see quarterbacks moves in these type of contests, but that's where it's going. Waller, Hawkinson, so then two tight ends, and then Henry Ruggs. Going to wrap up your top 5 ownership here. Nobody over 61%.
Yeah, and that's what you get too when there's no dominant RB, right? Like that's what you want to hang your hat on, build around, but there's no one to do that in these sims, like I said. So it could be interesting though. We could have a lot of like rando big games from various receivers. We'll see.
Yeah, let's see. You got a couple lineups being dropped in here. Fantasy Hawk says, I got cute. And Captain Jacobs. There he is, speaking of the devil.
I don't mind it.
First carry for 6 yards. Who was this? Hawkinson with 15 catches for 40 yards is Mockingjay. Someone dropped their whole lineup on me. I'm trying to find it now. Someone said, I know it was like Derek Carr. Oh, Jacobs captain, Carr, Ruggs, Matty, Stafford, Hawkinson, Amendola. Bob Daddy. That's an interesting one. Small Ben has Stafford at the captain, Carr, Hawkinson, Marvin Jones, Hunter Renfrow, and Henry Ruggs. Yeah, look at this. Kirk and Carroll, Moose, Mossy. That's going to be our combined team name. It says, look up on YouTube how Japanese honeybees kill an Asian giant hornet, a.k.a. the murder hornet. Way cool. Just need to teach North American honeybees how to do the same. That's it. We're going to practice.
I don't want to watch any of that stuff.
I don't either, because I watch a lot of National Geographic for some odd reason. Like my wife puts that on for like background stuff for my child, which is actually really disturbing, but it's a story for another time. Like it's like, oh, it's fun. There's like penguins. He loves penguins. That's cool. Then next thing you know, there's a walrus that's just like doing horrible things. Like National Geographic is not for children.
No, totally.
You can learn, I guess, but not your like. I don't know what like Madison or Daniel like are watching, behind the scenes during these things. But I'm, just if you ever pop that on, just think of putting that in front of like a.
You have Amazon Prime. Watch I Shouldn't Be Alive. Have you seen that show?
With my kid or not?
No, definitely not.
I'm kidding. No, I've not seen that, but I do have Amazon Prime.
I mean, it's not like that bad, but it's probably less graphic than National Geographic, but it's just about people in these insane. My wife loves it. That's why I brought it up. She like always puts it on, and it's just about people who get like in these insanely bad situations, and like they really like how they survive is incredible. It's actually a pretty interesting show, but some of the situations are just like, and the stuff they have to go through. Like this girl like had to crawl out of like a desert, like with a broken pelvis, like 6 days in there.
Oh, it's like that movie. Remember that movie with
Yeah, with James Franco. It's like every episode is like that. Like,
I did not like that.
No, well, I mean, you will not like this show.
Oh, but you know what now?
And it's all true stories. Like it's so.
You just did the worst thing you could ever do to me as we get a punt there from the Raiders. Is now my intrigue is up, so I'm gonna watch it. That's a great punt.
At first, I was like, I didn't. I'm like, what? Like this is so like negative. Like every story is like these people just suffering. I'm like, why are you watching this? But it's really captivating. Like I have to admit, like it's get people lost at sea, and then they get saved. And everybody seems to get saved at the very last second. Like legitimately, like this is like I was like ready to drown. Like I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna go, bye. And then like a boat comes, and it's like.
Honestly, that's such television. Whether it's true or not, it makes for good TV. Like the moment I was about to just I don't know if you ever saw the movie. It was like Deep Water or one of those movies where it's like people get like stranded and sharks are going to attack them.
Deep Water. Well, I'm pretty sure Deep Water is based off of one of the episodes. Actually,
wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah,
wouldn't doubt it. It's like I'm just gonna let go and morbid ending. Spoilers. But with that being said, like. Yeah, all these things, everything you see like that, like I survive, like I watch Shark Week. I'm a big fan of the sharks. So like everyone is like that. Like the shark bit me. I'm out in the water for 5 hours, barely, like my legs barely there. It's the moment I'm about to give up, a tugboat comes by. It's like, what do you mean a tugboat comes by? Like how does that even happen? But it always does.
Yeah, like the one we were watching last night. It was these guys like they were like surfing or something. I didn't even see the start of it, but they basically got carried out in a riptide in a boat off the coast of South Carolina, and they were just in this tiny tin boat floating there for like 5 days, no food, no water.
What?
Yeah.
Is that even possible? I thought it was like 3 days. Whatever.
They were like legitimately hallucinating. One guy was like eating things from the water, like just to try. Hopefully, it was going to be poisonous, so he could like die. Like that's the verge of how like bad it was for these guys. And then a boat just came, and it was like true stories though. Like it's crazy. Like it's really nuts.
We need a boat to come and save this one so far. 3 punts on 3 possessions. Oh, look at this nice return. Listen, we're starting morbid. Might as well just wrap up with obviously our thoughts and prayers out to the passing. We had Hank Aaron pass away yesterday. You had obviously Larry King, more famous. Yeah, that situation was just a little heartbreaking because Larry King was one of those guys. We were talking about this earlier. I don't know what your thoughts on him are, but he had such an interesting, like, I think he went from being like kind of like disliked by like the masses for a while. Then he became like, he did it for so long and like it was like this respect issue. Like it's like, well, you got to go on Larry King if you're gonna have something big like in like the 2000s to the early 2010s. Like,
totally,
kind of amazing. Yeah. Like, oh, don't go on him. He's that guy who asks the wrong questions, or he does the things that tries to dig into the personal stuff, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I got to go to Larry King. Like he's the most respected journalist.
Yeah, I mean, I never really found him personally that captivating, but you're right. I mean, he obviously had that respect. So, I mean, it doesn't even really matter what I think. I was never like that encapsulated by him as an interviewer, if I'm being honest. It's still very sad. I mean, he ended up interviewing a ton of people, right? But yeah, it's just kind of a bad week for that, you know, like lots of famous people. But Hank Aaron was one kind of sucked for me the most. I mean, that guy was super brave too. I mean, just like through when he broke the home run record and stuff. I mean, you know, he's definitely read up a little bit on Hank Aaron if you could. I mean, that's a good story, but well, not that he passed away, but you know, just his story in general.
Okay, just to let you know, and this I don't mean to interrupt it. Obviously, we all thoughts with Larry King. This is breaking news coming from Adam Schefter out of Detroit. I'll read the exact scenario here, or the exact clip. It says, in an agreement the two sides have discussed, mutually agreed upon, the Lions and quarterback Matthew Stafford are expected to part ways this offseason, with the Detroit Lions listening to trade offers for the former #1 overall pick starting this week.
Here we go.
So let the games begin. Yeah. Bill Belichick, where's that Bill Belichick Stone Cold Steve Austin gift? Has it already been?
It's all on the table now. The Steelers got to be interested. The Pats. Who else? I mean, AFC definitely needs quarterbacks. Like, who else we talking about, Ross? Okay, let's start.
The Steelers. You said you. Honestly, you know, let's have this conversation. We have a Detroit here. It's breaking news, literally just happening that this was the guy I said I waited for the season to be over. I waited for Cam Newton to finish out, give him some respect as a Patriots fan. Stafford's a guy I want. I completely, right now, if it's today, if it's going to happen this week, I don't see it being New England because for him, he wants to go to a place where he can continue to throw the ball at a high level where, look at the weapons, let's be honest. So let's take it from, let's just say it happens in the next, before free agency, just for argument's sake. Where are the landing spots if you believe or if you are Matthew Stafford you want to go to?
Yeah, throw them out in the chat first, and then we'll talk about it. I got some ideas percolating already. But
all right, how about this? I'm going to tell you what they say, and we'll do quick reactions because people are throwing them. We already mentioned Steelers. Indianapolis says Sonny Black.
Yeah, I think Indy would be. It's definitely in like my top 2 destinations. It just makes too much sense. They're already competitive, got great weapons already. Pittman's going to be a great wide receiver. Indy is going to be in the mix. I would be shocked if they weren't in the mix for some reason. So, Colts, good call. It's almost a little bit too obvious, but they fit exactly what you want. They're indoor team too, right? So,
sure are. I'm going to say 1,000% no on this one. That's just me. Tony A says the Bears. Are they going to trade him in the division?
Yeah, probably aren't going to trade him in the division. If he goes to the Bears, it'll be more of like he got released or something because they couldn't work out a deal. So.
Could be an amazing fit, though. Talk about a team. Maybe they keep Allen Robinson with that case. Obviously, we're after one here in this game. It is goose egg, so don't worry about anything. Again, the news coming out. Stafford it's just coming out that they're going to part ways. So full rebuild mode for the 6-year contract of the ankle-biting, knee-smashing Dan Campbell Lions. Falcons, says Fantasy Hawk. Thoughts there?
Well, I mean, if they're...
I feel like it's just the same...
Yeah, like I don't think that's the direction the Atlanta would go. I mean, I think it would be an upgrade personally over Matt Ryan, but I mean, Atlanta is like so far. They're in the same situation as Detroit. Like they have to rebuild. They want to start over. Like I wouldn't be shocked if we get news out of Atlanta at some point where they're gonna part ways with Matt Ryan. So
sure.
I guess if Atlanta was thinking about retooling on the fly and they're just like, we think Matt Ryan's done, it could happen, but that would be a dark horse, a pretty big dark horse for me.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it just doesn't make much like financial or like player sense.
Yeah,
I think Stafford is. I think Stafford may be a better player than Ryan right now, but I don't think it's like astronomically different that you want to make that move. Mockingjay throwing out, well, he said Pats or Broncos. We talked about the Pats. Broncos are an interesting one. You know, now with the new GM, obviously Elway's still going to basically be a big factor in their quarterback pick. You know, they have the 9th overall pick. I don't know if you want to swing that for a trade, but if they don't take one, or if they're not looking that way, I think Stafford might actually fit well there in Denver.
Denver's interesting for sure.
Jerry Jeudy,
I'm going to say probably not because, Vic Fangio, defensive first coach. The one caveat there might be John Elway convinces Matt Stafford.
Mm-hmm.
Because John Elway has some, a modicum, a pretty big, he's respected around the league. Like if he calls Matt Stafford's going to listen. So Denver is a bigger possibility for sure.
Could you imagine you get that call, you go, hey, did you see what I did with Peyton at the end of his career? He didn't have to throw a ton. You have 2 good running backs there. You got good receivers. They drafted 2 young guys last year. That could, Noah Fant, like
it could work. Yep.
Good. That one tickles me a little bit. Who else we got here? We talked about the Steelers. The Saints, says Fantasy Hawk as well.
Ooh, the Saints is interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. Wasn't there some rumblings?
Yeah, earlier in the
year about Stafford? I swear there was.
No, there was, because there was something about like when Patricia was fired, I think like right after Thanksgiving, that's where you started to hear it. Don't forget, Breeze was hurt at the time. Nice move by Tyler Williams. Look at him. He's saying, hey, come to the Raiders, man. Yeah. Look at me. They did say that there was like some talk, and there's some connection with Sean Payton, maybe like quarterback coach, something like where he was a coach, but that could be interesting if the money in the cap is right and keep Michael Thomas for that reason alone. Try to bang through a couple more of these. Bob Daddy says San Diego backup. San Diego's not a team. Los Angeles, I think you mean. I don't think, honestly, I'd rather go to San Diego and just chill and with all of us. We can all sit on the beach together. I'm going to go with no on that. I don't think he's going to go be a backup right now.
No, I don't think he'll be going to the Chargers. I think we've pretty much exhausted the AFC West.
Here's an interesting one. What about this one? Mark Adams says Washington.
Yeah, okay.
They're kind of a quarter, like depending on what they think of that room.
Yep. Yeah. That's another team. I mean, good weapons. Ron Rivera's a good head coach. Could sell them. I don't think Stafford will want to go to that franchise, but like, don't put it off the table.
Everything's going in the right direction there for once.
It is, and like I said, like if Ron Rivera there is a big factor. Like if it was his last year, like you'd be like, there's not a chance. But with a good head coach, they just made the playoffs. A great defense. Yeah, I guess we should give some respect. Like if we're giving respect to Denver, it's pretty much a similar situation, right? Maybe even a better situation. It's just that you have to play for Dan Snyder. I don't know if that'll turn.
His move. But Dan Snyder, here's the other reason I put it more, maybe the most realistic, aside from Elway pulling strings, is Washington, they're a team that they're looking to, they made the playoffs this year. It's a great turnaround, great story. They're not shy to pull the trigger on big moves and overspend and potentially make a bad move. Not that I think Stafford would be that, but we've seen it in the past. T. Johnson 88 says Stafford will go to Washington.
Washington's very live. I agree. Washington, Denver live. So Washington, Denver, Indy all live. Anyone else in the NFC East? No, probably not.
NFC East? I don't think so. People want to make this Giants conversation still a thing, but I don't think so. Unless Dallas and Dak, something crazy happens, but they wouldn't know that for another few months anyway. So
yeah. So, and then we got the NFC North. Did we go through that? Bears.
They're not going to trade in the division.
Right. It's not going to happen to the Bears.
The South, Carolina, it could be an interesting one. Just because of what's going on in that division right now. Yeah. Even though I don't know why everyone's so willing to part ways with Teddy Bridgewater there. I think there's a lot of factors.
I would guess Carolina probably going after something in the draft if they're going to get a QB. Just because Matt Rule, that's where he came from, probably wants to get his own guy. So I'd probably say Carolina's really low down on the chances.
And then you have the only, Tampa Bay, I don't think so. I don't think, Brady's still got a few years. We talked about New Orleans, and then there is, I always forget this other team. Who's the other South team?
Oh, Atlanta.
Oh, yeah, we talked about it.
Yeah, we talked
and then
about
the West, the only other one could be interesting, San Francisco.
Yes, right. That's the one we're missing in the NFC. San Francisco. Absolutely, yeah. Look, and hey, there's rumblings about Garoppolo getting traded to the Patriots, right?
Yeah.
If they can't trade for Stafford or Stafford doesn't want to go there, well, trade for Garoppolo, and then Stafford just ends up in San Francisco. So it makes some sense. I mean, there's got to be more. There's more going on there because you still they have to get rid of Garoppolo in that scenario. But I know we talked about this yesterday. They can get rid of Garoppolo pretty cheaply if they so please this year. So yeah, San Francisco. Don't be shocked if they enter the race. They were in the Brady conversation last year. So.
They were. And, I'm going to throw this one out there. There we go. First score. My kicker. It took us almost a half. Take it as random. Take it for what you will. Don't count out the Los Angeles Rams either. Just because I don't know how sold. I know they paid Goff, but, they make things work, whatever. You cut them. If they wanted to go there, because they kind of are like a more potent passing game away. Isn't that what's holding them back?
There's no chance they're moving Jared Goff. That contract he ain't going anywhere for a while, kids. Sorry, Rams fans. He ain't going anywhere. You can pretty much, I'll lock that one up.
Someone who has a very similar
they would have to get some kind of sucker to take Jared Goff. You know what I mean?
Well, what if it's Detroit though? This is a good, interesting one. I don't know how to say this. Noise Room said 1997 says Rams. They become an instant contender. Goff for Stafford. Let's just say it's part of a package.
Hey, I absolutely agree. For the Rams, it would be a good idea. I don't know if you could. I don't think the Detroit Lions are interested in that contract. I think they're rebuilding. Just draft a rookie and go with a cheap contract. They're going to be terrible next year, anyways. Why do you want to pay a guy $40 million to be terrible, right? You basically just be doing the Rams a favor. It's a long shot. I think Jared Goff is absolutely untradeable right now. I don't think Jared Goff is actually as bad as other people think either, but I think he's stuck with the Rams.
They were kind of narrowing this thing. Do you see Dolphins? Is there something there too? Maybe with that situation with those picks.
I mean, they've already had. Oh, yes, we are.
Got
folks.
it.
Gone.
Kenny.
Of course.
Minitron.
After I say, take Tyrell over Kenny Golladay.
Hey,
yard touchdown to actually it was 65.
Hey, listen, it's still early, plenty of time, but this game now it's cooking. We got the field goal kickers warming it up. Kenny Golladay going all the way. By the way, Kenny Golladay is going to be an unrestricted free agent as well. Or I think he might be restricted, but
no, I think he is. Is he unrestricted or restricted?
Let's just say unrestricted for the fun of it. We can look it up in a minute.
Sure.
Just think about that. You know, Stafford loves Kenny Golladay. He's spoken very well about him. Obviously, the injuries this year set him back. But let's just say Stafford goes somewhere that has a little more room. I don't know. New England.
A double. I know. I was just about to say a daily double for Bill Belichick.
Don't.
Bring
Honestly,
out the Belichick gif.
I got to go take a cold shower. I'll be
Stone
back.
Cold Steve Austin style.
Gotta go.
Walking down.
Gotta go. Oh, boy. Getting me a little too excited here on a Saturday night. But yeah, Stafford, the news again. Schefter reporting it is now all over Twitter.
I read somewhere someone suggested this. That's why I'm pretty sure he might actually be a free agent. That Golladay and Stafford go somewhere together. So that is more feasible than you think. That move.
Oh my lord!
Because I mean, if you're starting over and you got a defensive-minded coach who's probably going to be like, "Oh, let's run the ball and draft a RB, 4th overall," just get rid of him. I mean, just trade, get some draft capital. That's probably sounds like that's what they're looking to do. So
Detroit will give you the 15th. We'll give you the 15th pick. We'll give you whatever else you want. Stafford, and then sign Golladay, and then literally
throw in Sony Michel.
I don't even want to. I'm okay with him now. Whoever, I don't care. Throw him in there. James White.
You don't care about Sony Michel if we're talking about Stafford involved, though. I mean, come on.
I know, but they're still going to run the ball a lot. But anyways, that could happen. So I think realistically, let's paint this a little. And well, Jets, what do you think? They're the last one I think we really haven't. Jets and Raiders are the only other team.
Yeah, Jets. I feel like the Jets are going to be very focused on Deshaun Watson. And if they don't get Watson, they'll just either go to the draft or just hang with Darnold. I think that's the way I feel about it, but I think they really want, because I really feel like with Watson available too, that's where their focus will be. But you never know. Could be, they could just be. I also feel like the Jets are another team that, if they can't get a younger quarterback, I don't know if they're going to bother like moving on from Darnold for a guy older, just because of where their team is right now. But it's a possibility. I'd put them in definitely like the 2nd or 3rd tier teams where it's possible.
This is unbelievable. NBC Sports Boston was reporting earlier today that Watson prefers the Jets over the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Thank you, Daniel. I didn't see that, but I 100% believe. By the way, NBC Sports Network going to be donezo before the year is done.
Yeah. Well, they got the Peacock, the streaming.
Yeah, that's what happens, folks. This is what the world is turning into, a streaming service that kind of stinks. I don't know if they're promoting, so I'm going to just quickly say that and move on.
I mean, Billy was telling, on Twitter, saying there's commercials on their streaming service. Are you kidding?
It's expensive. It's expensive to not be commercial free. Hulu, not as expensive, and so are some of those shows. Oh, I thought that was going to be an interception.
Get out here with that junk. If ever starts commercials, I will just.
No, it never will happen. They've said it. They're like, if anything, I wouldn't mind if they did. I don't mind the ad before I start watching. I know that maybe
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm all about that. Don't do anything in the middle. Yeah.
Prime does that, but actually, Prime just does previews of some of the commercials.
Yeah, it's advertising something else to watch when you're done whatever you're binging.
Right.
Yeah, Daniel, I saw that NASCAR, IndyCar, Premier League going to USA Network, as well as the NHL playoffs are going to be going there as well. $4.99 for Peacock Premium with ads. Without ads is $10. I'm sorry, there's not enough options for $10. Sorry, that's my opinion. Oh, Sonny Black saying Minshew. This is great. I love this fan pivoting back. Minshew to the Saints once Lawrence is drafted. I love how Minshew. He was my other guy for New England. I want Minshew and Stafford. I want them all. I just want competition.
Minshew in New England would be pretty hilarious.
I have a feeling.
I don't know if Emerson would be able to control himself at that point, but
he'll get him on that Nesson show he's on. I guarantee.
That's right. Oh yeah, no kidding. I mean, it would be like it would be like a weekly guest kind of thing. Like it might be a stock. It might turn into like a stalking situation for Lazio. But anyways, so we went through the AFC East. We talked about the AFC West. So the AFC South. Indy definitely is up there.
Yeah, so
Jags, we know, getting Lawrence.
Yeah.
What about Houston?
See, I don't think so. I don't think he wants to be any part of that mess.
Exactly.
Their coaches don't want to go there, Moose. They're literally about to call you, by the way. I did hear they're going to be calling you soon. So right now, Josh McCown is like a legit favorite to become
Oh
the head
yeah,
coach.
that's the rumor.
And guess what? He'll probably be the quarterback too.
Zero coaching experience. Just finished playing. Hey, you want to be the head coach next year?
Let's do it. He'll probably get a 6-year contract like Dan Campbell. Makes no sense.
What is going on with that franchise? Who owns it? It's Bob McNair?
Bob McNair, and he's absolutely despised.
Who's this guy? Like crazy times.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see that. So I think realistically, we'll go over this before we get to the half here. Realistically, NFC South Colts. Nobody in the NFC North. Well, we said Steelers, but money and so we'll put the Steelers just for argument's sake.
It's a possibility. I don't know what would happen with Ben in that situation, but it's
could retire.
I mean, they could just say we're moving on. Like, sorry, pal. Like,
later, dude.
Yeah.
Broncos, I think, are probably a favorite in some cases. Patriots got to be in play. I'd say Dolphins are in play. Raiders, I'm going to take them out.
Yeah.
So that's 5 in the AFC. NFC,
let's do this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Two tier 1 teams for Stafford.
Tier
Who would
1.
your tier 1 teams be?
Honestly, like Broncos. I'm just gonna let me just double
And
check.
by tier 1, I just mean like where he could possibly end up. Like who has the best chance of getting him?
I kind of feel like it's Broncos. And because
okay.
I do, because I think basically the way this is the recipe that got them a Super Bowl last time. I'm not putting Peyton Manning's a better overall quarterback than Stafford. Not going to go there, but in the league today, that's the same philosophy. They got 2 good running backs. Defense is emerging. If Von Miller comes back, you got Courtland Sutton. You got Jerry Jeudy. You got Fant. You got really good weapons. You just need somebody who can deliver the ball consistently and lack the turnovers. And this guy we know can throw for 5,000 in a blip, especially in a division where they're up against it. The Broncos. That's a tough division. So for me, I just think they could sell the job to him. Maybe it is that 9th overall pick. Maybe it's something else. I just really like that. Obviously, I want the Patriots, but I feel like that's a top tier. Right, them. Oddly, maybe like the 49ers, just because of assets.
So I would say,
what do you got?
I think I'd probably put the Broncos into tier 1 as well, and I would definitely put the Colts in tier 1 because I feel like the Colts. Sorry, I'm just doing some stuff around here. I think the Colts definitely be in the mix at the very least, they're going to be appealing to Stafford because they're a dome team too, right? Like he's played in the dome his whole career, so I think that's going to have some appeal. Trying to figure out who else would really be in that tier 1. No, I honestly
maybe
feel
Washington.
Like, I don't want to get. I think Washington or San Francisco, one of them will for sure be in the mix. I think I'd probably put Washington as a more likely, just because of Kyle Shanahan. I think that's going to be really appealing to him. But I don't want to get your hopes up. I really feel like New England is somehow going to be involved in this. Like,
stop it! I'm telling you, I was talking before we came on, just in case anyone's wondering why I'm wearing a backwards cap and my thumbs are in my sleeves. It's because I worked at about 7 o'clock this morning, yet to shower. I've had a real long day, no one should have shed one tear. The point here is I am now going to have to take the longest, coldest shower because the thought of Matthew Stafford, and I'm putting Galladay in the package because why not? It's fantasy over here. That coming to New England with that offensive line, with the defense, come on. Like that is Belichick, double birds, let's go. Like we're right back in the conversation. Thank you, Cam. See you later. Go to Detroit. Go and have fun there.
I would say the Colts are the favorite, but I would put the Pats up there, like probably just behind like the Broncos. I would put the Pats probably in the same realistic shot right now as like San Francisco and Washington. So I think for me it would go Colts, Broncos, and then you put like Pats, 49ers.
Oh man,
whatever.
I'm telling you, this is the best. This whole day is turned right around.
Well, it's very interesting regardless. Like it's going to be a great piece of news to watch because Stafford is legitimately, I'm excited for him just to see where he ends up. So
yeah. And it's, you know what it is too. He's a quarterback, by the way, we got the long touchdown to Kenny Gall. It's your lone score, 2 field goals, 1 by Prater, 1 by Carlson. There it is. I know we got a shout out from over on the Twitch fam. Hoodie said, I need a Lions TD here. Well, sorry, bro. Well, maybe in the second half. Stafford in this one is, teasing towards the bonus. He got 161 in that long score to Kenny Galladay, who maybe you'll be seeing that touchdown connection in New England next year. I can't believe it.
I literally just read something about the Galladay possibility of them going into package somewhere, like yesterday before this news came out. So I think there's more to that than people say. It obviously depends where he goes. And like Galladay's not obviously going to like probably take less money just to follow him, but the right team,
God.
it could happen. And the biggest right spot for them both to go would be the Patriots. So
stop it. Like, honestly, just Daniel, go back to the game. I don't care if Ops has it right. I'm telling you right now, I don't think I can be on camera because I'm either gonna start crying, blushing, or I'm going to internally combust. This is literally like my fantasy.
I'd love to see it, man. I mean, I'd love to see it.
Oh my God. Honestly, it would make it's literally like the day I think I was on the sim and I said it because people are, being a Patriots fan, like, what do you think there? Like, what do you want? And I said, finally, when it was over, I said, get me Matthew Stafford. I don't care the cost. Resurrect his career with the greatest coach who knows how to win around a steady quarterback. He's going to have more interceptions than Brady did. It's not going to be Brady. I don't need him to be because Brady wasn't even Brady the past few years and we won a Super Bowl out of that. Yes, I'm on the team. Oh, man. On the eve of the AFC Championship where the Patriots aren't even in the conversation, the freaking Bills are in the AFC Championship. Gag me with a spoon. This news is giving me a little bit of that ray of sunshine, but more importantly, the real ray of sunshine is my friend from the north. He has the nickname of Moose. He is Jeff Ulrich. Follow him at the Fantasy Grind because he's hopefully tweeting all about Stafford coming to the Patriots like I am. We got Madison. We got Daniel. We got Patrick. We got Jared. Great crew. Smash the like. Get Stafford to New England. Is there even a sim anymore? Is there a sim still happening?
There is.
Oh my God, you got me. Look at this. Even now, some of the chatters in here in the Chat Kings conference room, total cough move. Fantasy Hawk says the Patriots end up with Matt Ryan if Stafford goes to the Colts. No thanks. Sorry, you just rained on my parade there, Fantasy Hawk. We're not playing that game. Stats are good through 3. We have a solo leader in the free showdown, a 3-way tie in the classic. It's Moose, it's Rossi. Moosey, or whatever I was saying earlier.
Moosey. Moosey. I don't know.
A couple extras in there. Oh, get out of here, Robbie Noble. Don't you ever say this is Rossi borderline Kenny with that take. No, disagree, because I'm not saying anything. I'm just being excited, and I'm not going to pretend.
Yeah, but he's telling you that that's what he would like to see. So
yeah. Don't do that. Don't you do that.
He's not putting every quarterback, in the conversation for New England. He's just saying that's what he wants to see. So it's different than saying like, oh yeah, the Jets are actually a good team. Rossi's come out and admitted that. Like,
Josh Allen stinks. Heard it, stinks. Anyways, Freak of Nature says, I'm winning in the free roll. Congrats, Freak of Nature. Been called that before. Over on Twitch, CEH jumping over to the Twitch machine saying, yo, this working? It is. Because Madison told me it's working. Oh, by the way, someone, I hate Bernard and Lockett says Tyler Johnson is 3,000 in tomorrow's Millionaire contest. We talked a little bit about that in our last one. I'm telling you, I will never, and we said this before, well, Moose is much smarter than I am and has helped you a lot. I will never tell you what to do. I'm just going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm likely going to put in 2 to 3 of those contests, and I'm going to be throwing darts like you wouldn't believe. I'm going to be throwing darts like Matty Stafford is going to be throwing a Kenny Galladay in the dark blue New England Patriots jerseys next year. And Tyler Johnson's in a lineup. St. Brown's in a lineup. I forget. I got a lot of shit. I like Fournette a lot too. Because I'm hoping that the Packers are up, not big, but at least like 2 scores, like 10 points here and there. So it's a lot of throwing.
So Fournette's interesting. Could be a lot of throwing. I agree. He's probably going to get good usage. I kind of like stacking both. If you're not looking for another sort of low-end kind of play, I kind of like stacking both of the Packers RBs with their defense because I like the Packers defense. It's cold. They're home. I think they're better. I think they're going to use the RBs a lot in the pass game too. Aaron Jones. So think about Williams and Jones together. I think that'll give you like a really unique build too.
That's an interesting one. Yeah, I was going to ask you about this before because now obviously this is our last time this is the last time we'll be on until the AFC title games, and this will be with the sweat. And then he's got you with Emerson for you have do an NFC title game.
Yeah, NFC. The first one with the Packers. Yeah, I'll be on the Embernet. Yeah,
I love that. Your Embernet will be working as well. By the way, if you guys could all do us a favor, the like we always appreciate. I'm not even going to push it. I'm going to actually push this. Smash that subscribe button because tomorrow you're going to get a notification. You're going to be watching the game, whether it's on your phone, whether you're watching the whole time or popping in and out, just like Moose and Emerson will be. I'm telling, it is such a good, especially where we're in these such concentrated games. It's so interesting to kind of see how the leaderboard's moving around, the insight from Moose as the game's going on. So do hit subscribe so you get notified when those guys are live tomorrow, and just keep it on after the Sweat. But defense-wise, here's the whole schedule. Sweat, 2 o'clock. You got Jesse with, I like this, DK contributors. Unnamed sources. 3 o'clock, you got Emerson and Jeff, as we just mentioned. 6:30 to 6:40, a quick leaderboard live with Kenny and Koff. That's must-see TV. And then tonight, the rest of the way, you're going to have Glash and Lamarca. By the way, the Koff and Kenny have the rest of the AFC title game. Tonight, Glash is fence sitting with Glash and Big Saxy. 2 games with them tonight. I want someone to tell me. Oh, wait! Oh, Mariota, come on. There it is, Moose. There is our play of the day. The wacky things you don't always see. Mariota, throw the ball, dude.
The Moose and Jeff wacky play of the game. There it is, kids.
It's like Kiss Cam.
The fake kick with no throw involved. So
not even an attempt. Look at the numbers there. Kenny Golladay, 4 grabs, 105 and a score. So yeah, that's your situation for tomorrow. Please hit subscribe and do yourself that favor. So every time, and if you're ever just like, hey, you know what? Some people forget about the Dream Stream at noon. They'll say, oh, coming in here a little late, forgot about it. You'll never forget because there's push notifications. Hit the little bell. That's what I do. And I've worked these things and I forget.
Yeah, definitely hit subscribe, guys. You get more notifications. You help out the stream, pump up the numbers and hit the like for us. We always appreciate it. Got to keep these things supercharged, Got to get the eyes on them.
That, yeah. You never know who's going to stumble into. We had somebody do, what was it called, Madison, a raid? We had like a raid happen on Twitch yesterday where like some guy who has like a gajillion subscribers, like brought all of his subscribers onto the stream at like the last, like literally like 10 seconds ago in a sim that we were talking about dude stuff.
Really?
Yeah, it was wild. The number was the highest, like it was in like the 2000s viewers on Twitch. So
what did you call it? A raid?
I think that's actually that's what it's called on Twitch. So like if you're like a Twitch, like so like a big thing, J Dub, big shout out to J Dub over on Twitch who did it for us. He has 23,000 followers and like 5K or like 2K jumped on like right away. So like very famous Twitch people like.
Yeah, no, and I know there's like people on Twitch with like a bajillion followers. So
what they do to help like their friends. So if me and you are buddies, you have a barely popular, like I could take all my followers and you're just starting up, be like, hey, go check out my guy Moose tonight. He's doing this, and it like almost pushes them all to that channel.
Right. Okay.
So it was pretty cool, and we appreciate that.
Nice of the person who did it. Yeah, no kidding. Ooh, that was almost good.
Should have been. That's why he's a defensive back and not a receiver.
Yeah, Madden Sim definitely, like I said, pushed that point home that no cornerback in the league ever is able to catch a pass.
Never, ever. Yeah, so just go back to tomorrow. And again, if you guys are just joining us, man, appreciate you. Smash a like, all the good stuff. You have a lot of options on a Saturday night to be here with us. Means the world. Screen pass here.
The news. Appreciate you guys showing up. I love it, man.
Yeah, the news coming out. Matthew Stafford and the Detroit Lions will be parting ways. Trade talks will start this week. We'll see kind of what that means, where he goes. We were telling you our takes. You can still drop those in the comments. We're talking about the slate tomorrow. I think we both. You took the Bills, right? Is that like your official pick with still time on the clock?
So my Bills for what? Like Super Bowl or?
No. Sorry, tomorrow. You taking Bills and Packers? Are you still on?
I'm definitely taking the Packers. I'm going to stick with the Bills because they were my early week pick. I'm not going to lie. I am like starting to feel nervous about taking the Bills just because it's such a big spot and it's their first time there. But I like the Bills more as an against the spread bet than I do like as like an actual upset, play. But I think that'll be my pick. It'll be Bills and Green Bay. I'm all over the Rodgers play for sure.
Dig that. So yeah, I was going to ask this earlier, but now you kind of said it. Like defensively, is there any other? Well, obviously we have 4. You have to pick one. But like, is Packers or bust? Like, do you see will you throw Buffalo in there? Do you think? Like that's where I'm struggling because I feel like the Green Bay is going to be the highest owned by a long shot. Do I take a stab with the Bills even if they lose? They maybe force a turnover or 2.
Yeah, it's kind. I mean, defense is so variable, right? Like I don't think it's either a bad play. Like I'm not sure if we'll see a defense have a big score. So I think if you're I like the upside the most for Green Bay, but I think if you're not going to take them, like just take the cheapest because, or if you need to save money, or take the lowest owned because again, you can save money, you'll get lower ownership, and if you do get the variability of a defensive touchdown with the Bills or something, then yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's the way I approach defenses on these short slates. I think in this situation too, with like high-end quarterbacks who don't throw a lot of picks, there's a very good chance we'll just end up with like 4 teams that will between like 4 and 8 points. But I like the Packers with the most upside for sure. I think the colder weather's a factor. You know, no Antonio Brown. And I think Brady's the most vulnerable of all the QBs. So
interesting.
I'm just going to pay up for them if I can. And most likely in my main lineup, that's where I would go.
That's interesting to hear. Like, you know, Brady, I understand why, obviously, with the.
Well, I mean, he's like, look at the quarterbacks that are left, right? Yeah. Like he's the least mobile. You know, he's got no Brown. It's a cold weather game for a 43-year-old. Like it's still a tough spot for him. I'm not saying he's terrible or I even want to say against Brady, but like your options here are limited, right? I definitely think the Packers have the most upside.
There's a fumble there. Jacobs looks like he bounced right back into his hands. I'm sorry, that was Renfro somehow getting involved. Interesting. But yeah, the injury part about that is you're also going to get Scuba Tom. And you know, Scuba Tom plays his heart out. You know, last time we saw Scuba Tom, he was popping the helmet off after a Rex Burkhead touchdown to get them to the Super Bowl 2 years ago against Kansas City. So he does show out in these games, but again, whole different scenario. And I also, you know, my big take on it so is the experience. Like that team doesn't have the experience that this Packers team does. They were in this position last year on the road. We're embarrassed. They were embarrassed by San Francisco.
They got worked by.
They get embarrassed by San Francisco a lot in the playoffs, by the way, historically. You know, the big Kaepernick game.
No, Colin Kaepernick was like, you know, he's their father basically for like the next 10 years. Like he embarrassed them so bad for a couple of years, yeah.
And you know, again, last year, so I think there's a lot on the line, especially, you know, people talk about, you know, the legacy of Aaron Rodgers needs to get to another Super Bowl to even match Favre just going to, but I think there's a lot from Matt LaFleur too. Like he's got a lot to prove from like the way people judged him and him coming in. I think like him getting to the Super Bowl, we've seen this kind of push for younger guys with Sean McVay. Like he's going to be right in that conversation if they get there too. So there's a lot, you know, for all these coaches. And I know, listen, once a game started, they're not thinking about legacy. They're playing a game, but
yeah, no, it's big for LaFleur. I mean, it's big for Bruce Arians too. Is like Bruce Arians doesn't have any shots left, and this is why he came back to coaching. So it's a big game all around. I mean, it's LaFleur's done a great job though this year. I mean, everybody like was on the McVay train, and now I mean, you know, I mean LaFleur just, you know, he's kind of done a better job. Like he just seems like a better head coach to me. I think he makes better decisions from a game management standpoint too. So I don't know. It's going to be an interesting game.
You know, it just made me think. So you got the quarterbacks on the NFC. These are older guys. By the way, in this one, again, no score there. Derek Carr started throwing the ball a little bit more. Both guys, no one's really in bonus territory aside from Golladay, who already got it. Jacobs just 52 on the ground. I apologize. Tyrell Williams got 87, so he should. But
what did you say, Ed?
I said there was nobody else close to the bonus. I just didn't.
Oh, okay. I see.
I forgot about him wiggling and jiggling there in the second quarter for like 50. But with that being said, like so we have the, you know, Brady, Rodgers, the old guard, Mahomes, and Josh Allen, these kind of young up and comers in a way. And I know McDermott's been doing it for a few years, but it's kind of the same thing with the coaches. You have Reed and Arians, these older guys that are trying to just like put another cherry on top of a legacy that people I think have a lot of respect for. And then there's LaFleur and Sean McDermott, two like younger-ish of the new era of coaches that, you know, have both proven, like, I think like McDermott, there's a whole story with him too, because that team was like pretty good, made a couple runs, and then, you know, what was it, 2 years ago, kind of stunk, got back to the playoffs last year, kind of got embarrassed, and now back in championship contender. Like he has a real, like, he's one of those coaches you look at and you think like, I don't think there's really much flaws to his style.
McDermott's a smart dude, man, too. Like, it's funny. Like, everyone's like, "Oh man, don't hire defensive coaches." McDermott's a defensive coach who let his OC change the offense around the player that he had. Like, it's insanely smart. It's what Belichick has done too with Brady before, right? So again, I think the Bills are set up so well with Sean McDermott. Like, it's crazy. So the same with the Packers. I think LaFleur's pretty solid too, but I think Sean McDermott deserves Coach of the Year. Like, Yeah, he's done a good job. And like you said, because they weren't like this the first 3 years. You just don't see teams make this kind of jump. So
no, and just to go off of what you said about defensive-minded coaches and all, like, people, obviously Sean McVay still gets all this credit for the young up-and-coming coach, and like, oh, that's what you want to find. You want to find that guy. And we're seeing people try. Look across these, like, from Arthur Smith. Forget about youth also, but like, just like, you're trying to find this guy, no retreads. I think the thing with McDermott that's kind of special is that, like, he seems like, honestly, just like the perfect coach, like the guy you want. He seems like a good leader. He seems stern. He seems like he holds his players accountable from everything you read, and obviously fits kind of the mold of Buffalo, that city. So that's the only reason, as a, in division, a fan of somebody else, like, I have so much respect for that team and what they've done, and also shows the, they went out and made the trade for Diggs, and it's paid off gigantically. Shows what an offense, like, a defensive-minded coach, get the offense, Daboll, like, what he needs, and let him operate.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like, McDermott and the Bills are going to be good for a while. There's Darren Waller making an appearance, but I agree. He's definitely a good coach. Sucks for the Patriots, but
yeah. But but honestly, part of it's like, it's going to be more fun as a Patriots fan is you try to get out of the position you were in this year, that there's a good team there. Like, it's going to be a fight. Like, you put a little more dirt on Belichick. That's what you want.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd really like to see Stafford.
Oh, stop. I can't do it again. Well, actually, we'll do it right before we end, because I'm just going to run in a cold shower. By the way, 3-way tie still in the Free Classic. Solo leader in the showdown. I'll check ours. We'll just go with Zane saying over on YouTube, Buccaneers got the win tomorrow. Or got two, or are you already predicting the Buccaneers are going to win?
Predicting the Bucs.
There you go.
I mean, look, I know I'm calling the Packs. It's not like I don't think the Bucs have a chance to win this or something. Here goes Derek Carr with a terrible sack. Raiders just can't get in the end zone. They can't do anything. But,
stink.
They kind of stink. But yeah, I get it. I mean, I know it's not been profitable to bet against Tom Brady in the playoffs, so I understand people's view on that.
Yeah. Somebody asked. Oh, here we go.
I was weirded out there for a sec because I was like, why are they going in the stack formation?
Don't usually see that.
No, not second and long. It was a goal line formation, but it actually worked pretty good.
Yeah, we kind of mentioned this earlier, but Dracula Eternia Blah, great name, by the way, over on Twitch, says it would be interesting for Stafford if he went to the Raiders. Like, again...
It could happen. I mean, they could cut Derek Carr. It'd be a long shot one. I'd put him in like the tier 3 category, but it's a possibility for sure.
I just look at it again, like, financially is like, and I don't mean this to be rude, but like, is Matthew Stafford's a really good quarterback. I think he's better than Derek Carr personally. But is in that team, does he bring that team to that? Was Derek Carr really the problem, I guess?
No, Derek Carr was not the problem this year.
Yeah, I agree.
It was their defense. Like, Derek Carr perhaps had his best season ever, so I just think it's pretty unrealistic. Maybe a market, like if Derek Carr was available, there'd be a market for Derek Carr right now. I mean,
absolutely. And look at that, connecting there on the first touchdown. We're going to tie this game up. Darren Waller, the murder hornet. But no, I agree. I think he would be as desired. I don't know if it would be right there with Stafford, but he'd be close.
Yeah, he would be close. He's younger too, right? So
yes, he is. Yeah, the thing is, like he's also one of those guys you kind of look at like you think he's much younger than he is. But he's been in the league. I think this is his 8th year. It's kind of wild. I don't look at him as like an 8-year player, but he's playing back in like 2013. It's crazy.
Yes. Who's that? Carr?
Carr, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he has been around for a while. As 8th year, it just doesn't seem.
It's the injuries. Like when players get injured, like we often like he's missed that time. Obviously, the year that he was an MVP candidate, what was that? That had to be like 5. Was that 16 or 17 when he got hurt, and then I can't remember who started their playoff game now. They had McGloin, one of those guys.
Matt McGloin.
And they had like Connor Cook or somebody else. There was a weird situation there for the Raiders. But yeah, that he was really good that year. And then he kind of was like a Carson Wentz situation. Sans Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Derek Carr, I mean, he played good last year. Like he really was not the issue. So I don't see it personally. I think the Raiders they just need to rebuild their defense. Like they actually look competent on offense a lot. They got some interesting pieces there, but they need to rebuild their defense. Like the quarterback isn't their problem. They also have Mariota if they want to resign him, right? So that's another name that's just floating out there. Could end up somewhere. Marcus Mariota.
Totally, it is weird to think. You have Jameis Winston and Mariota, the first 2 overall picks there. What was that now? 5 years ago, and both could be free agents and will be free agents.
Yeah, both backups last year, man. Crazy.
Weird. It really is.
It is weird.
And it's
that year was just a big discussion. Like, who's better, Mariota or Winston? I mean, like. And,
I was a big Mariota guy, personally. I thought he was the answer.
I've never been on Team Jameis, so I was always. I never really was like that sold on Mariota, but I was always sold on Mariota over Winston. But, realistically, neither guy has really turned out fantastic. So
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe everyone. I guess everyone was wrong in that situation.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just strange. You don't see that a ton. Like picks get moved on from, like Blaine Gabbert, and as well. I'm just using random first round picks, but obviously like Blake Bortles. But Jordan Lindenbaum says the Bucs are playing their best now, but so is Green Bay. I still think like the thing with Tampa is they are playing their best, but the competition they have played just. I don't know. Like their defenses looked really good, but especially last week. But Drew Brees was done. Drew Brees was like Chad Pennington, like with a broken arm. It was weird. He just played really bad. He played them out of the game. The Saints were winning that game until Drew Brees couldn't make completions.
Yeah, it's true. The Saints, like I said, like the Saints are still gonna be okay. I mean, they still have like a pretty good defense, and they're going to be at least competitive, I think, next year. Like people just, as long as Sean Payton is there, I think they'll be semi-competitive. And Kamara, they can just move to like a Taysom Hill kind of offense. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of my feeling on the Saints.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I gotcha. And by the way, also Mockingjay saying, I live in Tampa. I watch every Bucs game. They're a good team. Secondary, they aren't a good team. Secondary got torn up. Yeah, it's. At times.
And look, that's part of the reason why I'm picking Green Bay. I mean, I think that the Bucs have more flaws in that part of the game. So, yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, I agree with that take. I think their offense has clicked when they've needed to, and they kind of, I think they set up well for the Saints, even though I know they lost twice to them. Like, just from a defensive standpoint, they can stuff the run, and which is what they did, and then they just kind of, hit a couple big plays, and that was it.
True. Also, yes, Jared Cook fumbling when the Saints were up 20-13 was the difference maker. You're right, but Brees wasn't able to get them back, I guess, the way. But I also think he was a big reason. So overall, like that game, they should have been up and over. They should have had that. They had that team on the rails there. I watched YouTube.
They really did. I mean, they could have put that game away at a couple points. They could have made it really tough on Tampa to like have to come back.
Oh, I thought we were getting the end around there. Give up the middle on a 2nd and 2. It doesn't look like you got it. Under 2 minutes here. Detroit trying to win this one. This is the official Matthew Stafford farewell tour. Zane asking, who scored for Detroit? That would be, Zane, the one and only Kenny Golladay for Matthew Stafford. The other one was a Matt Prater field goal, which we're going to potentially see again if they get stuffed here. 20 seconds left on the play clock. $1:30 to go. Got a wide open hole. He's going to break it down to the 18-yard line. A 15-yard gain by Kerryon Johnson. Dad's calling me. Get out of here. We're going to talk about Stafford in a few minutes. It better be what he's calling about.
I got to call my dad after, too. He's texting me stuff. Oh, get out of here, Dad.
And listen, you ever notice when you're doing one of these, like somehow everybody reaches out to you?
Oh, all the time. I get like 10 texts this time. It's amazing.
I got a text during our last one that said, got a minute? And I'm like, no. And I actually didn't respond. I feel bad. I will.
That's my problem too, because I feel bad. Because I feel bad. I actually feel bad when I don't respond, but at the same time, I can't respond. So,
yeah. Oh, here we go. Now he just said, call me. Okay.
Oh,
here we go. Detroit.
Yeah, call me. No explanation. Call me.
I got to start coming up with a new name how to describe what I do here. I call them Sims, but I don't really think that's a good way. I got to start being like when I'm done broadcasting. That's how much
They get more respect, I know.
That's like when people like that I used to work in radio, like, so what do you do for DraftKings? I'm like, oh, I just go with contributor. Like, well, what is it? What do you exactly do? I'm like,
live television. Just say you're live television.
Oh, thank you. I once said I'm a YouTube star.
YouTube. You're an
All right.
influencer.
And that's me. That is me. Make sure you go out and buy backwards hats and don't take showers. All right. First and goal here from the 7. Shout out who you need. I've seen Galladay. I've seen Hawkinson, Stafford to Galladay, Amendola, or Johnson. Well, not greedy there. There's Carry-On. Busts it up the middle to another gain of 4. He's up to 52 yards rushing. Solid day.
I mean, realistically, the Lions should just be kneeling and then kick the field goal, but we'll cheer for the
touchdowns. We want touchdowns.
We want touchdowns.
And we want that. Keep that clock moving. Field goal. And this is the Raiders defense in clutch situation. We know how this usually goes. Here's the give again. Nobody's going to touch him into the end zone. Carry-On Johnson gets it in for a potential game winner. Puts him up by 7 with 54 seconds to go in simulated or sim. What is it? Sim City. Nah, I forget. Kenny always does that. I've talked about him way too much. He's got rent free, I guess. But yeah, here it is. Give it to us. Carry-On Johnson.
In all our heads. Don't worry. Every single one who's worked with him, he has a rent-free spot in our heads because
it's just yelling. It's just yelling in my brain. Carry-On Johnson owned in this one in just 6.5. Best running back in this game tonight. So we'll see, can Detroit close it out, hold on, or are we going to see a nice comeback here? No timeouts for the Raiders, 54 seconds. Do we see Clutch Carr? Fantasy Hawk. Traditional media is dying. LOL. Yep, that's it. I jumped off the old real media to, well, not real, quote unquote real, to the traditional media to come here to YouTube. Actually, you don't want my real opinion on that. I'm going to just keep my mouth shut. Yeah, it's just like a la, and yeah, you're right. Daniel saying a la NBC Sports Network. Dunzo. Oh, here we go again. Adam Schefter tweeting, Dan Campbell and GM Brad Holmes were told that Matthew Stafford was not expected to be, hold on, phone shut because my dad's texting me, team before they were hired. Oh. So they basically told, hey, when you guys come on in, yeah, you know that franchise quarterback, he's gone. So that puts them in the category, Moose. I was talking about this.
Right.
We're going to have ourselves a very interesting end of the game, but just very quickly, like that first round with quarterbacks, we have another team in play that's I forget where they're picking right now. They're obviously a top 10.
Yeah. Where are they picking, actually? 4th?
I'll tell you. I think it's I think they're after the Bengals. I could be wrong. All right, so just quickly, I'm going to duel this. All right, so Jacksonville, they're going to take a quarterback. They are taking, Detroit is 7th. So in the top 9, it's going to be insane. Quarterbacks are flying off the board. There's no sleepers left. Here is wide open receiver. Nice catch there. Spins out of it. It is Darren Waller down the middle of the field. He's going to be close to a bonus now as well. Is he in there? 34 seconds and counting. Gotta hurry up here. Gonna make some moves. We're seeing tablet guy. Darren Waller, I missed the yardage because the no huddle came on. It's close. There's Glasheen saying he'll see you with the big sacks at 8 o'clock. Make sure Glash tells you who's winning the AFC and NFC championship game. I want it filmed and recorded. I want him to tweet the video. Hard takes, standing on him. All right, let's see. 5 seconds remaining. We're done. We're done here, Moose. Sad state of affairs, but that is it. The Detroit Lions, in honor of their quarterback, their franchise quarterback, the greatest quarterback in the history of the Detroit Lions, Matthew Stafford, the future quarterback, bringing Kenny Galladay, his buddy, over to New England next year to put the Patriots right back in the Super Bowl. Saying goodbye to Detroit, saying hello to a victory here in Simland.
Yeah, it ended up being an okay game at the end. I mean, it wasn't high scoring, but we got some pretty decent fantasy performances from the wide receivers, especially. I mean, this one worked out how you would have thought. I mean, you had a couple big games from receivers. You really didn't get any running. So at least it was kind of entertaining, Rossi. I liked it. I was very appropriate for the news that was dropped while we were. So I enjoyed talking Matthew Stafford. And
where's he going to be next year, Moose?
Okay, let's make our calls right now, and then we can mark the tape. I'm going to say Indianapolis.
I just have to. No, I was all on that Broncos train, but I'm done. I'm going back to New England. Get him here with Galladay, and I will literally be on
the package.
I will be. I want to be. They can trade me to Detroit. See ya. Team. Oh, bring him in. Bring him in. Oh, Anyways, in first place in the contest, the Friends and Family contest, was CRB. He had in the captain, Galladay, Stafford in the lineup, Carr, Waller, Prater, Renfro. Had a kicker. Much respect. I finished in 45th. Waller was a good call in the captain, though, 40 points. All right, who's going to be your Krusty Moose player of the game?
All right, for Krusty Moose, yeah, I got a let's see. Yeah, I'll go to Waller, because Waller, like I said, I mean, he wasn't like, it's a good game for Galladay, but it's a way bigger game for Waller because he's only averaging 11.9 points. This is what we were used to seeing from Waller, like on a consistent basis. So he went nuts, 7 receptions, hit the bonus, touchdown. Yeah, he did it all. Took advantage of a weak defense. He gets the nod. And then for suckiest player of the game,
who's the succubus? Who's
the worst guy ever? Who are we going to go here?
You could go Josh Jacobs. You could go...
I'm going to go Henry Ruggs.
Go Henry Ruggs. Screw him.
He's
the
terrible.
Third.
One catch.
Put some respect on that name.
He was in my lineup too, so I'm biased. But I'm going to go Henry Ruggs. Ruggs was 51% owned, so
that's a good call. He was a
fairly appropriate pick, if I do say so myself.
You did a good job here tonight. All right, make sure you come back tomorrow. Moose will be here.
An average job, I'd say, but
I would say above average. I want you to feel good about yourself. Okay, knock it off. You stunk. All right, you want us to be honest? You stunk tonight. No, in all honesty, it was a great time as always. Pleasure to be with you. Here's the deal. Tomorrow, Moose is back. He's gonna be rocking this stream with you. He's got the sweat. He's part of the contributors. These anonymous sources. He also will be on with Emerson during the Packers and Tampa Bay Buccaneers NFC title game. So make sure you're checking it out. Be back with him tomorrow. Tonight, rest of the way, Glash and Lamarca. You've got Colts and Chiefs. Colts could be the landing spot. Maybe they're talking a little bit about Matthew Stafford there. Texans Patriots going to wrap up the night where, should still be talking about it. Get Stafford to New England. That's hashtagging. But Moose, any final words for our fine folks here that watch us?
Hashtag get Stafford to New England. That is it. No final contest tonight. If you're doing any NHL stuff or anything, I got some stuff up on the DK Nation page. Although actually I think lineups have already locked, so never mind. But there's a couple bets in there as well you could take advantage of in the later games. So you can still check it out. Exactly, got late swapping and everything. But definitely appreciate you guys looking out or showing up, and reading. And you can follow me on @TheFantasyGrind. Make sure you give Senior Rossi a follow too. Always shocked that a man this well spoken only has, how many followers do you have, Jason?
I don't know, like 2,400.
Like get Jason to 3,000 the next time I'm on here.
Hashtag. There's another hashtag. Yeah, next time I'm on here in 12 hours. No, next time we're together. I appreciate that. Follow @TheFantasyGrind. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Obviously appreciate the follow. Perfect. Appreciate the friendship. On behalf of our entire great staff tonight, Madison was amazing. Daniel dropping facts about this whole NBC Sports Boston. He's all over it. And we're going to talk some WandaVision anytime we get together. Patrick and Jared, amazing staff. And Moose, for you, you're just amazing. You're just a great guy. It's a good time. So listen, everybody, be safe, be well. Glash and Lamarca, have your rest of the way. Remember, as always, stay hydrated, be well, tweet positivity things. That's a line now. I've been up too long. And just make sure you tweet about Matthew Stafford coming to England. Let's talk it into reality. We'll catch you later.
Hashtag Stafford to New England.
Make it happen.
Bills, the Chiefs. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is coming off of leaving that last game with a concussion, being in concussion protocol, limited at practice. He's not necessarily the same guy that we are used to seeing. That in mind, the Chiefs are favored by 3 points on the DK Sportsbook. So, Jeff, beginning with you here, who covers?
Yeah, so this is probably, again, if you're betting against the spread, I actually almost like this one better. Again, I kind of like Packers money line there, but I like the Bills at +3 here. There's a lot of factors going into it, but I think this game is going to be really close. And if I think we're talking about a close game, I'm obviously taking the team with the points. You look at the spreads, the against the spread records on these teams too. It really does favor the Bills. I mean, the Bills have essentially been the team to target in terms of, against the spread records, 12-6 ATS on the season. The Chiefs are only 3-6 ATS at home. It's really shocking for a team that has 15 wins now in the season. They're only 3-6 against the spread at home. I mean, this is a team that, again, they sort of play down a little bit to their opponents, and you can't really play down to the Bills because the Bills execute so well, and they have almost as elite skill players as the Chiefs. So I really like the Bills at +3. You can go +3.5 if you want to pay up, but I am all about the matchup here. I think Buffalo sets up perfectly as the kind of team that can keep up in terms of pace with Kansas City. Just because of who they have at quarterback and their offensive philosophy, which has turned into a pass-first offense. So I think this is a really good I think this is just going to be a really close game. And again, give me the points with Buffalo here.
Would you have ever guessed a year ago we'd be having this conversation, Reed?
Kind of, right? I think everyone was Buffalo had the foundation to do well, but it was a matter of how Josh Allen was playing and how well he progressed, which is what we're seeing. He looks like a fantastic quarterback in terms of being comfortable in his own skin and getting a guy like Stephon Diggs to help him out. When you look at this game too, and we'll get to the next question in terms of the game total, like these teams cannot run, nor can they defend the run, right? So I think this one, when it becomes a shootout, Patrick Mahomes, we need to see what his health is like. I'm going to go on the Kansas City side here, -3 right now. And look, this, when we hear and when we get confirmation on Mahomes, this line will move either way. But I'm begging on the fact that he is going to play with this number. And you take a look at Kansas City, like Jeff mentioned, when you're looking at the ATS record, especially towards the latter part of the season, look at their competition too, right? One way you can say that is, man, the competition is not that great, so how come they cannot cover? And the other side of it is Andy Reid is kind of slow playing this, right? And this is all conjecture. He's slow playing this to make sure that his guys are okay and healthy for the postseason. They locked up the first place in the AFC way before they actually needed to. So maybe they did coast a little bit. Now you get to the playoffs, they need to have everything going. The scary thing about Kansas City is we haven't seen their full potential yet, to Jeff's point. And so for me, and if that's the case, you take a look at what Mahomes has done in the past. When he has actually turned it up, he's been a force that you really cannot stop. Every defense knows what they want to do. They want to go to Travis Kelce. They want to go to Tyreek Hill, and they still can't stop them. So I like Kansas City -3 right now because I just think that we just haven't seen their full potential yet.
You teed it up, Reed. Game total is 54. Two teams that can't stop the run. Two teams, obviously, with elite pass-catching options here. So 54, over or under?
Yeah, I'm going over. This is Buffalo Bills, like I alluded to earlier. They're second in total offense. And when you take a look, how is Kansas City not top, one of the top offenses of these four teams? They're not, right? It's the other three teams in terms of total offense. Like I mentioned, they can't stop the run. Or they can't, both teams probably don't want to run. The secondaries on both sides are way better than the run defenses on both sides. And so I take a look at this and, both are bottom 12 in run play percentage in the regular season. That's not what they're trying to do. They're not trying to establish the run. These teams want to pass and they pass well. So give me the over.
Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, this is one you might want to watch the weather a little bit. I'm actually a little bit more worried about the weather here for KC because the wind is supposed to get a little bit up, possibly with some rain on Sunday. This can change though. We're still early in the week. I really considered the under here, but I'm going to go over as well. I think even if Buffalo does get up in this game, and Buffalo is, just again to talk to them about them a little bit, they're one of the best first half. They are actually one of the top 3 first half teams in the league as well. They're very good to getting out to big leads. And if they do that, I think that's probably what's going to push this one over because we know that, even if Buffalo gets out in front, they're going to have to keep scoring points because Kansas City is going to come back. This is not going to be a situation where Buffalo gets up on a team like Baltimore and then they just sit on it. If the Bills get up, Kansas City is going to make a game of it. There's no question about it. Yeah. So again, that speaks to my point of liking this for a close game, but I think it also has to speak to the fact that if I like that scenario, I have to like points being scored here. So I'm going to lean over as well with the caveat of you should probably just keep an eye on the forecast. And if you see that total dip down, maybe the total is something either lay off or even consider the other side. But I'm leaning over as we speak right now.
I don't know if there's a forecast prop on the DK Sportsbook, but maybe you can give me another game prop that you do like, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, again, I bring up this game prop that I really like for Buffalo. I mean, it's the Bills first half, and I actually like this one on the Bills more than the Packers because you're getting plus money. You can get the Bills money line first half at plus 138. Again, you look at what teams have done in the first half. The Bills are so good at starting fast. They're top 3 in terms of points scored in the first half. They're ahead of Kansas City, well ahead of Kansas City in this category. They're also ahead of Kansas City in just point differential during the season too. So I think everything points to here Buffalo coming out. This is the team that has something to prove. They need to jump on KC here. They don't want to be in the hole. So I think if you're thinking about the Bills here, if you kind of like them, I really do like that first line money line. It's plus 38, 138. And if you're scared, you say, oh, well, I don't want Mahomes coming back on me, or you just think that, Mahomes is eventually going to find a way in the end, just bet the Bills first line money line first half money line, because again, you don't need the Bills to win the game. You just need them to get off to a fast start, catch KC sleeping, which could very well happen. Mahomes coming in on limited practice. Brashad Breeland's questionable as well. I like the Bills first half to jump out here and up plus 138. I think those are good odds.
What prop do you like, Reed?
Yeah, I like that, especially if you're, we're breaking this in that Mahomes is going to be, out there under center. Even the first half total, I think, is well within reason at 27.5. Let's take a look at the Bills and what they didn't do last week. They didn't run the ball. All they want to do is pass the ball. And we're seeing Dable on this offense in Buffalo really pass the ball efficiently. I'm going again with another receiver prop in Stephon Diggs over 7.5 receptions, plus 108. I love the plus money on these key wide receivers, especially in the playoffs. And I get it. The last 4 games, he's covered this twice. But man alive, this guy is unbelievable in the playoffs. He's getting targeted so much. And I'm not too worried about where he's lined up. If he's getting lined up against, a cornerback that's going to shut him down, which I don't think that one exists with Stephon Diggs, they just move this guy all over the field. They put him in the slot, and he gets targeted so much. And so over 7.5, I'm with Jeff on the narrative of this game and I like the over. And this, the narrative that he was just putting through here and laying out. Stephon Diggs, to me, is that guy, right? It's not Cole Beasley. He's always questionable. I know Stephon Diggs is questionable throughout the week, but plus 108 for an over on Stephon Diggs receptions. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and to Reed's point here, Brashad Breeland is questionable. I mean, everyone's talking about Mahomes, but if Breeland's out, man, like that really jacks up Diggs' potential in this game. I don't even think it matters that much if Breeland plays or not, but that is an injury that you want to keep an eye on as well.
Should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. 2 big games this weekend, and then we will know our Super Bowl matchup. We can come on back and do all this again. For Reed T. Fowler, Jeff Ulrich, and to paraphrase Jimmy Kimmel, apologies to Kenny Ducey. We ran out of time. I am Adam Kaufman. Talk to you soon.
for all these things I'm telling people, this is why I like the Bills. But again, trust your gut. Like me and Chad just said, it's a big balls better than week. We're going against Mahomes at home in the AFC Championship game. Like this isn't an easy pick here, but it's one of those where it just feels like it's the smart side because we're getting the good value on the number. And with the total here, it's been interesting hearing from different people about this total because I'm like most people. I look at these two offenses and I just think points. Like these guys are going to be throwing it. They're going to be scoring. But when you take a step back and you look at the way they played and how they played early in the year, when the Chiefs played, I know it was a bad weather game. They just ran it down the Bills' throat. They ball controlled. Clyde Edwards-Helaire had a career day. I think he rushed for like 130, and he really dominated the Bills' defense. And you fast forward to now, the Bills' defense, I told you last week, I thought their linebackers had looked better, and they played better against the Ravens. And I think they've been improving to the point now where I trust them here. And I think that they can really take that aspect away from the Chiefs. The Chiefs won't be able to ball control it. So another game where I'll tell people to wait on the weather. But right now I'm leaning towards the under. But it's going to be interesting seeing what the money comes. I think whatever it opened at, it bumped up, right? I think it went up 2 points. It opened maybe at 51, 52, and now it's up to 53, 54. So
I saw it open at 55 and get bet down to 54.
Okay. So that makes more sense. So it was like whenever it opened, I just took the under, just thinking to myself, just like we did with the Chiefs and the Browns. It's just a lot of points in a playoff game where field goals are more likely to happen. Guys just get tight in the red zone. And this will be the same thing where if, like we just talked about, I just don't know what the deal is with Mahomes' foot. And this is a high total. If he was fully healthy, of course, this would be a fun over because both these teams can score. But if I'm backing the Bills and I think Mahomes isn't right, the Bills in the under is the play here. So if you want to make that our foxhole bet the under here, there's definitely not going to be many of us in this hole fighting.
I feel like it's going to be a wise guy play, so I'm down with it. Like if we got to choose one, then I think we go with this as the foxhole because most people will want to bet on the over if it's a Chiefs game, basically.
Right. And I gave out like 3 teasers on Twitter, and it was just a magical weekend, especially if you go against Wong, who Wong says never tease through 0. I always tease through 0 because I don't care. If I get 3.5 or 4.5 with a team that's favorite, I just feel better about it. I know I'm giving up a point of value, but I just love those key numbers where I just thought that Ravens game, if they did beat the Bills, they were going to beat them by 3. It was just going to be like a close game where Justin Tucker hits a field goal, and that's how they win. And I gave them my 3 best, but I honestly think I was like 35-0 or whatever it was. Cause like I took the under in that Rams Green Bay game, the teaser hit it by 1. So like that under cashed. I took the over in a teaser in that Saints and Bucks game. The over under just straight up missed by 2 points. But if you took the teaser, the over hit and the under hit. So that's one of these things where I try to tell people the teasers are fun in the playoffs just because the books are so sharp at this point, especially with the totals. This week for teasers, it's going to be a little different where if this does get down to 2.5, like it is right now, it's hard not to take the Chiefs at home plus 3.5. And with the Buccaneers or Green Bay, if that, again, it gets down to 2.5, if I'm getting Green Bay at 3.5 at home, that's another one I'd have to tease just because those are such key numbers and you're getting home dogs now in the playoffs. So it's definitely one of those weeks where I'm going to hold off on it because I keep hammering home the weather thing. It's just such a big deal here in late January, especially in cities like this. You have to be on top of the weather because just like we saw in that Bills and Ravens game, that over-under was 49. They got to 20 points. These are things you have to be on top on. Like that was a rare game where it was like the minute that game started and Tucker missed that field goal, you were like, okay, this is an under. Like that wind, you saw the flags just whipping. That's what you're looking for. Those are like the dreams as a pro bettor. It's like a no sweat 29-point cushion on an under. Doesn't get much better than that. So for all these games we're giving out, I just want people to hold off on the lines because most of the value is already gone. Yeah, if you like the Bucks 3.5, that 3.5's out there. Take the 3.5. But for me, I would just keep holding off because you missed most of the value early on here.
The KFC Sunday Night Showdown Series rolls on with Steve Buchanan. I'm Adam Kaufman. We're here from DraftKings taking a look at the AFC title game coming up, and it should be a good one. Obviously, the Chiefs and the Bills, two of the best QBs in the entire NFL. Bukes, tell me, if you're zeroing in, obviously, on a showdown contest for these two teams, who's your captain?
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be Travis Kelce at 16,500. I mean, the Bills have been absolutely annihilated by opposing tight ends just so far through the postseason. And a lot of this came from the Colts, mind you, but 18 catches, 164 yards, and a touchdown scored. That's even before we've seen Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce could actually put up a line very similar to what they've already allowed in the postseason so far. 5 straight weeks of at least 10 targets. The guy is just absolutely locked in. He's a monster, and he should also be one of your captain's choice.
You've been down this road before. If Travis Kelce's your KFC captain, you need a side dish. Who are you stacking with him?
Yeah, I'm going to be going with John Brown. I think the Chiefs are going to make it a point to try to stop Stephon Diggs. So you're getting some really good value here with John Brown at 7,600 after posting a dud in his return. 11 targets last week, 8 catches, 62 yards. He draws one of the better matchups against the Chiefs secondary this week. I think this is a good week to target John Brown.
Definitely an up and down postseason. We'll see what happens. Bukes, thanks so much. Do not forget to feed your whole crew with KFC's $20 fill-up. Choose between original recipe, extra crispy chicken, or crispy tenders, and get all the home-style sides you need. Drive-thrus are open, or get contactless delivery at kfc.com.
You kind of mentioned it, that if you just paid down at running back, not that the running backs this week are all that expensive. Like Aaron Jones is very clearly the number one running back on this slate. No one's going to deny that. That's why he's the most expensive by $1,200. But if you get into a circumstance where you can fade a big game from Aaron Jones, then I think a lot of the possibilities are open for some of these mega lineups like you talked about. Like play Jamal Williams instead. I'll probably end up fading Jones, Fournette, and Singletary, taking Jamal Williams, and then picking my poison between Ronald Jones and Darrell Williams. That's probably how I'm going to end up playing my running backs this week, and then just going superstars at receiver and quarterback and tight end.
The interesting thing with that too is I actually have a lineup very similar to that I'm looking at right now. And if you leave some money on the table, you can actually Williams versus Ronald Jones, their price is only $200 apart. Now, granted, you would have to make the decision in the early game, but I'm saying if you would get to Saturday with some projected ownership and you just want to take the one that's more likely to be on fewer rosters, then you want to do probably going to be Jamal Williams in the early game, because you're going to get the Buccaneers run defense. You're going to get the split backfield. There's some people still talking up AJ Dillon, but I like the fact that he's missing practice for Jamal Williams' sake. I think that he's the interesting play. And then, out of the early game, whether or not that hit.
I'm just looking at the defenses right now. If we're going to save money, where do you like going at defense? I think that the Bucks are going to be the most popular D just because they are the cheapest defense. And you can envision a path to where they end up having a really nice fantasy game. Like, none of these defenses are great. You don't feel good about playing against any of these offenses, so you almost have to pick your poison. I was almost thinking that the Packers might be the play because they are unreasonably priced at $3,600. That makes no sense because they are probably the worst of these 4 defenses just overall. They score the fewest fantasy points per game on DraftKings. Like, they're at 5.8 per game for the season. After that, it's the Chiefs at 6.7. So they're almost a full point behind on average per game. All of the other defenses on this slate, people are going to look at me like, not a great defense, but at the same time, this is all on a small slate like this. Again, you have to think, what are the percentage chances that any of these 4 defenses score them more than 10 points? Probably not all that high, is it?
No, it's not. And honestly, if something goes crazy sideways with Mahomes and he's not playing, the Bills will be fought. That everybody will be on the Bills.
We're expecting Mahomes to play, though.
Right. So with that, I'm with you on the Packers. Actually, I'm going to go with the 2 higher priced ones. And by the way, I will victory lap this on your show. Remember everybody that wanted to play the Rams? And I told you, I'm not saying against you versus me, but there were so many people that wanted to play the Rams. How'd that work out for you in DFS? I don't take cheap people. I was warning you, don't take them, because that's why I'm off the Bucks. Again, you mentioned, yes, maybe the Bucks can score 6 or 7, but Aaron Rodgers doesn't throw interceptions and he's at home. So with you, I would go for the Packers if you can afford them, because I don't expect them to be, because what you said, the price is going to push a lot of people off them. But Tom Brady is somebody who can go haywire versus Aaron Rodgers. You know, he does have multiple games with multiple interceptions, and he'll take some sacks sometimes. So I think that's the play. And then the Chiefs play is obviously what we've talked about a lot and really hasn't happened this year. But if Josh Allen goes crazy for a game and starts taking some sacks and throwing some turnovers, and maybe even gets taken down from behind and the ball gets stripped from him, causes a fumble that could potentially get returned for a touchdown, I think that might be the play there. I think that's the one. With Mahomes playing, I know some people will argue you could say the same for the Buffalo's defense. They just had a touchdown, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing the Bills or the Buccaneers.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to go with the Packers. The Bucs are going to be by far the highest owned defense. I really do think that, just because their price makes everything work. And like I said, if none of these defenses are projected to have a big game, then what's the harm in really going with the cheapest one? Your lineup's not really going to be all that critically damaged if the Bucs score 2 points and the Packers score 6 points. The savings that you get is probably more valuable than that gap. But that's why I kind of like the Packers, because all this is about trying to fluke your way into a touchdown somehow. And if the Packers are going to be by far the lowest owned of these defenses, which I do project them to be, then, you know, if all things being equal, that you have a circumstance where, you know, the defenses have an equal shot of scoring a touchdown, just give me the lowest owned one, because if it actually happens, then it's far more impactful in my lineup than it is in anyone else's.
Okay, here we go. It's Saturday night in Simland. What's up, man? Matt Lamarca, Brendan Glasheen with you for the next 2 here on the Dream Stream. We've got the Colts and the Chiefs. We have a free roll available. Get involved. 2 minutes to go before lineup's locked. So I'm of the belief that you gotta captain one of the big three, Mahomes, Kelsey, or Hill. What do you say?
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I mean, they're averaging the 3 most fantasy points, with Patrick Mahomes being the best scorer on average. So I like that idea. Captain one of them, and then you got to look for some value. So Paris Campbell, somebody that stands out to me at looks like just 3,600. He's been pretty good recently. He's got 2 games with at least 11.4 DK points in his last 3. Giddy up.
Man, I am into it. So in the flex, he's actually only 2,400.
Oh, perfect.
To make your case even stronger. I'm filling out my lineup right now, running into some issues because, I just want to play everyone, But right now,
that's the problem with the Chiefs. That's the problem with the Chiefs in real life too, unfortunately.
All right, I got it figured out. Got this figured out. Update entry. Boom. All right, so $800 to spend for yours truly. And can we reveal strategy? Any second. It's almost 8 o'clock. So here's the deal. Here's what I did. I put Kelsey in the captain spot. I've got Mahomes. I've got Hill. And then I went with all Colts. Nyheim Hines, 8,400. The price is coming down a bit on him. Typically, he's like insane number.
Mm-hmm.
And 8,400 is pretty, kind of a lot for a third down back in the RB2. But then the Blankenship, we'll fire that up tonight. And then we got Paris Campbell in there. So
I could dig it.
TK is wondering, do you ever leave your home?
Well, TK, there's this little thing called the coronavirus going around.
True.
Don't know if you've heard of it. So I haven't left my home very often. I do go out from time to time, but very rarely, very infrequently. I have been debating getting my hair cut. My locks are getting way too ridiculously long. But that's about it.
I kind of dig it. I kind of do. I like the moss coming out from behind it. It really makes me curious because I'm like, I try to look like I'm seeing you in real life, and I can't see behind you. I'm like, it's still going there, isn't it?
The mystery. It's long. The cabbage is long.
Ooh. So the chat, Fantasy Hawk included, Bo, fading Tyreek Hill. What do you guys know? What do you know? You know something.
I don't know what they're talking about. Tyreek is a wonderful play on this slate. I mean, look at his numbers. The guy is a stud. We know speed kills in Madden. Don't get much faster than Tyreek Hill.
Truly. Tyreek Hill's speed in Madden 21, as I open my notes, 99. It's like the best it can ever be. Brother Phil says hello. So when's the last time you did a sim?
Yeah, I was trying to think about that. I made a appearance at halftime of the Simper Bowl that we did. But I wasn't actually a part of that broadcast. And I haven't been on since then. So it's been a while, at least a couple of weeks.
All right, man. Well, hey, it's good to have you back. So that date was December 29th. So like almost a full 4 weeks since you've been in Simland.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of the leaderboard live every Sunday, basically. But my availability for the most part is weekend nights at this point. So I will be around on Saturday and Sunday evenings, but those have been kind of occupied by leaderboard live recently. So once we get the Sims back up and running, you'll see me a lot for some wacky Saturday night sim talk.
Let's go. Love it. T. Johnson, Fooligan, Heavy, Kevy, Quan. What's up, everybody on Twitch? Carter Robinson, Barry, Emerson's Baby Gap shirt, Robert Roy, Marcus AM9, Fred. Hi, Fred. Fred, no Lee Smith tonight. That was fun, wasn't it? So we found out what Lamarca's availability is like and how he doesn't leave the house. Any other personal questions? We're going to leave it at that. I've had enough. So yes, I'm here Saturday night. It's rare. Typically I get the Saturday off, but here we go. I had to see Phillip Rivers in this blue one more time.
This is it. He may be done in real life, but he's got another couple months, good couple months in Simland.
All right, so I love these uniforms. Terrific. Blue on red. Very patriotic look. As Hines takes the first play from scrimmage for 4 yards. So here's what I want to know. Robert Roy, thank you. Matthew Stafford, 2021 NFL season, will be playing quarterback for blank.
Yeah, he got traded?
No, they're parting ways. That came out. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, and Adam Schefter reporting that
mutually agreed to part ways this offseason.
Yup.
The team will begin exploring trade options in the coming weeks for their star quarterback. Wow, I missed that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know what the market's going to be like for him. He can still play. You know, he's not like a nobody at quarterback. You know, there are a lot of teams that would be an upgrade for, but he's also on the downside. You know, so I don't think that a lot of teams that are looking for quarterbacks, unless they feel like their team is already good enough to win, are going to be super interested. Like, let's say the Jets, and just humor me for a second.
Okay.
Let's say the Jets get Deshaun Watson, who are apparently, that's his top choice. If he could go anywhere, he wants to go to the Jets. Let's say the Jets get him. If the Dolphins, then maybe could they look at Stafford? You know, that's a win now team. They need a quarterback upgrade, and that team has enough talent to contend with most of the best teams in the league. Like, they're not going to be as good as Kansas City, but their defense is ready. They're Super Bowl ready, that defense. They just need a quarterback. So 49ers and Saints, both also good suggestions. Thank you, Lewis Daniel. I think that the Colts, yeah, those are teams that make sense. The Colts make a lot of sense. So yeah, I think you need to be a win now type of team, and you need to obviously be looking for a quarterback. So that is more teams than I thought it was going to be.
Fantasy Hawk says, no way is he going to Detroit. Oh, he's talking about Deshaun. Okay, I was going to say, he's in Detroit. 3rd and 7. That is a beautiful catch by Zach Pascal to the Kansas City 35-yard line. We have 149 entries in the free roll, which was titled, I think Henny should play this one to save Mahomes for tomorrow. We can certainly get into the Chiefs.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, that's interesting how you went right to the AFC East and you didn't include the Patriots for Matthew Stafford.
I'm tired of that. Every free agent, it's like, oh, we got to put him on the Patriots.
You know what? You're right. I'm a coward. I'm going to mute myself for a minute.
Every time somebody gets cut, it's like, oh, he's going to end up on the Patriots. That being said, he would be a good fit on the Patriots, I think. He's a good quarterback still. And the Pats have a good team-ish. I mean, they're not as talented as they've been in the past, but maybe if you give Bill Belichick a better quarterback, he can turn that thing around for him.
Folks are mentioning the Denver Broncos. I'm kind of nervous. I know they play games at Lambeau, but seeing Matthew Stafford for 8 games a year outdoors, out of a dome, I feel like he could get very uncomfortable. Like you might be if you ever left your house. You know, it's like, that's a big step.
Agreed. Yeah, when I go out for my morning coffee, I'm like, ugh, it's terrible out here.
Just like Matthew Stafford. A brisk breeze in October outside.
I
don't know if I can do this.
Sometimes I stream with a blanket on. You know that, Clash.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, they're a young team though. Like, I don't know if they're ready to contend, right? Like, they have such a young receiving core. Their defense is on the younger side. Like, let's give them a young quarterback in the draft, and I think that they're a nice like development team to watch.
Okay. All right. Frank White says, Big Saxy, welcome back, homie.
Yes, I appreciate everybody saying hello in the chat. I'm glad to be back. Glad to be spending some time with the Sim fam. You know, it's unfortunate they had to pair me up with Glasheen, but we make do.
Got a long night ahead. We still have another Sim after this. I mean, I wish this Stafford news broke early in the day before I made the Patriots-Texans. Hey, it's Bill. Can I trade you a fifth for Deshaun? That was the title of the free roll. But now with the Stafford news, I'm thinking, oh, Patriots wouldn't have to give up as much. There are a lot of teams. If you're going to go get Matthew Stafford, there's no way it's going to be for like a first or a second, right? Maybe a third? Or am I nuts? Is the price going to be large to get Matthew Stafford?
Yeah, I have to look up his contract. I don't think he will go for a lot of draft capital. You know, if he's making $35-40 million a year, it's not going to cost a ton to acquire him because the Lions will honestly be happy to get him off the books.
True.
Yeah, he's got this year. He's got a couple years left, it looks like. $33 million against the cap next season, 26 the year after that. So he's expensive. He's probably not worth that much money at this point. So yeah, I think third, fourth, something in that range would probably get the job done.
Second and goal. So those of you that rostered a lot of Chiefs, this is not good because the Colts are just taking off a lot of clock. 2.5 minutes left in the first, and the Chiefs have not even touched the ball. Second and goal, trips to the left side, running again, and a touchdown for Marlon Mack. Not good, because I didn't play him. Wah!
The bigger question is, where is Deshaun going, right? That's the first puzzle piece that's got to fall into place here, fall into place. And I think that the Jets and the Dolphins are the best equipped to acquire him as Marlon Mack finds the end zone. The Jets both have multiple first-round picks. They have a top 3 pick this year. They have multiple picks over the next few seasons. So, they are well positioned to make a Godfather-type offer. But again, Deshaun is going to hold some of the power here. So he's going to have to agree to the eventual landing spot.
Marlon Mack just 13% in the free showdown. Mahomes, Hill, and Kelsey, 1, 2, 3 respectively, highest owned in the free showdown. T. Johnson says he's going to Washington, Matthew Stafford. Someone in here, who was it? Might have been Carter Robinson. Let's see. Oh, Brother Phil. Go Tom. Go Bucks. Indy is a perfect fit for Stafford. Stays in a dome. Would finally have an O-line, a running game, a defense, a good coach. Everything he never had in Detroit. His arm is still elite, tough as nails, a leader.
I like Matt Stafford, and he is no doubt tough as nails. That guy is as tough as they come at the quarterback position. So, yeah, that'd be a good fit, and they clearly need a quarterback. So I think that's a good call, guys. I agree.
Here's my devil's advocate answer, though, right? If you're Indy, because I think Stafford, at this stage of his career, certainly much younger than Phillip Rivers, right? If you're Indy, though, aren't you like, can we get someone a little younger that we can have some sustained success? Stafford could give them 3 to 4 years. I think that's best case scenario, right? 3 to 4 years. It could be just 1 or 2 if he gets another bad hit to the neck or the face or wherever. He's always banged up the shoulder. Maybe they should take Stafford on and then draft a guy. That would work.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They
did draft somebody last year, too.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember the name. But I'll look it up real quick. Jacob Eason. He was a 4th rounder in 2020. So not a ton of draft capital invested in him. It's not like he is a no doubt future starter for the Colts. but he is somebody that they felt good enough to waste or to use a fourth round pick on. They're going to give him a shot, I would think, at some point. But yeah, Stafford would be a great bridge option until they're ready to give him the chance.
2nd down and 4, little dump off over the middle. Mahomes, good for a first down. I think that is Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Yes, it is, for a gain of 4. Under a minute to go in the first. So, Runner Travis says, this is all we talked about last sim. LOL, I'm over it. Well, Runner Travis, feel free to drop in a topic you would like to discuss, because of the 407 watching, we must know what you would like to talk about.
Have you guys talked about NBA Top Shot yet?
New here too today, so
I'm curious what the chat out there thinks about Top Shot. Are you familiar at all with it, Glash?
I'm really not, to be quite honest.
Okay.
Shed some light.
Well, basically, and I'm not the most well-educated on this space. There's a lot of people that are more educated than me on it, but essentially, it's like virtual trading cards.
Huh.
And it's kind of, I'm viewing it as like the future of the industry, of the trading card industry, but they still have some doubters out there. There are a lot of people that think that it's a scam, it's a Ponzi scheme. So I'm curious what about, if any of our viewers here know about it and what their thoughts are. But I have become pretty invested in NBA Top Shot. Oh,
So
Jordan Lindenbaum says,
Lindenbaum,
no Top Shot, I'm begging you. Oh, boy.
So no one wants to talk about the NBA. Mike, amen. We must have missed something earlier. There's got to be some driving force behind this rebellion. Interesting. Tony Moss, seeing the future, he thinks there's going to be a big play to Tyreek Hill. Play
Could
action.
happen.
All right. Some folks, though, believe Tyreek Hill doesn't do anything in these sims, or like they faded him for this matchup. That's the better way to put it. Wendell Smith says,
Lions head coach. I know that I've gotten Matt Patricia, but I don't think I look very much like Dan Campbell. If so, I'll start biting kneecaps and stuff.
yeah, guys, look out. This guy right here loves a nice kneecap. It'll gnaw right into that sucker. Hey, producer Madison's here. Hi, Madison. Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Sup, Daniel. Patrick and Jared updating scores.
So the last thing I'm going to say about Top Shot, and here's the big argument with people is like, oh, you don't even own the video, right? Like, you buy a virtual highlight. This is how this works, Flash. You buy what they call moments. So you get a moment.
One shining moment.
The moment is serialized, and you have a particular number of it. So the people that are like, well, this is ridiculous, I can just go watch that moment for free on YouTube. You're right. You can do that. Just like I can go look up Michael Jordan's stats on Basketball Reference, or I can go look up his picture on the internet. I don't need a Michael Jordan rookie trading card to know that he was drafted out of North Carolina. You know, like the physical holding of it aspect is not important to me. It's the collectability asset, it's the rarity, and it's also the ease of it. So I'll talk maybe, if everybody's completely bored of this, I will stop talking about it. But if people have legitimate questions, I would be happy to answer more about it as Travis Kelce finds the back of the end zone.
Let's go. Put him in the captain spot. I'm happy about it. Lindenbaum likes it. Tony Moss. Tony, when we stop the game at the end of the quarter, it's just for the ops team to catch up. So we know you want the game and not our mugs. Totally understand. Mr. Patrick, what's your problem tonight? Coming at my guy LaMarca. You got to go through me first, then him. Then he'll get your kneecap. Let's good to see all of you. 430 of you watching on YouTube. How we doing on Twitch? About 50 on Twitch. Yogi Dead, Cola Will, Raphael, Nick. What's up, guys? Jennifer Ware says, yeah, Kelsey. To your point about digital Top Shot, everything, to Runner Travis's point, everything is going digital.
Correct.
Get with the movement.
Plus, I think it's a very easy pivot for kids, right? Like if you've played Madden Ultimate Team or you've played NBA 2K, there's the, buying packs aspect in that game. You're buying the packs to upgrade your team. But when the new game comes out next year, all the money that you dumped into last year's version becomes useless. These packs that you open, you own them forever. And you can pass them on, you can sell them whenever you want. So I'm not saying that it's like a no-brainer, I'm going to be a millionaire type of thing, but I do think that this is going to be a legitimate way to collect assets in the future. All right, let's pivot because I'm getting some questions about tonight's NBA slate. There is a 4-game slate starting at 9 o'clock. So do you mind if we talk about that a little bit, Mr. Glasheen?
Sure. There's a first down for Paris Campbell, the must-have value play.
So if you guys have any particular questions about certain players, throw them out. I'll be happy to address. But obviously, this slate starts with DeMarcus Cousins again, 5,100. I think he's pretty much a free square. The guy scored 36 DraftKings points last night in a start, and he shot 2 for 16 from the field. If he had made any of his shots, we would have been talking about like a 50 burger last night. So getting him at 5,100 is pretty much a must play. LeBron and Luka, I think, are the top studs on the slate. If you want to go like a mid-range, I don't mind the Jazz guys going up against the Warriors. I think that Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell are probably both a little bit underpriced. And then there are teams that are dealing with some injuries. You've got Phoenix is going to be a nice source of value. Dallas is shorthanded again. So Houston also going to be shorthanded. That's where you're going to find your value tonight.
Robert Roy is tied for first with Get That Cheddar in our free roll. So drop the questions in. Freak of Nature asking about not Luka and LeBron, but Luka and Zion.
Yeah, I like Zion a lot. Is he on the 9 p.m. slate? I was trying to keep it to the 9 p.m. slate.
Oh, that's a valid question.
So that game
no,
already
Zion's
started,
playing
which is
right
why
now.
I didn't mention him.
Right. Burt Macklin likes Luka and Jokic.
Yeah, Jokic makes a lot of sense with I think Jamal Murray is now out of the lineup, or he's questionable. So if Jamal Murray doesn't play, Jokic is going to be the guy there.
It's Dustin Stevens. What's going on? Old Man Dog fan, always here. Just don't talk much. Evening all. T.Y. Hilton. First down to the 21. Rivers now 7 of 7. 100 yards on the dot. Let's see if we can recognize some other faces. Joe Boo. I'm not even going to try. And Gary, 3791, tied for first in the $500 free contest. 13,220 entries. Love to see it. Travis, hello. How you guys doing in Hawaii, in Maui? Eero says, Big Saxy makes the chat a priority, makes us feel appreciated. That's good.
I do try. Flash does it too.
Oh, yeah. I love these people. I really do.
Congo Cab says, is Cameron Payne starting with Booker out? I haven't seen a confirmed lineup. I think that's one possibility. I also think Javon Carter could start. So that's something to keep an eye on. But Cameron Payne's going to get run either way, and he has been very good on a permanent basis with Booker out of off the court this season. So I think he's a fine play regardless, but it wouldn't shock me if Carter moved into the starting lineup.
David Israel Speck, how do you feel about Steph Curry?
Utah is not a team that I like to target. You know, they are pretty solid defensively. They usually play at a pretty slow pace. So let's just take a look here at the pace numbers. Yeah, Utah's down at 23rd in terms of pace. And as far as defensive efficiency, they're 5th. So that's not the type of matchup that I would typically look to target. You know, Steph can obviously go off against anybody. I just think that there are better plays tonight. Like LeBron for $100 less in a smash spot against the Bulls, I think is the better play. But, you know, that'll make Curry lower owned. So maybe you look at him in the tournament because you don't get a ton of chances to roster Steph Curry at reduced ownership, but this might be one of them.
Hey, this guy right here helping you guys out, talking about the slate. Smash that like button. Let's go. It's just a damn cough, man. That's fair. I will go to my room and pretend I don't like anybody or anyone after that line. That was pretty good. Let's see. Oh, Ernest, one of our loyal viewers. Sorry to hear about that. Hope you beat the COVID. You will beat the COVID. Thanks for being here with us. We hope to make your night and your week and your days here better than what they are now. That's the goal, to entertain and enjoy each other's company.
Preach.
Because that's just the way to live, man. But if the Chiefs need to score some more points or people are going to get upset. Like, running the football here is just, it's fine. Like, move the chains, but we need big name players to score. Here's a question for you. I have an NBA question. It has nothing to do with DFS. What is the game of the what is the game of the night? Meaning, is there a national TV game? Do we know that? Because I'm gonna try and put one on.
Yeah, there's nothing on national TV. The Heat and the Nets are on NBA TV at the moment.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'll put that on.
And yeah, this will be the second game of the new Big Three era in Brooklyn. With Durant back in the lineup tonight.
Kyrie and Harden. How about the Brooklyn Nets getting swept by the Cleveland Cavaliers? How about that Brooklyn D?
Whew. Yeah, I mean it was not an impressive start, but there's always growing pains when you put three guys like that together who are used to having the ball in their hands so much. Like, you know, the Heat had LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, and they started 9-8 through their first 7 games, or 17 games, I should say. So, like, there is a feeling out process. You know, I think that Kevin Durant being back at full strength, like, he looks just as good as he's ever been. That's going to make this whole thing work in the end because that guy is so efficient and just he's the second best player in the league behind LeBron, maybe even the best at this point. So I think that they'll be able to make it work, but, you know, Harden and Irving are going to have to figure out how to play that, you know, secondary and tertiary role.
Lewis Daniel. We've talked about this before, Lamarca. No, these Heat uniforms go away. What is this color? You had a name for it. Was it you? I was with someone who had a title or a label for these.
Are they the Miami Vice uniforms? The purple or the pink and the light blue?
It looks like you're looking through a, what am I trying to say? Damn. So I was with someone who pointed this out. These uniforms, they look like it's like the white T-shirts that weren't supposed to go in with the colors in the laundry.
Oh, I mean, a tie-dye?
Yeah, I guess, kinda. Yeah, kinda.
I love the light blue and pink combination, so I'm the wrong person to ask about this. I think that's a great look. As we get a touchdown here for the
Kyrie kill!
I'm sure a lot of people would like to see that tomorrow.
If you were to script this out for what the Chiefs have done so far, Patrick Mahomes, 2 touchdown passes, 1 to Kelsey and 1 to Hill. I think he'll take it.
Yeah, that looked real close. I'm surprised they're not taking a look at this.
They might. Give it up. There we go. Man, you ruined all the fun. Chat asking, oh, no. One more time. Bad look right here. Ah, he dragged the foot.
Oh, yeah. I think
he's in.
Who knows?
He's in. Touchdown. He got it. Give it to him.
Daniel says he's in, so if they overturn it, we can all blame him.
He dragged the foot.
And they confirm it.
So those of you that,
nice toe.
If you stack the Chiefs, crush that like button. Yours truly is in 6th place right now in the free roll. Let's go. Loving it. One Pump, what's up? Good to have you here. Small Ben. Who else is in the chat? Chris Monaco, Jared, Barry, Jimmy B. Jimmy B, you got to give me an old time sake. Boom! Jimmy B was always a boom guy. When he first started doing these sims, he'd just drop a B and then 1,000 O's and then boom! I could just picture it. Him watching like soccer and NBA. He's got like 7 screens in his spot. And he just drops a boom.
Not like the Denzel meme. You know which one I'm talking about? From Training Day.
Yeah.
Boom.
Boom. Mark Underwood, what's going on? Chris B. Burt Macklin, he was in, you blind mice. So, the Colts, I think Tony was asking this. Tony, they're not going to onside kick, but nice idea. The Colts, Tony, had the ball first and took up the first 6 minutes of the first quarter. So I was getting kind of worried about the Chiefs stack, but everything's kind of going okay if you have Kelsey, Hill, and Mahomes. 2nd and 5, still 2 timeouts for Indy. That's complete to, a fumble after the catch by Paris Campbell. Oh no, Paris, the value play fails us. Well, maybe that's why he's that cheap.
Somebody asked if you can build a competitive lineup tonight with Jokic, LeBron, and Luka in there. And I think you can, but it's really tight. It's really tight. If you were going to do it, you would have been better off doing it on the full night slate because there were some nice value options for the Pistons available. Those would have been very useful to have in that kind of build. You know, with here, you need to go with like Javon Carter and, you know, some of the cheaper Suns guys, maybe like an Abdul Nader at the absolute minimum. Like, it's not as appealing as getting, you know, Josh Jackson at 3,700 or Sekou Doumbaya at 3K. So the answer is yes, you can do it, but...
Oh! Tyreek Hill! What a play! What a throw!
Man, that Chiefs offense. It's just like in real life.
38-yard touchdown.
Who said they were fading Tyreek at the beginning of the stream?
Show yourselves, Fantasy Hawk. You love to run your mouth in the chat. I want you to type in big letters like you always do. I was wrong. Go Tyreek. Do it. Do it.
Hey, Rick Atari, shout out for beating COVID, bro. Congratulations. We're glad to have you back.
Fantasy Hawk is in the chat. Damn it, Tyreek! Robert Roy, who was in first place earlier, is not pleased. Michael Clark says you guys are smashing it. All my money is on the Chiefs.
Tyreek, highest owned in the free late classic at over 73%. So, yeah, that's gonna hurt if you didn't have him. That's a big time chalk play coming through.
Choker is on the board of directors, in my opinion, of Simland. We know Greg Coffin is the mayor, but Choker is a very important voice in the DK Sim fam and in the chat. Choker has called out the chat, saying the like count is pathetic. 460 watching, just 250 likes. Come on, guys. Smash that like button. The Chiefs are scoring lots of points. Just like we all wanted. Kind of, right? You'll feel better about yourself. Let's get to 300 likes. Come on. And better yet, the Colts with 2 timeouts. 40 seconds, got to go 75 yards. Who knows? Look at that! Catch down the sideline! Trey Burton!
Burt Macklin says DeLone Wright, 15 in the first quarter. I wrote him up for DK Live once we found out that Blake Griffin and Derrick Rose are going to play. So if you follow the DK Live app, you get the updates. You would have seen my recommendation for him.
Robert Roy, I'm going to preface this next sentence with all due respect. So you're going to think I'm making it up and lying to you or not being sincere. That's the better way of putting it. That you think I won't be sincere or real, as you like to say. You joined the party a little late compared to some others, so maybe when we have elections next year, you can get a spot on the board. But I don't think you're there yet. Only because there have been so many people that have been with us since March 28th, and they have been doing a fantastic job. That's the honest truth. I'm not going to come in here and blow smoke and tell you, yeah, you get a spot. We have limited selections. Robbie Noble's on the board. I know that. Fantasy Hawk's on there. Bet you all want a board spot now. Hit the like button for your chance at a board spot. As down goes Rivers. Look at me just starting trouble. T. Johnson on Twitch. Watkins is captain. R.I.P. Well, T. Johnson, thank you for being with us. We certainly wish you the best. Luke has recruited 3 members. Luke, that's important. I would put that in the first sentence on the resume.
You might be on the tourism board.
Yeah, Luke Murphy is the recruitment chair.
Listen, any place that's anyone needs a tourism board.
This is true, man. We always need to have more people venturing to Simland. Plus, from what I've heard, I mean, there's a pretty big restaurant that Kaufman's never taken care of, so we need people to work the restaurant. We need backup singers who can sing. Jordan Lindenbaum, as problematic, Jordan, I mean this with all love, as problematic as you could be sometimes, you probably should be a chairman at this stage. You really hold
Jordan's the guy who just comes to the town hall meetings and just yells at everybody.
If he can't laugh at that, then we're not having any fun. Because that was kind of funny. That was good.
I mean that with love. I like Jordan a lot, but he has been known to complain from time to time.
Yeah.
All right, let's do these stats real quick.
Paris Campbell, 5 for 52, but he fumbled. But still pretty good for a value. Tyreek Hill, 4 for 70. 2 tuds. Kelsey, 4 for 64 and a touchdown. Hilton has 3 for 38. CEH, 2 for 14. Pascal, 1 for 24. Burton has 1 for 31. And I think that's it. Oh, a couple more. Hines has 1 for 6. 21-10 at half.
Yeah, and I saw Patrick Mahomes had a 158.3 passer rating. That's perfecto. 10 for 10 with 3 touchdowns will do that for you.
Pretty amazing. 10 passes. 3 of them touchdown passes. Travis says, excuse me. He calls everyone a moron. Man, you guys are great. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here on a Saturday night. We'll be here for the next one as well. We'll have Texans Patriots. Where will Deshaun Watson go? We talked about Matthew Stafford and what's up with him. The Lions and the Lions and Matthew Stafford's party have mutually agreed to part ways, according to Adam Schefter. Also, Tom Pelissero's on top of it. So, Luke Murphy says this Nets game looking good right now. Harris has caught fire, and nobody can tell me when Joe Harris is on fire, it isn't fun.
Yeah, he's got some some diet type Klay Thompson to him. You know, he's not as potent as far as like driving to the to the rim, but he can shoot it with the best of them. Sorry, somebody wrote in the chat, LaMarco with an E. Looks like a Keebler elf ate Santa. Flash is broken.
Makes me laugh that you also thought that was great. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've heard them all, you know, so you got to get creative. You know, telling me that I look like Matt Patricia, it's not going to get a response because I've heard it 1,000 times at this point. So you want to get me to read your mean comment, you got to step it up a notch.
Just picture you playing your saxophone. Santa's barging. Get me out of here. Oh man, that was funny. That was good. I decompress now. The Bazooka X Factor is lit for Patrick Mahomes. Let's run the ball. Sure. First down though. CEH says good one. Lewis Daniel, that's funny. Willie Jones, Flash, would you rather have Stafford or Jimmy G? Ooh. I think Jimmy G. Considering, like for the Patriots, yeah, Jimmy G. Because of the familiarity.
Jimmy G, Dad. I mean, we found that guy. We discovered that guy. He was a nobody before Belichick.
Yeah, Garoppolo elevates others, and Belichick loves that.
Yeah, this is the problem. You got to keep him out of San Francisco. You bring him back to New England, where there's not so many good-looking women to distract him, you know, dude.
Yeah, you know something about Jimmy G, man, is he loves this Italian restaurant at Patriot Place. He tips the bartenders well, so he'd help business there too. Yeah, so I think Jimmy G makes too much sense after that discussion. Starfighter, that's one way of looking at it. You say, what do I have got to lose? That's how you should approach every day in Simland. I don't mind it. Hey, Travis Kelce, first down, gain of 14. Mahomes has 186. Perfect through the air. Kelce is coming up on the bonus, too.
Producer Madison adds he's good for the local economy.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, my Boston accent.
In South Boston, dude.
It's not great,
small
dude.
Businesses. Yeah, Jimmy G will do pizza reviews for Boston. Hey, Kelce, another one. That should be the bonus. We're pretty close. Yeah, 106. I love how Tony Moss is just constantly chiming in with 2 to 3 word phrases about what's going to happen in the next play. He should change his last name to Romo.
Hey, Carter, thanks, man. I'm part of the DK Live team, and there's number 2 for Travis Kelce.
Wow. 4 touchdown passes for Mahomes. He has not a single incompletion. 2 touchdowns for Kelce and 2 for Mahomes, and 2 for Hill.
Perfect, right? You couldn't have scripted it better for the stack of them.
You had something to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we were talking about the DK Live. There's like a team of like, I don't know, 6 or 7 of us, and we all rotate it. So I was working this afternoon, so I did some of the blurbs this afternoon. But you can also find Jeff Ulrich, Steve Buchanan, Kenny the Deucey, ZT. ZT's such a stud, by the way. Such a stud. That guy is just a workhorse.
In what ways? Okay, you were going there.
Like if I'm working with ZT and one of the editors is like, "Oh, we need a blurb on this guy." If I don't get to it in like 7 seconds, ZT is already working on it because that's just the type of mentality that he has.
Oh yeah, he is a get bleep done kind of guy.
Yeah,
we all know them, but not many. Because the ones that we do know, the next one you find, they just do it faster than the other one. Like it's in their blood to get bleep done. Mike Amen says Ducey is not a selling point. Well, he's part of the team.
Kenny is like lobster. He's an acquired taste, you know?
There you go. So if you want to have lobster, read his articles. In all seriousness, the DK Nation, DK Live group, they do a great job. Zach Thompson, speak of the devil. He, as Trey Burton makes the catch there for a first down. Zach does an excellent job of getting the Madden Stream info page constantly updated. He's writing up contest previews for classic contests for the whole day, pretty much 7 days a week, and he's prepared to get back into 7 days a week repeatedly, that's the better word, repeatedly, once we get to no football and we're back in Simland 7 days a week, 6 a day. So there you go. Choker. Moose provoked biology lessons once again, talking about moose as cubs.
Moose cubs.
Moose cubs. What are small moose called, Jeff? Moose cubs. Did he actually say that? That's great. Robert Roy says, smash the like, people. 462 watching, only 264 likes. Get going, DK Sim fan.
Robbie Noble says, everyone loves lobster. Yeah, I mean, I think about if you're like a kid and you try lobster the first time, you're not like head over heels for it. You know what I'm saying? Is that just me?
I totally agree. Okay. Yeah. It's great. It's great every once in a while, but I'm not obsessed with it. Yeah, Lewis Daniel, Brandon Cristal is in the contest in the free roll. I saw his name in there. I am in 4th. I am tied for 4th with Chase and BBR Craig. CJ71, Mr. Golf and more. And K Unta is in a tie for 1st. I like it. T.Y. Hilton, bottom of the screen. KC by 18, 3rd and 5. Gotta have it. There you go to Nyheim Hines. Approaching the red zone. Just about there to the 21. So we've got Patrick and Jared updating scores. Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Madison producing. We'll be here for the next one. The whole crew will have Patriots Texans to wrap up your Saturday. Dustin Stevens, appreciate it. Says he smashed the like, went over and grabbed my phone. Ugh, it's done. Don't fumble, Campbell. Attaboy. Yeah, so we'll talk some NBA. We still got 2.5 minutes left in the third. I'm kind of hoping Indy makes this interesting. Unless you roster the KC defense. I actually rostered the Blankenship, so I wouldn't mind a field goal, even though that doesn't do them much.
Hey, it would make it a
2-score game.
Yeah, no, it would do nothing.
Yeah. On the pitch, Marlon Mack. He might break our hearts again.
Ooh.
Spin move to the 4. In the $500 free contest, considering the big three, Kelsey, Mahomes, and Hill, are very highly owned. Each of them at least 18% owned in the captain spot. 11-way tie for first. Kelsey is the man to have in the captain with Mahomes, Hill, Hilton, Campbell, and Chiefs defense. So this is going to change. As Mack is in. Second
Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac.
Oh, TK, good stuff. Fantasy Hawk says, no Mac, no cheese. It's simple. But you have to climb the hill to get the mac and cheese. Ha ha. You know, Fantasy Hawk, because you didn't play Hill. Get it? Good. The fact that I had to explain it means it was awful.
No mac, no cheese is good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Luke Murphy says, fudge. That used to be fun to say when I was like 8. Oh, fudge. Grounder goes through my legs at third base. Oh, fudge. You know? Then you had those other... Yeah, you know, you played...
Think of the East-West Bowl with Key and Peele. One of the characters is fudge.
It's like that stage when you're around 8 to 10 years old and you're playing Little League and there's a bunch of like 9 and 10-year-olds that know swears. And like at 8, you know them, but you're not supposed to say them or you'll get in a lot of trouble. But then you had that 1 or 2, usually it was the pitcher or the shortstop that were allowed to swear because they were cool, you know? But I would still drop a fudge. But then you had that one kid that would say, you know, the whole word, the real one. And I'm like, whoa, like, that kid said that. I'd get slapped across the face if I yelled that out. I'd be benched.
The big question is, will Patrick Mahomes throw an incomplete pass in this game?
Ooh. Watch it happen right now.
He might have to throw it away. Nope, he's going to tuck it and go.
Oh! Careful. In real life, you'll have problems on that kind of play. That's why Henny should be in. Edward Pride, glad you're having a good time. Jared says, Captain Mac, how am I not winning?
Captain Mac will get you.
Barry needs Robinson. That's Hill. Where's his yardage at? Gotta be close to a bonus, right? Hey, jinx him? No.
91.
Yeah, he's at 91. Great. Yeah, he ain't gonna catch the ball the rest of the day. Mahomes, still perfect. 17 for 17. CEH nearing the 40. We haven't discussed this yet. The weekend ahead, tomorrow. It is the weekend. What am I saying?
Yeah, well, I've been doing it too because it's been the weekend, but now it's just Sunday.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. When I sit back in my chair and think, like, wow, we've talked about last weekend. Now, of course, it's like a talk radio show or any podcast. You'll react to what happened this past weekend on Monday and Tuesday, right? And then you're like, oh, you got to move on. So Mahomes completes it again. Good for a first. That's DeMarcus Robinson. Then I'm like, oh, we got to look ahead to the weekend. And it's. I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe it is too early to talk about the weekend ahead because as we'll go to the fourth quarter, I feel like I've been talking about Bucks Packers and Bills Chiefs for like an eternity, like 7 days, like longer than 7 days. So here we are. The game's tomorrow. I feel like I've run out of things to say. about
Well,
tomorrow's game. I mean, Mahomes being healthy.
Dig in because we got 2 weeks between these and the Super Bowl. So
No kidding.
those are always a long couple weeks. We'll get all the backstories. You know, I'm sure we'll see a bunch of trips out to Wyoming to see where Josh Allen played his college ball, if the Bills make it, or if the Pats if the Chiefs make it, then I don't know. We had all their stories last year. So,
well, and that's why I feel like we're squeezing every ounce out of a Matt Stafford story that broke today, because it's like, oh, something new. It's not previewing the weekend, but we haven't had a chance. You haven't had a chance to be with the Sim fam to discuss what you think is going to happen. And before we do that, Kelsey's got 113, 2 tuds. Hill is 9 yards away from the bonus, 91 yards, 2 touchdowns. And by the way, that is a credit to the chat too. They've been helping generate conversation all week about what to expect this weekend. You do it so often, you're like, oh, like they're actually going to play the game tomorrow. The games tomorrow. Burton 3 for 46. Hilton 4 for 47. So where do you want to start? Do you want to start Tampa, Green Bay? Like what? Take that. Actually, I'll start over. You're going into tomorrow. What's the lead story in Matt LaMarca's head for tomorrow? What's the lead? What's the biggest thing you're looking forward to tomorrow?
So the way I've been thinking about this weekend is like the NFC is the battle between the classic quarterbacks.
Yep.
And the AFC is the new school. You know, you've got Packers, you've got Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady looking to make, another run to the Super Bowl. Brady obviously looking for, ring number 7 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Rodgers still looking for ring number 2, which it feels like he needs another one. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
If he really wants to cement his status as one of the greatest to ever do it, he needs another ring.
Agreed.
So I'm very excited for that game. I think that game is going to be very interesting. The Bucs were able to take care of business against the Packers in their first meeting. That game was in Tampa Bay, but the big thing was the Bucs defensive line thoroughly controlled that contest. They pressured Rodgers on about 46% of his dropbacks in that contest. And the Packers had David Bakhtiari in that game, who is now on IR. And the Bucs did not have Vita Vea, who is expected to return. So we've got now, it could be an even bigger mismatch in the trenches in this one. So if the Bucs can get that kind of pressure on Rodgers once again, I think they win. If Rodgers gets better time in the pocket, he's going to be able to pick apart the Buccaneers secondary. So I think that is where this matchup is decided. It's in the trenches.
Oh my God, they didn't call that a touchdown for Kelsey. What in the world? So it's a catch. Watch this. Watch what he does. He leaps in the air like he's trying to do a backhanded play like Jeter at shortstop and catches it outside of the end zone. But I feel like the ball broke the plane. The heck's he doing? Anywho.
Well, there's the Clyde Edwards-Helaire touch that everybody wanted.
Stopped 3rd and goal at the 5. Here's my thought on I am leaning Green Bay to beat Tampa. Like real talk. Like, you want me to give a pick? I don't like predictions, but I think Green Bay is probably going to win. Green Bay checks way more boxes. But I will say this. As Mahomes looks on 3rd and goal, there you go. Touchdown. Who is that? Hey, Sammy Watkins. There you go, T. Johnson on Twitch. Hope you're feeling better. You should. And I've admitted to this group for a while, I'm rooting for Tom. You know, Tom gave me 20 great years, 2 great decades as a fan.
We know. We know
Okay,
who you're rooting
all right.
for.
We'll move on from that part. Just bringing that up. So yes, I'm rooting for Tampa. But here's the other thing. If indeed, I'm hearing this a lot this week. Well, you know, there's no better time for Aaron Rodgers. He's got to win this one, or he's in danger. His legacy's in trouble. No. I think the Packers are going to be pretty good for the next couple years, and the door is ajar for the Packers to go on a little run the next 3 to 4 years. There's a window there. Breeze out, Brady old. I know Tom might play 1 or 2 more. 1 or 2 is less than 3 to 4. And then, as you said, all of the young guns at quarterback are in the AFC.
Correct. It would definitely help the Packers if next year they used their first-round pick on a guy who is actually going to play for the team this year.
Yeah, but you've heard the comparison to like Garoppolo was drafted to motivate Brady. I think that's all truth with Jordan Love and Rodgers. I don't buy that. But
really? Nah, I think it's, you know, just better chemistry with Matt LaFleur this year.
Fair. Yep.
Devontae Adams is clearly like the best receiver in football now. So I maybe there was something to the motivation factor. I don't want to completely rule it out, but like just saying that basically is implying that Aaron Rodgers just didn't care about football the last couple of years.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he just felt a little threatened with a young dude in his shadow. Not that he wasn't trying. That's stupid. I agree with that.
Okay.
But you feel threatened, right? Like, oh, you think this kid's going to come in and take my spot? Aren't you motivated by that? Not to say he wasn't motivated before, just extra motivation.
All right.
These guys think I can't play? I'm with you. Like, they could put more around him. Like, the A.J. Dillon pick was probably to secure someone if and when Aaron Jones walks. But I think it's giving Rodgers a little kick. That's all.
Fair point.
Okay.
But yes, I switching back to the actual game itself, I am taking the Bucks with the 3.5 points. But I don't have, like, I think it's a 50-50 coin flip as to who actually wins the game. You know, like the weather is a slight factor. You know, 17 degrees with a little bit of snow. That's tough for any quarterback to play in. I know Brady has a great track record of playing in cold weather, but, you know, he's 43 years old now.
Yeah.
Old people don't like the cold. That's why they moved to Florida.
Right. And Gronk, too, he's on his coattails. Fantasy Hawk, I am not talking about the talent and the ability of Jordan Love. Just his mere presence has to annoy Rodgers. Get this kid. But basically, my point is, like, get this kid out of my face. Like, this is my job. Get lost. The organization drafted Jordan Love. Obviously. But just his presence alone has got to be annoying. And I love how Robert Roy brought this up. Rodgers and McAfee, that is an excellent interview. Their sit down is great stuff each and every week. It's compelling. Rodgers, man, Aaron Rodgers loves to talk about himself. Sure does. Worried about his MVP count. Dude, win a ring. Like you said, let's go. You've got one.
I'm excited to see him host Jeopardy for what it's worth.
Yeah, that too. Talking about Jeopardy. Good God, man. Win some more titles. And to be fair, this is another reason too, Lil Marco. The NFC North is like I'm not going to go there entirely because it would be disrespectful to how bad the AFC East was for 2 decades with Tom Brady. But Mitchell Trubisky, Matthew Stafford gone, so now we're going to have someone called Jacob Eason, perhaps quarterbacking the Lions. And Kirk Cousins. That's your competition.
No, that was the Colts, Jacob Eason.
Oh, right. Sorry.
The Lions have no quarterback.
They have no one. Okay, perfect. Makes my point even more. Like, win your division, stop worrying about whatever, your tequila, and, hosting Jeopardy, win 12 to 13 games, get the bye, and you'll host more games at Lambeau and win more playoff games. Instead of half-butting it, can I say half-assing? I'm going to say it. And I won't do it again, I promise. Stop doing that and going 10-6 or 11-5 and squeaking in as a wild card. Then you'd have more games at Lambeau in the playoffs. I'm done.
There's T.Y. Hilton. You said he was in the leading lineup, so that's got to be helpful for some people.
So, yeah. I am not dismissing how great Aaron Rodgers is, but I get so sick and tired of this, they don't put enough around him. I feel like I've been talking about this all week. Here you go. NFC Championship at Lambeau. Brady's coming in. Win the game. Here you go. Let's go, dude. Last year you were at San Francisco. Fair enough, you got exposed. It was year 1 with Matt LaFleur. Like you said, year 2, go across the board. Look at every great quarterback. If they have a coaching change in their career, year 2 is like the year you gotta, it clicks. See Matt Ryan with Kyle Shanahan. See Lamar Jackson with Greg Roman as the OC. Just go down the list. Mahomes and Andy Reid. Year 2 is a big year. Let's go.
I don't disagree. I've always been of the mindset that Aaron Rodgers, at least until Patrick Mahomes entered the league, Aaron Rodgers for me is probably the most talented quarterback I've ever seen. He can make all the throws. He does all the stuff that Brady and Peyton can do at the line of scrimmage, but he also brings that added athleticism. So it's time for him to build on that resume. If he wants to be in that greatest discussion, he's going to have to show up at the party with more than one ring. And honestly, there are going to be people that never even are willing to have that discussion because Brady's going to go down as the GOAT with the 6 rings. But, I don't think that we can just completely ignore the fact that Tom Brady played for great teams with a great head coach.
Sure.
It's the way I look at this kind of stuff is, are you invited to the table, right? When you're having the greatest NBA player of all time debate, LeBron and Jordan are invited to the table. Nobody else really can come. Bill Russell can come. Maybe Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That's it.
Fair.
Right now, the greatest quarterback of all time table is Brady. It's Peyton. It's Joe Montana. Maybe John Elway. There are going to be some older guys, too, that I'm not throwing out there. But if Rodgers wants his seat at the table, he needs another ring.
You guys make good points. Fantasy Hawk bringing up how Brady had great teams, like you just said. Great defenses, great teams. DeMac Lyon. That's true. Brady had Belichick. That's fair. That right there is the difference between, like I said, going 10-6 and squeezing in as a wild card or winning your division but not getting a bye. Those are the kinds of things that I think Brady having Belichick and a bad division were significant contributors to why the Patriots would win 12 to 13 games every year. That's fair. But at this point, when you put it through the blender, everybody, put everything through the blender, to LaMarcus' point, Rodgers should have 2. Should have more than 1, which is 2. Right? Yes.
Yeah, that is true.
So,
Runner Travis, no disrespect to Kobe Bryant, he is not invited to the table. He's an all-time great. Don't get me wrong, but he is not in the same conversation as those other guys. I would give Magic Johnson a seat at the table before I gave it to Kobe.
oh boy, here we go.
No, I know. I know that that's going to anger a lot of people.
And by the way,
but you know what? If
Yeah.
Kobe wasn't And I don't want to be this guy. I don't want my brand to be the guy who's like crapping on Kobe. But like, if Kobe was just a little less selfish and was willing to make it work with Shaquille O'Neal, those guys could have had like all the rings together. But that's all I'm going to say. And Kobe is great. He's a top 10 all-time NBA player. He's just a tier below LeBron and Michael Jordan.
Butker to kick it to make it a 2-score game, 14-point contest. You know, and you just brought up Kobe. We're coming up on a year since Kobe passed.
I know. That was one of the craziest days I can ever remember.
Oh, my life. I was calling a game. I was at Mohegan Sun in Connecticut doing a lacrosse game, and my producer said it in my ear. I was live on the air. I still had a whole half left. I was shook. I was like, what? Because, of course, the sad truth is, like, that news comes out, and you're like, it's got to be fake, right? It's like, it's got to be fake. Nope. I was listening to news radio on the way home.
Yeah, Madison said she cried that day. I shed a couple tears today. Or that day. Not today, but that day.
You can now if you have to. That's fine. Yeah, memorable for sure. So I forget what exact day it was. We're coming up on the anniversary, right? It's in this month. Guys, with a minute to go in the fourth, we're almost at 300 likes. So clearly we went down the path of Packers-Bucks. And if the Packers, like everyone's been mentioning, in terms of how good the Packers have been defensively, which they've been drafting the last couple of years. So they're putting a defense around him. Him, meaning the
Mr.
other
Patrick,
12.
I like that list. Larry Bird probably would not make it for me just because he didn't have the longevity of some of the other guys. He just messed up his back, and his career was kind of really just like 10 years long, but he was as good as they get when he was in his prime. So I wouldn't have him at the table, but he's in that Kobe tier to me.
Chris Hood says Duncan is better than Kobe.
I think that's a fair question to ask. It's Kobe's better, but Tim Duncan, for what he did for the Spurs, like, he was the ultimate team player. He brought great defense every other day. And he, at the end of the day, finished with the same amount of rings, and he didn't have the benefit of playing with Shaq. So I don't think it's a outrageous question, but, Kobe is going to go down as the better player.
All right, well, this is something we can certainly discuss. And by the way, so apparently Kobe's death was in February. I thought it was in January. So thank you to Fantasy Hawk for pointing that out. And I'm seeing some Mohegan Sun love. Alex Johnston is in first in the free roll. Well, it turns out you're in second, Rain Over. As of right now, I'm in 22nd. Chase is in third. Juice in first. Juice has Hill in the captain spot, Mahomes, Kelsey, Hilton, Butker, and Campbell in the flex. But Alex, congrats. Nice job. Getting the free roll for the next one when Bill Belichick wants to call the Texans to give up a 5th rounder for Deshaun Watson. That's the name of the free roll. Something like that. Texans, Patriots, Madden After Dark in 45 minutes. Rivers hit the bonus, 24 of 27. Mahomes did have one incompletion, 23 of 24. 5 touchdowns, 5. 2 to Kelsey, 2 to Hill, and 1 to Sammy Watkins. CEH had 52 yards on the ground. Marlon Mack with 25. Hines, he's the Krusty, or whatever, the Not My Kid award. He had the 7.
Krusty Krab.
Hey, pizza for you and me.
Ooh. Okay, with the falsetto. I feel it.
Wow. Couldn't do that again if I tried. Hill hit the bonus. Thank God. I didn't jinx him. 101. Kelsey hit the bonus too. Demarcus Robinson only had 1 catch. Damn. Well, this is, I mean, I think you got to go to Mahomes, right? Player of the game, 5 tuds.
Yeah.
All right.
Agreed. I mean, Kelsey and Hill, both fantastic, but the guy slinging it all over the field had to do it.
All right. Sounds good. Let's see. Patrick and Jared, 2 of our very best from the ops team. They do a great job. Typically, you know when they're doing a great job when the chat's not talking about scores being updated because they're being
I'd also
satisfied.
like to give a shout out to you, Mr. Glasheen. I know you've been working hard on your diet. I saw your photo that you posted to Twitter. You know, looking loose in them pants. So congratulations, buddy.
Hey, thank you. 6 more weeks. Got to stick through here, man. I appreciate
do
it.
it.
So, you know, I'm just trying to tighten it up. I probably don't need it, but I need the discipline to be instilled in me. And that's true, Madison. Results are the best motivation. I feel good. Feel better with you guys and you. But yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. So we will be back. Wow, you threw me off there. Like, I don't even know what to say anymore. We will be here for Madden After Dark. We will have the Texans and the Patriots. In the $500 free showdown, we had, wow. What do we got? Wow. Big tie. 55-way tie for first place. Kelsey captained, Mahomes, Hill, Burton, Mack, and Campbell. There you go. All right, everybody. Good luck with your NBA lineups because I know some lineups locked at 9. The latest game in the NBA tonight was 9 o'clock. That should be every night. Us East Coasters. Actually, you might not like that because you're a night owl.
No, I've been going to bed on a more regular hour, so I haven't even been making it to the end of a lot of these West Coast games. It wouldn't be bad for me, but you know, it would be kind of tough on the West Coast teams if they never got to play at 7 their time.
All right, fine. Yeah, honestly, when I do Madden After Dark, I'm wired after 11:15, so I'm just up for another hour and a half, and I have to sleep in. So that's the benefit of working the night games. So, all right, same crew is back. Producer Madison, Daniel, Jared, Patrick, we are all back. Just before 10, we'll come in with pregame, make a lineup in the free roll. Let's check that out. See where we're at there in terms of the number. We had 149 for this past contest. We have 136 out of 200 entries filled in the, hey, it's Bill. Can I get Watson for a 5th rounder? Texans, Pats. Good stuff, everybody. Thanks for hanging. We'll come back and maybe, you know, we'll actually talk Chiefs and Bills because we did a lot of Brady Rodgers there in the in that last sim. So we'll talk about Sunday, NBA, whatever the heck you want. Talk to you then.
if this line started getting some heavy steam and started to move up more, where would you kind of stop and think about the under? Because for me, like, I would be comfortable even taking this up to, and this is likely not going to happen, but just playing the numbers here. If this moved up even, 2 or 3 more points, I still feel like that would be an over for me.
Yeah, so, I'm with you. So if you look at all the data, right, the Packers have gone over in 6 straight playoff games, 50+ in each of one of those. They've covered the spread in 3 straight home playoff games. But here's the hard part for me. I think that I know exactly where Green Bay is going to be. I think they're going to be around 30 to 33 points.
Yep.
I don't know where Tampa is going to be. Like, that's the hardest thing for me, is that Tampa could legit be 7. Tampa could be 28. Like, neither of those would surprise me, but I can't pinpoint exactly where they're going to be. Like, I could legit see a game. I mean, I could see Green Bay winning 30-7. Like, that would not surprise me whatsoever. And Green Bay does every single thing right offensively, but we're sitting at 37 points and we're way under. Right? Like, the elements are going to be there. And not that we're worried about Tom Brady in cold weather, but what about everyone else?
Yeah.
Like, are they used to cold weather? Like, what we've seen from Godwin, he's dropping 7, his last 7 straight passes, right? Like, long story short, I don't know, because I don't know where Tampa's going to be, and that scares me.
And so, just for projections, what Tampa's going to be, DK Sportsbook has the Bucks team total at 23.5 with minus 125 to the over. So DK feels like Tampa's going to get to at least 24 points in this game. But I agree for the most part with your assessment. I don't know. 30-7 would, I guess, shock me
a
little bit. Like, I think that Brady's going to show up and compete in this game and get, let's say, like, where I would start to not be shocked is like 30-17, 30-20, like that type of game. I feel like Green Bay definitely has the potential to win. So 2 ways, I guess, that we can, if we're not totally comfortable with the over because we're not totally comfortable with what Tampa's going to be, 2 ways we can look at it. Number 1, Green Bay Packers team total over 27.5. That feels like getting to 28 should be something that Aaron Rodgers should be able to do in this game. So I think that's safer than playing the game total. Second option, if we really love the Packers, we can get rid of the points, take the money line, and parlay it with an alternate total. So if you want to get it at minus 110, your standard juice, Packers money line over 41.5 points is what gets you to minus 110 on DK Sportsbook.
Yeah.
That feels pretty safe. Both of those, the team total
does.
and the alternate parlay.
It does. And let me say this. Here's just a little nugget to go along with that. You look at the Packers in the second quarter of games of 9 of their last 10 games, they scored 13 or more points, right? So like they put up points in the first half. So I'm with you. They're going to hit their team total. Like, I have zero, concern about them doing it. So I think it's a good play by you. That's a smart idea of, if you don't feel the total, kind of go that route.
All right. Well, 2 more before we finally let Steve talk again. 2 more thoughts here on that, because that's a great number. I like that. First, Packers first half team total 13.5.
Yep.
That sounds nice.
Yep.
Just based on that number alone.
Yeah.
And second, you can get burned here by waiting and seeing how the first quarter goes, but just betting the Packers in the second quarter, if you get a second quarter line, you bet them live second quarter money line or whatever the points may be. Take them first half line if it's a tie game or whatever going into the second quarter. You can try and take advantage of that live.
I love it.
That's actually a good segue, because looking at some of the numbers here, the Buccaneers are allowing an average of 6 points in the first quarter. That's actually one of the highest in the league. In the first half, 13.2 points. So we're right on that number. We're talking about those team totals. But that's bringing me to my next point here. We're going to get into a little bit of the player props here. And Julian, we've texted about this. Devontae Adams' first touchdown. Now, these are always so random, okay?
Unbelievable.
You really can't predict this. But he's at plus 525 to score the first touchdown in this game. I went back and looked through all the game logs. He's done this 6 times this season. 6 times. And you're getting plus 525. And that's lower than usual, by the way. Go ahead.
Well, he's moved down in the odds, but remember, Adams also missed a couple regular season games. So the record, he's played 15 total. He played 14 games, and then he played last week in the playoff game. So Davante Adams' record to the first touchdown is 6-9.
It is conference championship weekend in the NFL. A lot of excitement. The Chiefs, the Bills, the Packers, the Bucks, and these guys right here with me. I'm Adam Kaufman, Jeff Ulrich, and Reed T. Fowler. We are looking at some of the betting lines for this weekend, courtesy of the DK Sportsbook. Let's start, guys, in the NFC. I think this is a very enticing matchup. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, and it's Green Bay at home, favored by 3.5. How do you view this one, Reed?
Yeah, I think this one's interesting. This one's going to be a little bit tough, and I know where Jeff's going, so I'll give the other argument. I actually agree with him with what he's going to say, but I just want to start with the other side of the argument, which is weird. But
what
I'm
you're
going
saying
to
is
say
I should have called on Jeff first.
Right? No, but like I like it here. Tampa Bay, getting 3.5 points. Whenever we get Tampa Bay getting points, right, and Brady getting points, especially in the playoffs, I think that deserves some consideration. They blitz the quarterback extremely well, and we know that any quarterback, especially Tom Brady, but on the other side, Aaron Rodgers, his numbers decrease slightly when he's under the blitz, and a lot of their offense is predicated off of play action. If they can't run the ball, and Tampa Bay is #1 in run defense, they just take away that element of the offense. That becomes extremely tough for Green Bay to do what they want to do. Now, the Packers and Aaron Rodgers have exceeded expectation. They're doing what they want to do. His numbers don't decrease that much in terms of I think he's just under 90 PFF score in terms of his efficiency when under a blitz. And he's got 18 touchdowns to 4 interceptions, 7.6 yards per attempt when he's blitzed. But Tampa Bay might get Vita Vea back, and that's huge. That is extremely important if Vita Vea comes back and that defense gets back to what we saw them in the beginning of the year. So I will say Tampa Bay getting points is enticing, but I'll go Green Bay.
Is this Aaron Rodgers' year, Jeff?
Yeah, of course it is. Look, let's appreciate Reed for taking the other side, so we're not just talking all about how I think Green Bay is going to cover this game and cover it easily, because who cares if Green Bay can't run the ball? They ran for like 60 yards against Chicago in Week 17 and won by 20-plus points, and it's a similar style of team that they're going to be facing, and just in terms of defensively with a really stout defensive line. So that doesn't worry me. What would worry me from a Tampa Bay standpoint is you have Aaron Rodgers at home and the Green Bay Packers at home, where they're 8-1 straight up, 6-3 against the spread. This Green Bay has been great against the spread. I mean, so just from a betting standpoint here, I mean, 11-5 ATS on the year. They're the team I want to target. But from a stylistic standpoint too, you've got Alan Lazard back. You've got Davante Adams going up against the secondary, who they're getting a little bit too much credit for shutting down Michael Thomas last week, in my opinion. I mean, it's great. You hold one of the best receivers in the game to zero receptions, but it's Drew Brees. It's Michael Thomas, who's been injured all year. This is a completely different beast with Devontae Adams and Aaron Rodgers. And like I said, Alan Lazard is starting to pick up, and I think he's going to be key going up against these secondary cornerbacks of Tampa, who have really been burned by secondary wide receivers over the last little bit. So all things considered, I like the way Tampa Bay's been playing the end of the year. I think this matchup is just a bridge too far for them. I think Aaron Rodgers is playing at a too high a level. Again, I don't care that they can't run the ball here because I think Green Bay is going to be able to do whatever they want with, Rodgers, Lazard, etc. So give me Green Bay here to cover. Give me Green Bay here to win the money line. And I don't even think this one's going to be close off. I think, again, you've got a team in the Packers who have won by wide margins over the last little bit. And I think they're getting a little bit disrespected at only -3.5 as home favorites. This line should be 4, 5, maybe even 6.
Aaron Rodgers called this game, or his future rather, a beautiful mystery. I guess this game in Jeff's mind is not. So that in mind, I think we'd all like to see, regardless of who wins, we'd all like to see a really entertaining game, a shootout, basically everything that the Bucs Saints game was not. The over-under for this line, the total, it's 51, Reed. So which way are you going with it?
Oh, yeah, I'm going over. And if you look at Tampa Bay's defense, last week, they won the turnover battle against the Saints, and Drew Brees kind of gifted them that game, right? He's 4 interceptions, and they turn a lot of points, a lot of those turnovers into points. But look, I mean, these offenses, Green Bay is first in total offense. Tampa Bay is third. The second team is a team that we'll get to in a little bit. And Green Bay has gone over in 3 straight games. Tampa Bay has hit the over 3 of their last 5. These are high-powered offenses. And Antonio Brown not being questionable for this one, I think it does mitigate this a little bit. But I think this is going to be a shootout. I think 51 points is well within reach. And like Jeff was saying, a guy like Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady, they're playing at a high level right now. So, yeah, give me the over.
What's this thing going to look like in the frozen tundra that is Lambeau Field, Jeff?
Yeah, I agree. 100% the over. Reed hit on a lot of the same points I'm to bring up, just the records for these teams hitting over. But, again, you can even just look at last week in Tampa Bay's game versus New Orleans. It's a perfect dichotomy of what Tampa Bay's games look like. One of the two teams is ahead at the end. Either Tampa Bay is giving up a ton of pass yards or they're the one throwing on the teams. And there's just always a garbage time opportunity for someone to pick up a score. The Saints should have hit that game over last week. They had like 5 minutes left, but Drew Brees kept throwing interceptions. Aaron Rodgers, if he's in that situation, or Tom Brady, probably isn't going to do that. I think this one is definitely going to go over. It's definitely the side I would rather be on here, 51.5. I think it's just a touch too low. So give me the over as well.
How about a prop bet that you like in this one? Stay with you, Jeff.
Okay, I got a couple here. I'm gonna throw out, first of all, my Packers play. Look, the Packers have been the best scoring team in the first half of all games this year. So they lead teams in points scored, in differential, everything. They're a great, fast starting team. If you think, like me, the Packers are going to win this game at the end, why not just take them to win the first half as well? On the DK Sportsbook, you can get Packers first half and full-time money line at plus money. You can also get Packers -162 to win the first half. So I like attacking those props, but the player prop I want to attack, and I brought his name up already, it's Alan Lazard. Probably going to be going up against Sean Murphy bunting. Look, there's no bunting in football. This guy's playing the wrong sport. And he's also their weakest cornerback. I think Alan Lazard is going to be a very key figure in this game. He's playing well. He's getting targets. Give me Alan Lazard to score a touchdown at +285.
I wasn't prepared for there's no bunting in football. He's playing the wrong sport. So please go.
Yeah, ban bunters, right? That's Jeff's reasoning and logic behind it. I love it. That's what you kind of have to do, right? In these is find the leverage point. And I think Chris Godwin is that guy. Over 5.5 receptions at plus money 118. And I know he's been around this number for the last 5 weeks, either 4 catches, 5 catches, but his targets over that same time frame, 7, 12, 7, 9. And if Antonio Brown is questionable, right, if he's not able to go, and I get the other guys like Cameron Brate, Scotty Miller, they get involved. I think this is a spot where Chris Godwin is going to get involved quite a bit, right? And if Green Bay has been doing what they've been doing for the entire season, then we're going to see Jair Alexander on Mike Evans. And what happens when Mike Evans usually gets paired up with a shutdown corner? He doesn't do that well. So give me a guy like Chris Godwin over 5.5 receptions at plus money right now. Before the AB news, right? Before we get anything on AB, why not lock that in right now?
The KFC Sunday Night Showdown series rolls on with Steve Buchanan. I'm Adam Kaufman. We're here from DraftKings taking a look at the AFC title game coming up, and it should be a good one. Obviously, the Chiefs and the Bills, two of the best QBs in the entire NFL. Bukes, tell me, if you're zeroing in, obviously, on a showdown contest for these two teams, who's your captain?
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be Travis Kelce at 16,500. I mean, the Bills have been absolutely annihilated by opposing tight ends just so far through the postseason. And a lot of this came from the Colts, mind you, but 18 catches, 164 yards, and a touchdown scored. That's even before we've seen Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce could actually put up a line very similar to what they've already allowed in the postseason so far. 5 straight weeks of at least 10 targets. The guy is just absolutely locked in. He's a monster, and he should also be one of your captain's choice.
You've been down this road before. If Travis Kelce's your KFC captain, you need a side dish. Who you stacking with him?
Yeah, I'm going to be going with John Brown. I think the Chiefs are going to make it a point to try to stop Stephon Diggs. So you're getting some really good value here with John Brown at 7,600 after posting a dud in his return. 11 targets last week, 8 catches, 62 yards. He draws one of the better matchups against the Chiefs secondary this week. I think this is a good week to target John Brown.
Definitely an up and down postseason. We'll see what happens. Bukes, thanks so much. Do not forget to feed your whole crew with KFC's $20 fill-up. Choose between original recipe, extra crispy chicken, or crispy tenders, and get all the home-style sides you need. Drive-thrus are open, or get contactless delivery at KFC.com.
The last thing I want to do is go through each of the teams and try to find, like you said, the one guy who you have to basically take the shot in the dark on. You have to gamble that this guy's going to be good. He's going to catch a touchdown, and that's what separates your team because, you know, we can tell you, play Josh Allen with Stefan Diggs. Who is the guy from the Bills that you should actually be playing who could luck his way into the touchdown? So is it Gabriel Davis? Is it Dawson Knox? Is it Lee Smith? Is it Isaiah McKenzie? Like, which one of those guys would be on your radar?
Gabriel Davis is banged up too. You know what?
So would that make it Isaiah McKenzie?
If Gabriel Davis is out, I think that would make it Isaiah McKenzie. If Gabriel Davis plays... Yeah, he's still 4,100. I think Beasley comes into this conversation. Does he not count at 4,100?
No, because people are going to play Cole Beasley. They just will. He's Cole Beasley. He's good.
Yeah, but the problem is I don't like the bill. If you have Beasley, Brown, and Stephon Diggs, I'm not going to go Gabriel Davis or Isaiah McKenzie. So if you tell me no Gabriel Davis, then yes, but I'm not gonna go chase. I know that's what we're trying to do, but I'm not gonna chase the fourth option when it's a split fourth option opportunity. If you told me it was one person as the fourth option, then yes, but I'm not gonna do a split.
But the whole point of this is like you're going to need that differentiator in order to win. So,
but this doesn't always happen on every team.
No, I
just don't think it comes
understand.
from Buffalo.
So you don't think it comes from Buffalo? So again, so Dawson Knox is just out on this?
It's not that he's not on it, but even when he scores a touchdown, he doesn't even hit double-digit points. That's my problem with Dawson Knox.
I mean,
you've been right on him before with scoring a touchdown, but what's his season high? 8?
Yeah,
no, he's got 11.
Probably 9 points, something like that. But on this slate for that price, that's how you unlock and play all of the big guys. And your guy needs to be less than the other guys.
And no, I agree with you. No, and I'm not saying that's not the strategy. I'm just saying I was just talking purely Dawson Knox. He scored double digit twice. If I was going with somebody from Buffalo because it's tight end, I would go Dawson Knox.
Okay, Chiefs side of the ball. If Sammy Watkins isn't back, it would be Pringle for me. If Sammy Watkins is back, it's probably Sammy Watkins, isn't it?
I think so. And actually, it's not Pringle for me. If it's Sammy Watkins is back, it's Demarcus Robinson for me because everybody's going to be on Mecole Hardman.
Oh no, people will be on people will be on both of them. No one will use Pringle. The ownership discount that you would get on Pringle versus those other two, and Hardman would objectively be the better play. Like the lowest ceiling outcome is definitely Pringle, but Pringle's also going to be the one in this game that's 3% owned instead of a floor of 12%.
Well, see, what was Demarcus Robinson's last week? That's what I feel. I feel like people just don't want to use Demarcus Robinson.
No, but we're also condensing the slate too. We've cut out 4 teams.
Yeah, I know, but still, all right, fine. Yeah, if you're going to tell me that Demarcus Robinson does get up near Mecole Hardman ownership, then sure, I would go with Byron Pringle. Pringle is this one feels kind of obvious for this entire game. Unless it's Anthony Sherman who runs for a touchdown.
Yeah, let's hope that doesn't end up happening. From the Packers, I said St. Brown. I think that's where I would stick with them because I don't think that my main man, Mercedes Lewis, is going to get it done.
No. That would be... And I hate St. Brown too, but that's the only one down in this range because Valdez Scantling is going to have ownership.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because he's a name, he's a big play threat, and he's cheap. That's a perfect combination for being thrown in the back end of lineups. St. Brown, it's not like he wasn't out there last week. Like he almost scored a touchdown too.
Why.
Like
yeah, he's just not that good. That's my problem.
In fairness, neither is Valdez. Neither is Valdez Scantling.
Sure, but yeah, that's the right call in this game. St. Brown's the right call in this game.
And then for the Bucks. Feel like it could be almost anyone, but I feel like it could be anyone.
No, but the play here is if Antonio Brown plays, and then Tyron Johnson and Scotty Miller.
But not like what about someone like Brait in this game?
You bring up the argument for Brait is your argument that you were making for like Demarcus Robinson. I think that people are already on him because of the last 2 games. The last 2 games he's been out there as much and running routes a little bit more. I think it was either last week or 2 weeks ago. One of those 2 games, he was running more routes than Gronkowski. So I feel like people are already on Brait. That's why.
You know, I was going to eat this grape, but we have to start the show. So I'm going to put this grape back and start the pregame show in 3, 2. And here we are for Madden After Dark. Texans, Patriots on a Saturday night.
Saturday.
All right. Lineups are going to lock any moment. Texans, Pats. Bill Belichick should call the Texans and give up a 5th rounder to get Watson. I think it will work. That's what I would do, but it's up to him. Who do you like here in the free showdown? Pats, Texans in Foxborough.
Well, you got the name right, but you got the team wrong. It's future New York Jets quarterback, Deshaun Watson. That's who we got to be looking at here.
Okay. You like watching the captain. That means you're going to be spending a lot there. Your flexibility is a little iffy after that.
It's a little iffy. Are we locked?
Yeah, we're locked. Give it to me.
I'll tell you my team.
Okay.
I went with a full Texans stack. So I went Watson at quarterback, Brandon Cooks, Will Fuller, and Randall Cobb. And then I brought it back with N'Keal Harry and James White for the Patriots.
Interesting. Okay. Here's what I did. So I put Brandon Cooks in the captain spot. Give me a little flexibility.
A little more flex. Okay.
Yeah. But it's him and Deshaun. Those are the only 2 Texans I have. And then I went with all Patriots. Cam Newton, as Robert Kraft likes to say, we are all Patriots. Cam Newton, Devin Asiasi, Demir Bird. His bird is the word. And James White. That's what I got for you. I like to play Sony Michel typically. But yeah, salary's getting a little steep now for Sony.
Little steep.
Yeah. You know, also, love you mean it, PlayStation and PS5, but the Sony's getting a little expensive. You know what I mean?
I'd love to buy a PS5. I just can't find one.
Well, we can talk about that. I love these throwback Patriots uniforms. They just brighten up the night.
Oh, yeah. These are like the 90s Pats unis.
Yeah, when Bledsoe was the star.
Right. It was Bledsoe versus Brett Favre. That's the first Super Bowl I remember watching.
Yeah, Belichick didn't win those first 3 titles. That was Parcells.
Oh, right. Parcells, dude.
Parcells and his fingerprints were all over that.
Billy Parcells. Right. That was the Desmond Howard Super Bowl, I believe.
Desmond Howard. Good player. Nice guy, too.
Yeah. Good trivia question answer, right? One of the few guys to win the Heisman Trophy and a Super Bowl MVP.
Well, how about that? We're ready to go. Patriots to kick off to the Texans wearing all red with the Navy helmets. Robert Roy, Travis, Jenny from the league. That's fantastic. Almost forgot to do my lineup for this late sim. Jenny, are you talking about the show, Jenny? Like the league?
I think that's what it's in reference to.
Love that.
Good username. Great woman.
Mm-hmm. So, Choker's here.
Chalupa
Robert
Batman.
Sean Preston in the chat, and this is a serious note. Luke Murphy says, Glash, I know we like to have a ton of fun on these, but as a loyal member of the DK Sim fam, Sean Preston lost his brother-in-law today. Maybe in tribute to that, we have a silent buzzword. I can get behind that. Sean, I'm really sorry for your loss, and like I always say, when you want to come here for a good time, that's of course encouraged, but if you need the DK Sim fam, you need these Madden Sims as an outlet to step aside from not reality, but to give yourself a distraction. That's kind of why we started these things, because, you know, sports went away. But, of course, in the midst of a pandemic and lots of other issues going on in our world, Sean, I'm hoping we can brighten up your day and brighten up your night, and I'm really sorry for your loss. So, that sounds good. We'll do a silent buzzword tonight. Deshaun Watson, meanwhile, just completed the pass to David Johnson, the guy that absolutely should have been traded for DeAndre Hopkins, right? I mean, the trade made too much sense.
Hey, when you can bring in an aging running back who's on the decline, you do it.
And you know what? We'll take the second round pick too, actually. Thank you. Captain Blood, Barry, Lindenbaum, Robbie Noble, Jared. Jared wants a silent buzzword forever. Jared, don't think you can slip in that word forever on me. David Johnson for a first down. Man, oh man, the Texans are grooving here. Johnson 2 for 28. Wow.
Now, Mr. Glasheen, as a man of extreme intelligence, where would you rank Deshaun Watson among quarterbacks in the National Football League right now?
Right now.
And actually, you know what? Let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
If you were an NFL team and you were building a team,
okay,
you know, thinking about all that encompasses present, future.
Sure.
Where would you have Deshaun Watson ranked on your list?
Wow. So I've got a pencil out and paper. I'm a big paper to pencil or pencil to paper kind of guy.
Okay.
So how about we start the list and then we'll stop when we get to Deshaun Watson?
That's fair.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Clear number one.
Clear number one in. This was not scripted. This was a genuine
question. I have given some thought to this question.
Okay.
You know, which is why I asked it. So if you want, I can steer you with some of my thoughts here.
All right. Well, I'm getting there. So I'm going to throw this gentleman's name in. Aaron Rodgers, because I think he can still play the position at a high level for like 5 more years. No?
Yeah. I think I would rather have Deshaun at this point.
Okay. Fair enough. I think I'd rather have Deshaun Watson over Josh Allen, or am I wrong?
This is where it gets close for me.
I
would rather have Deshaun, but I think you can make a case for Josh Allen, specifically because Josh Allen is still on the rookie contract. So it does give you a little bit more flexibility in the immediate short term. But I do think Deshaun Watson is the better player.
I would rather have Deshaun Watson than Lamar Jackson. So am I crazy to think Watson's 2?
No, I think that 2 is the correct spot for him. Perfect. I think it's, for me, the first tier is clearly Patrick Mahomes, right? He deserves to be in his own tier. After that, you get to Deshaun, Josh Allen, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, and
good point.
Then it's like, you know, I think that's the tier right there. You know, maybe some folks would want to put Justin Herbert in the conversation following his rookie season. I don't think it would be super outlandish to say Trevor Lawrence, given that you get him for 5 years at, you know, a very cheap salary compared to these other guys who are making $40 million a year. So I agree. I think Watson is number 2, but it's just, you know, there's, again, it's like a conversation about who you would rather have in that second tier.
Right. Okay. So I think based on how young he is, but what we've seen on an NFL field, Mahomes is no doubt the young, seasoned young quarterback that everyone wants. And then right after him, Deshaun Watson. I'm into it. I think it makes sense. I wrote the names I wrote down: Wilson, who you reminded me of, Allen. I put Aaron Rodgers there only because, like I said, I think he can play at a high level for 4 or 5 more years. Lamar Jackson.
He's 37 now. So.
Yeah, but 37 is like the new 32, I feel like, for quarterback.
Yeah, I hear you. I know that Tom Brady is kind of rewriting what we think about age, but
Yeah, that's
you
fair.
know, Tom Brady is the exception. He's not the rule. You know, like Drew Brees, clearly not the same player now that he was 3 or 4 years ago. Roethlisberger, these guys are all kind of on the decline. It's really Brady's the only one that still is trucking along at 43.
This is true.
A lot of people standing for Josh Allen in the chat. A lot of Allen over Watson's, a lot of Allen's in the same tier as Mahomes. I don't know if people realized how good of a year Deshaun Watson actually had because the Texans were so bad. But let me read you his stats here.
Okay.
4,823 yards, 33 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 70.2% completion percentage, and a 112.4 quarterback rating. He was excellent this year. He led the league in yards per attempt. He led the league in yards per completion. I personally slept on him this year because the Texans were so bad, but this guy had a monster season.
Runner Travis, we weren't too worried. I was hoping and figured you'd show up. Thank you all for being here. Rick Lewis, you're a good man as well. Yeah, the touchdown to start the sim, David Johnson, guys. Scored lightning quick. I kind of teased, but based on this performance, 5 minutes and 45 seconds into the sim, totally makes sense as to why the Texans traded DeAndre Hopkins, the way David Johnson has played so far. In this sim alone, as Brandon Cooks makes the catch. We want to shout out the 157 of you that made a contest in the, hey, it's Bill, can I get Deshaun for a 5th rounder? The free roll in the DK SimFam Friends League. 12,903 entries in the $500 free contest. So, the Patriots just intercepted him. That was pretty nasty. What a play! That was like a one-handed pick. Dante Hightower. I'm going to watch this again on the YouTube feed. That was pretty awesome. He caught that with one hand.
He shouldn't even be playing.
Yeah, an opt-out. Okay, he used his left hand as a guide. Opt-outs are available in the Sims for full transparency. So, you bring this up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it makes you wonder, how were the Texans incapable of capitalizing with him on their roster? But how are they so bad? What did the Texans go, 5-11? 4-12?
4-12 this year. But, they did win 10 games the previous year, 11 games the year before that. I really think that this team lacked leadership at the top. You know, like J.J. Watt and Deshaun Watson, great leaders for your team, but there was just a lot of turmoil in that organization. I mean, the Bill O'Brien thing, it sounded like the team literally had a mutiny, which is why they ended up firing him when he did. And now every player wants out of there. Like, there is some weird stuff going on. If you haven't read the article about, Deshaun Watson sort of versus the Texans front office and ownership group that Sports Illustrated did, you can check that out. They had a sort of a deep dive on that, but yeah, it's they're making a case for being like the worst run football team in the league at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of like you almost have to try. CEH noticing all these one-handed grabs that I've been on the call for. Yeah, Michael Gallup made an unreal catch on Madden After Dark Thursday night. It's pretty special. By the way, I misspoke a few moments ago. That was Kenny Stills who caught that pass, not Brandon Cooks. Stills is number 12. The Patriots scored a touchdown. Who scored the touchdown? I just looked down for a second.
Your boy, Sony.
Sony Michel. Great. Normally I like to play him. Didn't play him tonight because James White scored 2 touchdowns the other day when I was here. 7-7. Pats get the ball thanks to a turnover. Dante Hightower intercepting Deshaun Watson. Smash that like button, guys. We're almost at 300 likes. Matt LaMarca, Brendan Glasheen. First quarter almost over. We're cruising here. You came in hot with a great question to kind of, bring the energy and give us something to talk about. Producer Madison, Daniel on the ones and twos, Patrick and Jared updating scores. Sony Michel scoring the touchdown. You really think there's a chance, like a legitimate chance, Watson ends up with the Jets?
Yes.
So you're giving up the number 2 pick, right?
Yep.
You're probably giving up a first each of the next 2 years after this year.
Correct.
And what else? A second, a third?
I think 3 first-round picks, including the number 2, would be pretty much an unprecedented haul to begin with. So I don't think it would take a ton more than that. I mean, you're getting, assuming that Trevor Lawrence goes number 1, you're getting a chance at whoever you think the number 2 quarterback in the draft is, either Justin Fields, Zach Wilson out of BYU, or Trey Lance out of North Dakota State. So you get that guy. You get 2 additional first-round picks in the next 2 drafts. Like, that's a great haul. If it costs more, the Jets should pay it. That's my take. If it takes another second and a third, sure, throw it on in there. But if it really has reached the point where it's an unsalvageable relationship, I think that the Texans could do a lot worse than 3 first-round picks, including the number 2 overall.
Okay. They should do it.
Now, and we'll do the stats, I suppose. David Johnson, 39 rushing yards and a touchdown. That's really the only rushing production to speak of so far.
Michelle has the touchdown.
True. Good point. Sony Michel, 1 carry, but a touchdown. And then the passing game, we're just getting started here, but Kenny Stills, 2 for 20. Will Fuller has a 1 for 25. Darren Fells, 19 receptions. Nobody besides Stills has more than 1 catch at this point. So it's kind of been a little bit of a slower game to start.
Mm-hmm.
Not a ton of production. The Patriots did have an interception, but that's really all that's happened.
Brandon Cooks, 64% in the free showdown. He has not caught a ball yet. Julian Edelman, highest owned Patriots receiver. He has not caught a ball yet. Edelman is the wideout 2. N'Keal Harry, the wideout 1.
So
Lounge Talk Podcast, hitting the like because he sees your face.
If you are the owner of, or the general manager of the Houston Texans, and you've reached the decision that, you know what, I have to trade him. Have to trade him. Don't want to do it, but I got to do it. Would you rather have the package that I laid out for the Jets, or a package from the Dolphins that includes the number 3 pick and Tua Tagovailoa?
Hold up. Did the Texans, off a reception, who fumbled the ball? Brandon Cooks. Why? Not a good start for the Texans on offense. Because there's more of a chance of the Jets to screw it up, I think I take the Jets offer. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think Brian Flores has a good thing going on in Miami.
I mean, the Tagovailoa thing, it's like, he entered with such good pedigree, but he really did not show very, very much this season. So.
Yeah, Travis, not good. Brandon Cooks just fumbled. Patriots have it at the Texans 35. Wide open man. That's easy money for Cam Newton. I think that was Edelman.
Looked like Edelman.
Oh, Asiasi with the catch. His second, 21 yards. We're almost at 300 likes. Thanks for being here, guys. Murray says, happy I faded Cooks. Fantasy Hawk loves these old Patriots jerseys. Yeah.
They are very nostalgic.
Rob Rand makes a point as Cam will fire back of the end zone, incomplete. Doesn't matter what the Texans want. He has a clause where he has to agree. So, but All-Star Gaming is bringing up how Watson would accept a trade to the Jets and go to New York. Richard Sherman thinks he should go to New York. Did you see that?
Hey, thanks for the help, Sherms.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think he would be more than happy to go to both of those places. New York is, it's weird to say that the Jets are a desirable situation. They are historically not a well-run franchise, but they do have a lot of draft capital over the next couple of years, so they could improve quickly. And they also have some cap space, so I do think that is somewhat desirable. Plus, it's New York. That may matter to Deshaun, it may not. Some people want to be in that, big city environment. As your boy, Julian Edelman finds the end zone.
The squirrel! Where's Eddie?
Miami, plenty of merits too. Obviously, that team is ready to contend right now. No state taxes in Florida, big plus. And South Beach is not a bad place to live, or so I've heard.
Zach Akins wants Watson to come to Atlanta. Bring him back home. Not a Falcons fan, but that's where he needs to be.
Yes, and Jordan also makes a good point. Joe Douglas, their new general manager, he's solid. He's done a good job since he's taken over. So I do think that they finally have somebody competent behind the wheel of the ship, so to speak, in New York.
Boston Joe, I would bank on the Jets' lousy management. Those first-round picks from New York, way more worth it than a run-of-the-mill first. Carter Robinson, they gave up the picks, but then they turn around and they had so much cap space, they get into free agency and get what they want, hopefully offensive lineman and a wideout. The Texans just have so many issues across the board. The one thing they have going for them is the quarterback, but the quarterback doesn't want to be there. So at that point, you're really screwed. They've got no picks, no cap space. Who's their coach? I already forget. Who they hire as the head coach?
They haven't yet, but I think their new rumor is Josh McCown is somebody that they want.
Oh my God. Is every job filled yet in the NFL except them? Brandon Staley's with the Chargers. Campbell's going to the Lions.
Right. The Eagles hired the Colts offensive coordinator.
Saleh went to the Jets.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. I don't understand why the enemy hasn't gotten a job yet. This feels like 2 years in a row where he was considered like the hot, offensive coordinator coaching prospect. And I don't know why he hasn't gotten the job. Maybe it's just because the Chiefs have been, playing late into the season and these teams want to fill their coaching vacancies as soon as possible. So maybe the Chiefs being so good has cost the enemy a job, but I'm still pretty surprised that no team has held out for that guy.
Yeah. Mockingjay 2020. We've got Matt LaMarca with us. He didn't know who you were.
Calling me the voice of SpongeBob. I know that I don't have the deepest voice in the world, but I don't think it's that high.
Jason McCourty with the sack. 14-7. Edelman and Sony Michel have the Patriots touchdowns. David Johnson has the tud for the Texans. Now 3rd and 7. Texans at their own 38.
Mockingjay, I'm reading. If you got a question, baby, fire it in there.
Good to have Jimmy B here. So, yeah, with Bieniemy, he even admitted the other day in a press conference a reporter. To me, it sounded like the reporter was doing him a favor, and it feels like he had good chemistry. I'm not sure who the reporter was, but it was a Zoom press conference, and Bieniemy was like, he prefaced his statement with, of course I want to be a head coach, but, I'm focused on the task at hand, getting ready, getting better each day. Like, he handled it with
I did see that.
With great class, but he made sure to get in there like, oh, obviously I want to be a head coach. Like, being like, really? Like, what are we doing here?
All right, so Mockingjay says, does Deshaun Watson make the Jets a playoff team? I never said that he would, but I certainly think it's possible. I mean, we've seen great quarterbacks typically get their team to the playoffs. He asks about what kind of weapons they have. They have Denzel Mims, who they just invested a second-round draft pick in that they like a lot. They have Jamison Crowder. Their weapons are not great, but that's the easy part to fix, right? The hard part is finding the quarterback, and the Jets have been looking for a quarterback for 30 years. Basically, my whole life they've been looking for a quarterback. We had some years with Vinny Testaverde. We had some decent Chad Pennington years. Other than that, it has been a hunt for the quarterback position. And we have tried everybody.
I brought this up earlier in the week. Something, too, about Deshaun Watson and his personality and what he could bring to New York. He strikes me as the guy that would appreciate and enjoy the challenge of reviving a bad organization.
Oh, we got a pick.
Another pick, except this time it's Cam Newton. We've had fumbles. We've had a pick for Deshaun Watson. And now Cam throws the pick. Good field position for the Texans at the Patriots 30. But, look what Watson did at Clemson to, put Clemson on the map, right? He would thrive in a big market situation, I believe.
He seems like the kind of guy that would be fine with all of that media scrutiny. He's, by all accounts, a great teammate, a hard worker. He gives back to his community. He is a model citizen of what you want the face of your franchise to be.
Like this question from Lewis. He's asking, who is the dart throw play tomorrow? Meaning, if you played a 2-game slate, classic, who's someone that could really break the slate tomorrow outside of the usuals?
The usual suspects. Yeah, it's a good question. I like Ronald Jones if you want to get a little bit contrarian at running back. I think running back is a good spot to get a little bit weird tomorrow. I don't think any of the running backs on the slate really stand out as great plays. Aaron Jones, super tough matchup against Tampa Bay, and he is clearly in a committee back. He's the number one option in that committee, but he had 14 carries last week, and Jamal Williams and A.J. Dillon combined for 17, I think. So he is getting, less than 50% of the total work. He did have 99 yards last week, but 60 of that came on one carry. So I think Aaron Jones is risky at 6,500. And if you avoid him, then it gets real interesting with the rest of the options on the slate. So I think Ronald Jones, for his ownership, he's going to come in with minimal ownership. He has been the bell cow running back in Tampa Bay all season. He was clearly banged up the past couple of weeks. Now that he's at full strength, he practiced in full on Friday. It would not shock me if he retook that lead running back role in Tampa Bay. So I like him as a dart throw at the running back position.
CEH says Tunyon, Robert Roy, Cole Beasley, who has quieted down just a little since John Brown's return. Jamal Williams, says Darth Gator. David Johnson, don't break our hearts again. He stopped at the 2. Kareem says Lazard. Tyler Johnson, that's a good one. Yeah, no AB, so I find tomorrow for Brady, like he's kind of been during his whole career, like finding that open man instead of just feeding one individual. Evans has been their red zone guy. So perhaps someone could even, Scotty Miller had a nice catch against New Orleans down the stretch.
Yeah, I'm leaning on, as there's a rushing touchdown for Deshaun Watson. I'm leaning on Chris Godwin.
Okay.
At 5,400. I think that's a pretty egregious price tag for him. And what I really like about his spot tomorrow is he plays the majority of his snaps in the slot. And Jair Alexander, who's the Packers' top corner, arguably the best cornerback in all of football, he was only in the slot on 4% of the Packers' snaps this season. So I think he spends the majority of his time on the outside guarding Mike Evans, which means Chris Godwin should have his way with whoever is lined up across from him. I think he's got a huge mismatch. I think he's underpriced. And I think that he should get a little bit of extra volume with Brown out of the lineup. So Chris Godwin, for me, one of my favorite plays on the slate at 5,400.
Just about at 300 likes. Come on, people. It's the day before Championship Sunday, and we're getting all this good, juicy, meaty, two-game Championship Sunday, two-game slate. Robbie Noble is asking me who's in first. It must be him. Brooklyn Bees in first place. Roland is in second. Jordan Lindenbaum is in third. D. Kane is in fifth. Robbie Noble, you're in seventh. If the Thunder Don't Get Ya is in eighth. Rob Rand's in 13th. Rob Rand is getting upset with you because you and Mayo are killing my strategy.
I've never been put in the category of Pat Mayo before, so I am taking that as a huge compliment.
Pat Mayo experience.
Such a stud.
He does a great job. Nick in the chat, Cameron Brate. That's a good one. Brate was good. Now,
yeah,
remember,
Brate had the weirdest stat line I've ever seen last week. 5 targets, 4 catches, 50 yards. He was on the field for 7 snaps.
I didn't even go back and look at that. That's amazing.
7 snaps, and he was targeted on 5 of them.
Wow.
That is unbelievable. That would normally make me pretty skeptical of him.
Right.
But I do think that Brown being out of the lineup opens the door up for him to play more snaps. He was on the field for nearly half the snaps against Washington in the wild card round. So he has the ability to play more snaps. And clearly Brady likes throwing to this guy.
And maybe, I'm just throwing it out there, maybe it's a way to set up Gronkowski, who played really well in the receiving game against the Packers in the regular season. But having seen Gronk play, of course, last year retired. And the year before that, when the Patriots were in the Super Bowl, leading up to that game against the Rams, Gronk had been really serving as a blocking tight end. And that might be more of what we see if the Bucs do indeed commit to running the football with Fournette and Jones. So my point is maybe Gronk, I'm not trying to say the Packers are going to forget about him, but maybe Gronk, something opens up with him as a receiver. I don't know. But he's been a blocking guy so far in these playoffs, Washington and New Orleans game.
Yeah, and Gronk had his looks last week. He had 5 targets. He just didn't really convert any of them. 3 red zone targets as we get another turnover.
Jeez. Gotta be kidding me. This isn't Wild Weather Wednesday.
Maybe it wasn't a fumble, or maybe they got it back. It said fumble, but it says 3rd and 24 now.
Yeah, the Pats recovered it. I just saw it on the YouTube feed.
Okay. But yeah, 3 red zone targets for Gronk last week. Like, that is always valuable for tight ends. Tight ends, unless you're Travis Kelce, they score points by scoring touchdowns. So you want a guy who gets looks in the red zone.
You know something too, and Chef Duke just brought up Fournette. Fournette's playing really well for them lately. I know you mentioned Ronald Jones, but Fournette I think he's just like starting to really hit his groove with 2 games left in the season.
Yeah, I mean, Fournette's going to be the most popular running back play on the slate. You know, he's been great. They have a great matchup against the Packers, and he's still pretty affordable. That's why I like Ronald Jones as a pivot, just because it's good leverage off of Fournette. Gives you a little bit more of a unique lineup where if Ronald Jones does outscore him, you're going to get a huge boost on a large percentage of the field. But no doubt, Fournette's going to be super popular for a reason, and it's because he's been good, and Tampa should have success running the ball. Fournette's been involved in the passing game as well. So I will never fault anyone for wanting to play either of those Bucs running backs on this slate. I think that they are both strong options. It just comes down to who gets the carries. And honestly, it's hard to really have an opinion on that. You can just sort of take your best shot, play the ownership game a little bit, and see how it shakes out.
Will Fuller with the catch. Texans have one timeout left in this first half. 20 seconds left. Houston started the sim with the football, if I remember correctly. So Patriots will get it first in the second half. You know, you brought up Chris Godwin, and now the chat is talking receiver. Great question by Fantasy Hawk. Who do we think is going to be the highest owned receiver? My first thought was Steph Diggs, and then, oh yeah, I forgot about Devontae Adams.
Yeah, I think Diggs might eclipse him, though, just because he's $1,000 cheaper, and he has been incredibly good the last couple of weeks. So I think both guys are owned at over 50%. You know, maybe in some of the lower stake stuff, it's more like 42, 50%, but I think 50% is probably a good approximation for both of those guys. I prefer Diggs, you know, given the weather concerns in Green Bay, and just given how good he's been and the salaries, I'll take my chances with Diggs, but for sure, both guys are great plays.
Reem says, haven't been this excited about two playoff games in a while. This is special.
Yeah, these are two really good games. I mean, you can tell that just by the point spreads, right? I mean, we've got two games. Both of them are listed as 3.5 point spreads. Like, that's really good competitive football.
We see you guys on Twitch as well. Rob Doggy Dog, which is, I think, Robbie Noble in two places at once. Mamba Vision. First time playing Fortnite. Fooligan. We'll check the stats out here. Watson, 8 for 12, 99 yards, has thrown a pick. No touchdown passes. Cam is 10 of 13, 66 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Boston Joe, yeah. Sony Michel has 4 rushing yards. And Vulture, 3 rushing yards, actually. 3 for 3 and a touchdown. Watson has a rushing touchdown. David Johnson, 7 for 54 and a touchdown. Duke Johnson, 4 for 12. James White, not great. 2 for 3. He's a value, though, that I was hoping would deliver more.
So getting a question about my hat. Everybody knows I'm rocking the New York Metropolitans. If you couldn't tell, I am a Long Islander. I say weird things like coffee, water, and I am extremely excited for the upcoming season. Ready to see what my new favorite uncle Stevie Cohen has bought me for Christmas.
Starfighter, do you not both have central air or a heating source? I just like putting my hood up. It's cozy.
It's friggin' the middle of winter.
Yeah, really. It's like 20 out. Like, you can put the heat on all you want. Plus, I'm high up in my building on one of the upper floors. You put the heat on, it gets freaking hot in here. Like, can't find that balance. But I appreciate your curiosity. Mockingjay 2020. What's good? Fantasy Hawk excited for baseball season. Chris Boyd needs Cooks to get going. Yeah, Lewis Daniel, I'm pretty sure Lamarca mentioned Ronald Jones. That's a guy you can't miss on. His question specifically is, who is the can't... maybe that's a different way of asking it. Who is the can't miss, meaning like, who do you have to play, right? Like, who is the must play of the two games?
Yeah, for me, it's Travis Kelce. I just think that the gap at tight end between Kelce and everybody else is so massive that I'm paying up for him. If that means I have to go with a couple of cheap wide receivers, I'll do it. The question is how do you build a unique team with upside here? So I also don't hate the idea of pairing two tight ends together, like Travis Kelce and a Cameron Brate or a Rob Gronkowski. I think is an interesting lineup build, but Kelce is the guy that I need in my lineups tomorrow.
Yeah, Jordan, I can relate. I'm, up in the building too, and it's like I even have to crack the windows sometimes just to create some balance. Producer Madison says he just turned down my space heater. Now it's only a matter of time before I start shivering again. No happy medium. Madison gets it. That's my producer. This is what gets us through these sims. Just encouraging and positive reinforcement. And Daniel tells us that stats are updated through the first half. Joe Millette says, you're a good man, Matt.
I try to be. We should all try to do the right thing. The world would be a better place.
Oh boy, go Edelman, go! How about Edelman photoshopping Bernie Sanders into his picture with him and Brady? God, Edelman wants to be in Tampa so bad.
Yeah, there's been a lot of Bernie memes, man. A lot of Bernie memes recently.
Starfighter, you don't think I'm capable of decorating my room the way it is? I don't know if I didn't tell you this yet. I did the first half of a whole sim yesterday. So our best buddy, Christian DeAndrea, he had to get his internet fixed. So I was solo for the noon sim for the whole first half. So when we go on camera at the end of each quarter, instead of it being a two-shot, it was my whole room pretty much. So everyone was like, oh, look at his painting and look at his plants and look at his, like I made my bed and everything for this DK sim thing. It was kind of fun. I enjoyed it. But anyway, yeah, I mean, folks got a real inside look into the bedroom.
I will say, if I can give a little plug here,
go for it.
I'm free to do this because it is not running against any DraftKings programming tomorrow. But I am doing a stream at noon for line movement. So if you want some additional fantasy, takes and stuff, and if you want to hear me and Peter Overzet and Joe Holka and Dieter Kurtenbach talking about the games, check us out, noon Eastern time. Line movement is the name of the site. And then after that, head over for the sweat, 2 o'clock on DraftKings with Jesse and DraftKings contributors. 3 o'clock then starts Leaderboard Live with Emerson and Jeff. And then 6:30 and 6:40, you've got Adam Kaufman and Kenny the Deuce. So a full day of programming. You can get your day started with me, and then DK's got you covered all after that. If you want. I'm just throwing it out there. Do whatever makes you happy.
See, that's a nice way of making people feel guilty if they don't show up. So that was
really
no.
I really mean it. I'm just saying, I know sometimes you're hanging out, you're waiting for game to start, you're a little amped up. You don't want to watch the ESPN garbage pregame covers that they have. Am I allowed to say that? I hope I am.
Well, too late.
Hop on over to YouTube and check out what we got for you.
Well, there you go. 3rd and goal for New England. Score tied at 14, under 5 to play in the third. Newton looks, fires to the cameras. Bad boys a pot. What's up? Looking for James White. Yeah, I'm off tomorrow. I'll be back Monday, but Enjoy the coverage. Go watch LaMarca. First time playing Fortnite. Is asking, where do I watch this? YouTube, right? It's on YouTube?
YouTube.
The line movement.
Line movement.
Line movement, no the.
Correct. Yeah, I've seen some of the DK Sim fam hanging out with us before. So it would be cool if you guys came through and we could have very similar conversation tomorrow, you know? With guys that are sharp and funny. Peter Overzet, if you don't know him, is absolutely hilarious. One of the funniest guys in the fantasy industry. So if you have never seen him on a stream before, he's a riot.
Let's see. Yeah, line movement is where you want to go. Lewis Daniel, I'm looking at the leaderboard now. Just been watching all your comments. So we have a three-way tie for first in the $500 free contest. Looking at the free roll, Robbie Noble, first place.
Wow.
Talk about a rivalry here. And I say rivalry just because they've been around in the chat for so long, since we started these last March. Jordan Lindenbaum is in third. Robbie Noble is in first. Noble's got a 3-point lead for first place.
Robbie Brobles.
Kyle, what's up to you and your mom?
Say hi to your mother for me.
Kyle, say hi to your mother. Mockingjay, appreciate it. Way to hit that like button, guys. Up over 300. 2nd and 6. Watson with a quick pass and a completion to... That was Duke Johnson. It's always a challenge with Duke and David. Because, well, David is 31, Duke is 25, but the ticker up top just says D Johnson, so that doesn't help us. Pretty sure it was Duke, though. Lewis Daniel is in 4th place. Nice.
I produce Entourage. You watch that show?
Oh, for sure.
All right. Say hi to your mother for me.
Watson settles his feet to Darren Fells at midfield. Oh, Jared, great point. Thank you, sir. Duke Johnson comes in as Duke Johnson Jr. Me and my mush brain. Are you at all concerned, and I know you're not a doctor, but Mahomes was
I
cleared...
did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. That reference dates myself a little bit, huh?
Robert Roy, well said. I'm always finishing in the top 100, so that doesn't get me a board spot. You guys need to recognize money doesn't always equal skill. What was I going to say? Oh, I know we found out in the middle of the week about the Mahomes news and how he'll be good to go. Are you concerned at all, though, about Kansas City? Or are you just, the fact that he's playing, you're like, all right, we're fine. Get Kelsey in, as you mentioned before. Get everyone in, if you can.
Completely fine. No worries. No worries at all. Watching the hit, it didn't look all that bad. And he's even taken the majority of the practice reps this week, despite being in the concussion protocol, which I don't really understand how that works. I guess it's non-contact, so it's fine. But, like, if he was really hurting, they would not have been playing him all week in practice. So I think he is good to go. Just fire him up like you normally would.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, like I said, guys, if Mahomes doesn't play well tomorrow, you can blame DraftKings because Mahomes played in the sim at 8 o'clock on the night before a game. I thought if I had control, I would have started Chad Henne in the 8 o'clock sim. So putting Mahomes in that position was not good. So blame DraftKings. You can blame me specifically. His arm is going to be tired. Exactly, producer Madison. That's what I mean. Tired arm, still trying to get out of the funk. Poor guy was lost after getting hit last week. And there is Duke Johnson Jr.
Man, all the touchdowns coming on the ground today. Not good for folks like me who stacked the Texans.
So I know the game's over at this point. I'm pretty sure the Brooklyn Nets won. But out of the corner of my eye, it was kind of fun seeing Miami make it difficult for the Brooklyn Nets to close that game.
Yeah, the defense again was terrible for Brooklyn, giving up 124 points. And again, the Heat were without Jimmy Butler and without Tyler Hero. So definitely not a full version of the team on display. And Brooklyn still hung on by the skin of their teeth. They gave up 42 in the fourth quarter. That's not very good.
No, it's not. By the way, if you guys missed it earlier, in terms of a buzzword, we're going to go silent for a minute tonight. Sean Preston has been part of the DK Sim fam since we started these Sims last March. His brother-in-law passed away, shared it with the chat, which he didn't have to do, but we've created a family here at DraftKings, and we certainly don't take it for granted that you guys keep coming back, trying to find some joy in these times, and we will happily observe a buzzword silent treatment for Sean Preston and his family. Sean's a good guy. Sean, from time to time, has his lady friend pop in. She says hello. Sean's a good guy. Sean has a good time. I want to return the favor. We should return the favor. So we'll go silent if indeed we reach 10:59, because the third quarter is coming to a close. Here's Newton. He'll fire quickly and complete it to... who was that? Julian Edelman, 6 for 82 now. Murray in the chat says, I'm happy y'all do this. Pretty soon, Murray, we're going to be back to 6 Sims a day, 7 days a week. Pro Bowl week, we'll be doing that. LaMarca, as you teased in the pregame of the 8 o'clock game, we'll have a lot more Matt LaMarca late night, Saturday, Sunday.
Late night. Turn the music down low.
So, for example, looking at the schedule right now, a week from tomorrow night, we're together for Sunday Night Football. There you go. I've got the schedule right in front of me.
Perfect. Yep, as usual, I did not put in my availability for this week, so Madison had to send me a little reminder. And she really is very good at staying on top of everything, because otherwise I would just never work because I'd never fill out the availability.
That is all time. You, in a way, just called out Madison for her just trying to help you. That
like
was well
I said,
done.
she's the best.
Yeah. But you kind of framed it like an insult, like, you know, Madison
No way.
had, I know, but just the way your cadence, it was very good. It was Larry David-esque, like, you know, she had to, you know, reach out to me. Lucky for her, I responded with my availability. It was good. It was funny, even if it wasn't intended. I thought it was funny. Nice job, Madison. You're a great producer. I've accepted my role. Professional. Let's see. We got receivers here. Will Fuller, 3 for 50. Royce, what's up? You're the best.
Royce the 5'9"? Oh no, Royce Vickers.
Yeah. Not that guy. It's just a damn cough, man. Is anyone going to miss the Pro Bowl? I sure won't. This is true.
Matt reminds me of a young Dr. John. Who the heck is Dr. John?
Great question.
I'm going to have to Google that one.
You guys are great. You guys are good people here in the chat, wishing Sean the best. I'm not sure Sean's even in the chat anymore.
This guy looks absolutely ridiculous. I don't have nearly enough swag to pull off the looks of a Dr. John.
Boston Joe with the question. I don't think N'Keal Harry has a catch in this sim. I think you're right about that. Looking at the leaderboard. B to the pizzle. I think that's what that says. First in the free showdown, the $500 free showdown. Edelman and the captain. Watson, Fells, Fuller, Johnson, Johnson. So the Texans stack with Edelman captained. Interesting build. Robbie Noble up by 5.1 points for first in the hey, it's Bill. Can I get Watson for a fifth? Free roll. In the $500 late free classic, K. Norton 12 in first place by 8 points. Comfortability. Talk about that. Lounge Talk Podcast. Appreciate you. Do it responsibly. I kind of have to say that.
Yeah, it's going to be weird when the world gets back to normal. And I would like to meet some of these people.
I say that all the time. Lamarca, I almost want to start a piggy bank and build or purchase a trailer or a large bus.
Okay.
Build a control room in the bus. We'll bring commentators, producers, tech people, and we'll go all over the country. Maybe even to Canada for our friend Jeff Fulrick and Gary and Thorne. We'll go everywhere. And we'll stop the trailer in a state and we'll tell everyone we're in town. And then you can come watch the sim with us. We'll pull out a big TV and we'll call the games wherever we park the trailer. And we'll go around the country.
Is DraftKings footing the bill for this?
I haven't got that far yet, but I think it's a great idea.
All right, well, when you get more details, you get back to me, okay?
Yeah, exactly, Daniel. Madden Sim Day Live.
Right, it'd be like Game Day Live. We could show up at different campuses. We'd be like, oh, coming live from Robbie Noble's front yard. Before the games, we could have a headgear pick, you know? Be great.
From Jordan Lindenbaum's pantry, we bring you Patriots Texans.
Not so fast, my friend.
From the Fantasy Hawks nest. Yeah, Jordan, like what Madden used to do with the bus. Chase said R.I.P. to that bathroom. I think that's James White. Oh, we're coming up on the silent buzzword. I got to remember that for Sean Preston. We got another 2 minutes. From deep in the lagoon of Creature in the Clash Lagoon. Our microphones are a little wet. Robbie Noble's front yard. That's pretty good. Oh, man. Or, right, we pick one place and we hope everyone migrates to us. If you build it, they will come. We do. I mean, look, sorry, DraftKings, Jason Robbins, the whole team, if you're listening. We really do need to get this whole crew of people, the DK Sim fam, together when we are allowed to. I think it would be a hit. You know what I mean, man?
We'll do something. I really do think something will happen. I mean, it's hard when it's, people all spread out over the country, but we can make something work, even if it's just, some regional stuff. But I think it would be fun, again, just to meet some of these people. I need to know what they're like in real life. And I'm sure they wondered the same about me.
All right, so we're coming up on 10:59. We're going to go silent for a minute. instead of a buzzword. Sean Preston's brother-in-law passed away. He shared it with the chat. Sean's been a great member of the DK Sim fam. So in honor of Sean's brother-in-law, we will go silent. Thank you for all participating. So, by the way, thank you to the chat for correcting. Sony Michel has the not one, now 2 touchdowns for the Patriots. That was not James White. I was trying to speak him into existence.
Ooh.
It was Michel. Oh,
Okay.
Watson, wait a minute.
The double wiggle.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Bum, 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 bum. Jason Derulo. That guy has like the coolest way of saying his name.
I mean, it's a pretty cool name to start with.
Jason Derulo.
You know, you can't do that and then do Brandon Glasheen. Like, it's not the same.
Doesn't roll off the same. Yeah. Maybe I should change my name to Jason Derulo. Well, Sean, if you're not here, we're thinking about you, buddy. And of course, to your sister, because in fact, or pardon me, not your sister, your brother-in-law, but what I meant was your wife, because that would be her brother, blood relation. So hopefully you guys are getting through. That is Randall Cobb with the catch. He's the wideout 4 to the 4-yard line. Daniel says, Brendan Glasheen, we the best. Who do you guys need? Texans down 3. First and goal from the 4. Watson, back of the end zone, missed his man. Incomplete.
Adam.
Oh, man. Robbie Noble, good sweat for you, buddy. Sitting in first, I think, unless, yeah, he's still in first.
Oh, that's a new one. Producer Daniel on the 1s and 2s saying I look like DJ Khaled with a quarantine beard.
Watson, what are you doing? There you go. Go straight. Get in! Oh, my God, that's a touchdown. He made that so complicated.
Another one for Deshaun Watson.
Another one.
Another one. How many touchdowns does my fantasy team need? Another one.
We the best. So I don't think there's any chance here of overtime, people, because an extra point puts him up 4.
Wow, first time playing Fortnite. Says call a Madison from an NFL stadium with the game on the Jumbotron. As soon as the NFL allows us into the stadium, we'll do that. I'll foot the bill if I have to. That would be awesome.
Yeah, forget concerts or like, the vaccine or NFL games. Nope, get the DK Sim fam in the building. We've got to get these people out to a game.
All right, here's another new one I've never heard. Dr. Teeth from the Muppets.
Joker calling DJ Khaled the least talented rich dude ever.
Okay, this guy is a Muppet. How can I look like a Muppet? I don't think I look anything like this guy, but I don't know. Look it up yourselves, I guess, and make the make your own conclusions.
Dr. T. Oh, so Lamarca mentioned this, but we'll do it again. Tomorrow, we will have the Sweat, which starts at 2 p.m. Eastern. Do I have that right, Madison? I'm sorry, I should have thought before.
Deuce.
2 o'clock, right? I know you
Correct.
said that. I'm just confirming. Okay, great. So 2 o'clock right here on the Dream Stream, YouTube, Twitch. 1 hour leading into the NFC Championship game. We'll have leaderboard live going as well.
Yeah, me and you both getting a night off tomorrow. How about that, huh?
Yeah. Want to thank the producer who was here producing for making that happen. But yeah, I mean, in 2 weeks with the Super Bowl, we're going to have a lot of good stuff. Can't tell you guys yet, but I think you're going to enjoy it. What we've got coming up, Super Bowl weekend. Notice I said weekend. Saturday, Sunday, the 6th and 7th. We've got a lot of good stuff down the pipeline. But we can't tell you yet. And look, Madison's off tomorrow. Daniel's off tomorrow. So we're all just leaving it right here with you.
I mean, nobody's got a better schedule than Madison.
Basically, the final 1 minute and 53 seconds, this is us at like 4:55 on a Friday for a normal job. We're just kind of, we got 1 foot out the door. Richard Comfort in the chat. Hey, Glash, what's your favorite number? 1 to 10. I bet it's 7. This feels like a trick question. What if I said it was 5? Dalton Keene, a tight end 2.
I will say that if somebody asks you to pick a number between 1 and 10, 7 is a good number to pick. Right? Let's talk game theory here for a little bit.
Okay.
All right? So I want you to think of a number between 1 and 10. Okay? Don't tell me what it is, obviously.
All right.
All right? Now, if I'm guessing...
This is what we need.
I know you didn't pick
Asiasi
1.
touchdown. Sorry.
I know you didn't pick 1, and I know you didn't pick 10. Because nobody ever picks towards the end. And I'm trusting you here that you're not going to change your number.
I won't.
I also don't think you picked 2, and I don't think you picked 9. So I think we're really looking for something in the 3 to 8 region. So I've just turned a 10% chance into roughly a 15 and change. So I'm going to say you picked number 4.
What? Get out! I'm not joking. I picked 4.
People, it's not that hard, folks. That's why if somebody says pick a number between 1 and 10, pick 1, pick 10. They'll never guess that.
Wow! I'm speechless.
I mean, it was a lucky guess, obviously. I'm not trying to come off like the mentalist here, but you learn the human psychology. People don't pick the numbers at the ends. They pick usually 3, 4, or 7, something in that range.
Well, the next time one of you bets like $1 with your friend about picking a number between 1 and 10, you know what logic to use. Lamarca logic. LL. Now, with no disrespect to your lineups, ladies and gentlemen, I really wouldn't mind this game ending in regulation. But if we do get overtime, we will deliver to you. Duke Johnson Jr. to the 33. Wes says, haven't had an overtime in a minute. You take that back, Wes. Hey, Shakita! Looked down and saw 3rd in the classic. Nice. Watson.
Oh, boy.
Still got 2 timeouts after that one they just used. Let's see. Peeking over here. The $500 free classic, K Norton 12, still in first by only 2.5 points. And the $500 free showdown, W. Clary, 7188 in first place by about 1.5 points. Watson hops out of bounds. Watson 89% in the flex. Look at all the Patriots on the sideline just staring at Deshaun Watson. And then Robbie Noble has lost his grip of first. Get that cheddar. Get that cheddar is in first. That Asiasi touchdown was huge.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Thank you, Daniel. I was waiting for somebody to do it.
Watson, oh boy. Into the hands of Hightower, but couldn't hold on. Fantasy Hawk says, where did I just have it? So I'm guessing the glass is half empty. College basketball earlier today. Another one tomorrow, so wait for bed.
Yeah, we know you call the UNH games. I believe my team, my alma mater, Stony Brook, just played UNH, and they lost them both, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you are correct. Lost them both. On their home floor. On Long Island. On their own island. It's wide open this year, that conference. That's what it feels like. Hey, I know what we can talk about.
Yeah.
And if I'm totally off on this, I'll shut up. Has the fight happened yet?
Oh, Conor McGregor.
Yeah, what time's that at? Midnight? Right? Isn't it normally midnight?
Usually late. Daniel says it has not happened yet.
Who's watching the fight after this? Who wants to let me, who wants to pay for my subscription for it? Because I really don't want to pay for it. That's why I wanted to ask who's watching. We can do a fighting minute here on the stream. Not Turkish oil wrestling with me and Emerson. I'm talking about the actual fight.
Boy. You think you could take Emerson?
I don't think so. But if he's slippery, I have a chance.
He's definitely got the reach advantage, but he's got to weigh like $140.
Yeah, you know what though? And this is what folks don't know about Emerson. He's in great shape, okay? But he's not very coordinated. He isn't. He doesn't know how to use his body.
If he's slippery, I've got a chance.
I mean, in Turkish oil, he'll be slippery.
That's an all-time sim line right there.
I mean, that belongs on a Twitter account called DK Simland No Context. If he's slippery, I have a chance.
All right, for the game.
Strike. That is caught.
He caught
it. Touchdown, Texans. Oh my goodness. As time expires. What a game. What a sim. Who caught that?
I don't know. We will find out.
We will find out.
Looks like 15, I think. I think it's Will Fuller.
We'll check it out. What a finish. No
What a
extra point
finish,
needed.
right.
The Texans win. Belichick, the 5th rounder is worth it. Go get this guy.
Here we are talking about Turkish oil fights. And Deshaun Watson is out here completing Hail Marys to Will Fuller for the touchdown and the win.
Holy cow. So that is definitely going to shake things up. Wow. So Jordan Lindenbaum's up to 2nd. Patrick from Ops is in fourth? He was in fourth. Oh, now he's in first.
Hey, Patrick.
Patrick from Ops in first place in our free roll. Glash and Big Saxy, Madden After Dark. So let's look at the stats. Newton, 24 of 30, 269, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Watson, with that strike, 44-yard touchdown, 243 and a score. That was his only touchdown pass of the game. Now, he also ran 2 in. He threw a pick in this sim as well.
Yeah, a lot of turnovers for such a high-scoring game.
6 rushing touchdowns in the sim. David Johnson, 64 yards, 1. Watson, 88. 2 touchdowns. Michelle, 19 yards, 2 touchdowns. None for James White. Duke Johnson with 1. And let's go to the receivers. Well, back to the passing. Lee says, forget the fight. That was the highlight of the night. Really, I know. I thought it was over. I thought the Texans were just going to, all right, and then boom. So Patrick and Jared doing their thing, updating scores. Patrick's going to be careful because he's right now first in our free roll. I'm interested to see how this is going to shake out. Looking at the $500 free showdown right now, it reads a 28-way tie with Watson in the captain spot. We'll go to the receivers here in just a second. Here we go. So, wow, I think that was Will Fuller. See, because he hit the bonus.
Yep.
So 5 for 108 for Fuller in the touchdown. Asiasi 5 for 49 in the score. Edelman 8 for 111 and a touchdown. Fells 5 for 61. James White had 5 receptions for 53 yards. It was a great sim. Brandon Cooks 3 for 20. Keene 3 for 24. Cobb 2 for 23. Duke Johnson 2 for 11. Stills 2 for 20. Kenny Stills had 2 catches in the first quarter. That feels like last Saturday. Tamir Bird 1 for 16. Wow, man. What do you got? Player of the game and the Not My Kid Award.
Yeah, player of the game, Deshaun Watson, 3 touchdowns, 88 rushing yards, 243 passing yards. So he didn't hit the bonus with either his arm or his legs, but he kind of came close with both. And then you factor in the 2 touchdowns on the ground to go with the 1 through the air. He was the guy today.
And I think the Not My Kid Award, I would say it's Brandon Cooks, because
Brandon Cooks 100%. He was 64% owned in the $500 free roll. So he burned a lot of lineups with just 4 DK points.
All right. Tony says, Fuller put me in 99th in Classic. Half out of the money. Chris Boyd's mad at Sims. He's going to bed. Hey, good night, everybody. Thanks for being here. Seriously. Thanks for hanging out. It was a good time. Gregory Harris says, first place, baby. Nice job, Gregory. So in the $500 free, the latest calculation, 28-way tie for first, Watson captained, Newton, Edelman, Fuller, White, and Johnson, Duke Johnson. In the free roll, hey, it's Bill, can I get Watson for a 5th rounder? Patrick from Ops in first, Jordan Lindenbaum in second, with Watson captained. Patrick captained Will Fuller. So talk about that final play changing everything.
Yeah. Nice lineup here by Patrick.
Jimmy B came in 3rd. Get that cheddar. You're in 4th. Robbie Noble 6th. If the Thunder don't get you, 8th. I finished 126th. That's not good.
Yeah, I was 91st, so
Okay.
not a competitive showing for me.
What is your username? M. Lamarca. Okay.
M. Lamarca.
Tate from Game Ops, not even working this game, came in 90th. So, all right, guys, that's going to put a wrapper on it. Thank you to our great team, producer Madison, also Daniel on the 1s and 2s, Jared and Patrick from Game Ops. Lamarca, look, normally we're together on Leaderboard Live on Saturday or Sunday nights. We'll be together next Sunday night. That was fun. Good stuff, buddy.
Yeah, it was good to get back in the Madden streets. It's been a while. So, it took me a couple quarters to shake the rust off, but I'm feeling loose now. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, just make sure you get your availability in, and we'll get you on the schedule. Meaning Madison will get you on the schedule.
Yeah, she looks out for me.
All right, everybody. You all have a great night. We are both off tomorrow. We're not going to be on the streams. We get some other stuff going on, but you all enjoy the football tomorrow. I am excited, and I know we get in here and we bicker back and forth. You're chatting, we're yapping, and we've got takes and opinions, but I think we can all agree that's good because we're all just excited for what should be two phenomenal football games tomorrow, Bucks, Packers, and Bills, Chiefs. So enjoy the football, be safe, and I will catch you all again on Monday at 2 and 10 in Simland. Lamarca, you're back, my friend, on Saturday for Chargers Vikings in Simland with Jeff Ulrich.
The Moose, yes, I'm excited. I think I've only done one stream with Jeff before, and I love Jeff.
He's the man. You guys are all great. I love working with you guys.
I'm your favorite.
Tanisha Clark, shout out, finished in 5th thanks to that last play. So real quick before we go, here's the deal for tomorrow. Sunday, the 24th. So you get the sweat at 2 Eastern. You'll have Jesse Cofield and all of our contributors giving their sportsbook info, insight, also DFS strategy, showdowns, classic format. You got a great peek at it tonight from Lamarca. He was excellent, NBA and NFL. And then we've got Emerson and Jeff on Leaderboard Live. They will be here for the first game, the NFC Championship, Bucks Packers, and then Kaufman and Kenny Ducey will be here for the second game, the AFC Championship, the Chiefs hosting the Bills. I'm back Monday. Lamarca's back next Saturday. You all have a fantastic Sunday. Enjoy the football and hope to see you back here tomorrow. Good night.